Chapter 1. They found her on the last road before Gathrem, where the chalk turned to cobblestone and the rain never quite stopped. Two men in royal grey, no colours, no Mengstein, constantly a sealed order with Chancellor Mallender's signature and a horse waiting saddled. Linnet had been walking a fever case through the bone setter's yard when they arrived, her sleeves still rolled past the scars, her little black book tucked against her ribs. The bone setter had tried to argue, but the grey men did not answer arguments. They simply stood in the doorway until she gathered her satchel and climbed onto the horse. The palace rose from the mist like a bruise. Gathrem's outer walls were clean limestone, the kind that gleamed in the rare sun. But the inner passages she was led through smelled of damp stone and something older, something that had been bleeding under ceremony for a very long time. The grey men walked ahead of her and behind her, and they did not speak names. They spoke directions. First door, iron-bound oak with a slot at eye level. A face appeared in the slot, scanned her, and the bolts slid back. The grey men did not slow. Through the door, down a corridor lined with tapestries that showed hunts and harvests, the threads dark with age. Second door. Smaller. Black iron, no window. One of her escorts pressed a key into the lock and turned it twice. The mechanism clicked like a jaw resetting. Beyond it, the air changed. Warmer. Thicker. A scent of wine and sweat and something metallic that she recognized from long nights in village sick rooms when a wound had gone bad under the bandage. Third door. This one had no lock at all. It was just a slab of dark wood that swung open when the lead-gray man pushed, and beyond it lay the king's bedchamber. Linnet had expected grandeur, embroidered curtains, carved pillars, a throne disguised as a sickbed. Instead, she found a room that was almost small. Tallow candles burned on every surface, their light trembling over stacks of ledgers, half-empty cups, bandages piled in a copper bowl. A fire crackled low in the hearth, but the heat did not reach the bed. The bed dominated the space. 4 posters draped with hangings that had once been blue, now stained gray-brown at the edges. The sheets were twisted into ropes. And in the center of the tangle lay King Berengar. He was not a king. He was a man being eaten alive by something that did not have the decency to finish. His face was the color of tallow, slick with sweat. His eyes rolled back far enough that she could see the veins in the whites. His hands clawed at the blankets in a rhythm that matched nothing. From his mouth, from his nose, from the corners of his eyes, dark filaments bled into the linen, threads of black rot that moved, pulsing with a life of their own, as if they were rooted in something deeper than his flesh. Linnet stopped breathing. 4 physicians stood at the foot of the bed, their robes stained, their faces hollow with the look of men who had run out of answers. They did not look grateful to see her. They looked at her the way farmers looked at a promised rain that came too late. And then a man stepped from the shadow beside the hearth. Chancellor Wybert Mallender was not tall, but the room contracted around him. Iron-brown hair gone silver at the temples, pale gray eyes that did not blink often enough. A thin burn scar traced his right jaw like a brand, and his fingers were marked with ink stains that had faded to blue-gray ghosts of old columns. He held no paper. He did not need to. Healer Harrow. His voice was calm, the calm of a man who had already done his weeping in private. The king has been declining for 17 days. On the 8th day, the threads appeared. On the 12th, he lost speech. On the 15th, he began to recognize no one. He has not slept since. I was told he was sick. Her voice came out steadier than she felt. Not that he was dying. He is both. Mallender did not move. We have tried purges, poultices, prayer, and a tramping that cost us a physician's hand before we stopped it. Nothing touches the rot. The blood does not carry it. The flesh does not resist it. It seems to live inside him like a tenant that will not leave, and every day it takes more rooms. The physicians shifted. One of them, the oldest, with a beard stained yellow at the chin, spoke without looking at her. We heard about the Marrowfell healer who pulled a wasting sickness out of a child's lungs and put it into a goat. We heard the goat survived 2 days, and the child is still a light elf. 3 days, Linnet said. The goat lasted 3. Then you understand the principle. She understood. Mallender understood. The whole room understood. Touch him, Mallender said. Not a question. Linnet walked to the bed. The king's hand was hot and dry when she took it, the skin papery over knuckles that felt too large. The dark filaments pulsed where her fingers met his palm, and she felt it at once, the shape of the burden waiting inside him. Mercy was not a trick, it was a gravity. When she opened herself to a sickness, she became its new home. The old home emptied, the new one filled. That was the law of it. She opened. The rot hit her like a wave of black oil. It was not a fever, not a wound, not any sickness she had ever touched. It was old, layered, compacted into his bones and organs and the spaces between his thoughts, and it was hungry. It poured into her chest, her lungs, her stomach, and she felt her body try to digest it, to fight it, to burn it away. Her knees buckled. The king's hand did not let go. The filaments spread across her arms. Pull turned her off to her arms. Pull her off, someone said. She is still connected. The burden is too large. She will stop her heart. She could not breathe. The rot was not killing her. It was occupying her, pushing her own blood aside to make room for itself. She had taken fevers that would have felled a horse, taken a lung rot that had made her cough blood for a week, taken a child's bone fever that had left her unable to walk for 2 days. This was different. This was an ocean poured into a cup. She was going to fall, and the king would still be dying. Stop. Mallender's voice cut through the haze. Release her. The physicians moved. Hands grabbed her shoulders, pried her fingers from the king's grip. The connections snapped. She collapsed onto the stone floor, gasping, the rot already receding from her limbs, retreating back into the king's flesh, but leaving trails of black filigree under her skin that faded slowly. She coughed. The taste of copper filled her mouth. On the bed, Berengar screamed. Not a human scream. A sound that came from a place where words had already been burned away. His back arched, the filaments flaring bright, and the physician stepped back from the bed as if the bed itself might catch fire. Linnet pressed her palms to the floor and tried to stand. It will not fit, she said. His burden. I cannot hold all of it. I could take part, a third perhaps, if I had time to prepare, if I could dose it over days. Mallender looked down at her. His pale gray eyes held something that might have been pity, or might have been the memory of a similar calculation made long ago. We do not have days, he said. The king will not survive the hour. Then bring me someone strong, a guard, a servant, someone whose body can carry what I cannot. She meant it as a plea. She meant it as a healer's honest request. The Chancellor did not answer. Instead, he turned and nodded toward the door. The third door opened again. 2 guards walked in, and between them they dragged a man in chains. He was thin, hollow-cheeked, with a shaved head and the dead eyes of someone who had already been sentenced. His wrists were bound in iron, ankles linked by a short chain that made him shuffle. He did not resist. He did not seem to see the ruse at all. I made arrangements for the possibility that your gift would require more than one vessel. The vessel is here. The king is dying. You have 5 minutes. No. The word came out before she could shape it. She was on her feet now, her legs shaking, the black filigree still fading from her forearms. I do not trance into unwilling bodies. I bear the cost myself, or I find volunteers. That is the rule. That is mercy." Mallender's face did not change. He pointed at the king. "That is the king. Without him, the Regency bloc will tear the succession apart before Princess Esme is old enough to speak her first address. The northern garrisons will march within a month. Famine districts that depend on the crown's grain allocations will starve. If you let him die because you cannot take all his pain and will not share it, you are not a healer. You are a witness." The chained man made a sound, a laugh maybe, a sob, hard to tell. Linnet looked at him. He was young, younger than she had first thought. The hollow cheeks and the dead eyes had made him look old, but he was barely past 20, with a scar splitting his left eyebrow and a jaw that had been broken once and healed crooked. He did not look like a killer, but she had learned long ago that killers did not have a look. "She going to gut me?" he asked. His voice was rough. "Or is this the new hanging?" Neither guard answered. Linnet looked at the king. Berengar's chest was barely moving now, the dark threads pulsing slower, thicker, as if the rot was consolidating for a final push. His face had gone the color of wet bone. He did not have an hour. "He will die a clean death tomorrow," she said. "A hangman's drop, quick, painless for him. If I do this, he dies in this room, carrying pieces of the king's rot." "He dies anyway," Mallender said. "The question is whether the king lives." She shook her head. "I do not decide who suffers. That is not my role." Mallender stepped closer, close enough that she could smell the ink on his fingers, the wool of his coat, the faint trace of something floral from a woman's perfume he had not yet washed off. "You have already decided," he said. "You decided the moment you took the fever from the child and put it into the goat. You decided when you first opened your gift and chose a vessel. The only difference between that goat and this man is that the goat could not choose, while the man chose to kill a family. The accounting is not clean, but it is better than letting the kingdom bleed." She wanted to argue. She wanted to say that a goat and a man were not the same, that a condemned prisoner still had a soul, that she had built her life on the belief that her hands could remain clean if she bore the cost herself. But Berengar's chest shuddered, and the threads grew darker, and she knew she could not bear this alone. "You will pay his family," she said, "whatever he was owed for the work he did. His sentence commuted before the transfer. He dies as a free man, not a condemned one." Mallender did not hesitate. "Done. You will not record his name in the court ledgers. Whatever happens in this room stays between us." "Done. And after this, you will not produce another vessel for my use without my consent." Mallender's pale gray eyes held hers for a long moment. Then he nodded. Linnet turned to the chained man. "What is your name?" He blinked, as if no one had asked him that in a long time. "Jerb." "Jerb, I'm going to touch you. You will feel pain, a great deal of it, and then you will die. I cannot promise you that it will be quick, but I can promise you that your family will not hunger, and that no one will speak of you as a murderer." He stared at her. The dead eyes flickered with something that might have been fear, or hate, or the ghost of a man who had once had a different life. "Will it hurt less than hanging?" She did not lie to him. "No." He nodded, a small final motion. "Then do it." She took his bound hands in hers. The connection was immediate, a breeze between three bodies, the king feeding rot into her, and her channeling it into Jerb. She felt Jereb's body resist, felt his heart stutter, felt the dark filaments spread through his veins like ink through water. His breath stopped, started, stopped again. His hands went cold in hers. She pulled the transfer tight, concentrating, shaping the burden smaller, fitting it into the space this man's life had left. She wanted it to be quick. She wanted it to be kind. It was neither. Jared Runnels seized, his back arched, the chain that rattled against the stone floor. A noise came out of him that was not a scream, because he had no breath to scream with. And then his body went still. Linnet released his hands. The dark filaments had stopped moving. They lay across Jared's skin like black embroidery, already fading, already done. He was dead. It had taken less than a minute. On the bed, Berengar drew a clean breath, the first clean breath in 17 days. The physicians rushed forward, checking his pulse, his pupils, the color of his nails. One of them began to cry. The oldest, with the yellow beard, put his hand on the king's forehead and whispered words that might have been a prayer. Linnet stayed on her knees beside Jared's body, gray eyes that would never move again, a crooked jaw, a scar through his left eyebrow. She did not know his story. She did not know whether the family he killed had deserved their fate, whether the court that judged him had been just, whether there was a woman somewhere who had loved him despite the violence in his hands. She only knew that she had taken his life to preserve a king's, and that she had done it with her eyes open. Mallender appeared beside her. He held a cloth, damp and clean. "Your hands," he said. She looked down. The black filigree had stained her palms, thin traces like the roots of a fungus she could not scrub away. She took the cloth and wiped. The stains faded, but they did not vanish. "You will need to clean them properly," Mallender said. "Oil and salt water 3 times, or the residue will crack your skin." She looked up at him. "You knew I could not hold it alone." "I suspected." "Then why did you let me try?" Mallender's face was unreadable. "Because you needed to know that you could not, and because I needed to see whether you would stop before you killed yourself." He held out his hand to help her rise. She did not take it. She stood on her own, her legs barely steady, her hands still damp with the ghost of Jared Runnels' death. On the bed, King Berengar's chest rose and fell with the rhythm of a man who had been given back his life by someone else's ending. And Linnet realized with a cold clarity that settled into her like another kind of rot, that the Chancellor had not been testing whether she would share the burden. He had been testing whether she would say no. She had said nothing. She had touched the condemned man, nayed him, and killed him with her gift. And somewhere deep inside her chest, beneath the grief and the horror and the shame. Chapter 2. Jared Runnels' body still held the warmth of the living. Linnet felt it through her palms, the fading heat of blood that had not yet decided to cool. She should let go. She should stand. She should do something other than kneel beside a dead man with her hands still wrapped around his. But her fingers would not obey the command to release. Behind her, the physicians whispered in a language of relief. One of them, the youngest, was crying. The Yellowbeard kept his hand on the king's forehead, and his voice cracked through a prayer that named saints she did not recognize. Berengar's chest rose, fell, rose again. Each breath clean, unlabored, the rhythm of a man who had forgotten what it cost to fill his lungs. On the sheets, the dark filigree remained. Not the death stain of the king's rot, but surface traces, the imprint of what had passed through her. She pressed her thumb into the lines and felt nothing. No pain, no residue, just the shape of a transaction she had already finished. "You are fortunate," Mallender said. "Some bearers carry the signature for days." She looked up at him. "Is that what you call it? A signature?" "I call it what it is." He offered her the cloth again, and this time she took it, wiping her palms with slow, mechanical motions. The black came away in thin smears. She folded the cloth and set it beside Jared's head. a strange courtesy, as if the dead needed cleanliness. "He needs to be buried," she said. "He will be. With his family, not in a pauper's pit." Mallender tilted his head. "I told you I would see his family paid. I did not promise his body." He was a man. He was a murderer, one who had already forfeited his life to the crown. You merely changed the manner of his death. He paused. "But yes, I will see that he is buried with dignity, and that his family receives the silver. You have my word." She wanted to believe the word of a man who had planned this before she arrived. She wanted to believe that his word meant something, because if it did not, then she had killed Jarib Runnel for nothing more than a chancellor's convenience. She stood, her legs held, barely. The room swayed, then steadied. Her body was still her own, even if it felt like a vessel that had been filled past its seal. The yellow-bearded physician approached. His eyes were red, and he smelled of sweat and old wine. "Healer Harrow." He took her hand, turned it over, studied the fading filigree. "I have never seen a body bear transfer of that magnitude. You should be dead." "I nearly was." "Yes." He released her hand. "I am Physician Aldrich. I will need to examine you properly. The residue, the strain on your organs, the vascular stress. There are protocols for this." "Protocols. For the king's safety. If the bearer carries lingering traces, the burden can rebalance." He glanced at Mallender. "The Chancellor asked me to prepare a quarantine chamber." Linnet turned to Mallender. "You plan to keep me." "I plan to protect you." His voice was calm, unhurried. "The rot that passed through you is not fully understood. If it has left fragments behind, they could spread. To you, to the staff, to the court. A quarantine of 3 days will allow us to confirm that you are clean, and to study what the king's illness truly is." "You want to study me." "I just take me to compare." "It is just when the laps are get. There is intent to the transaction, but it's not so froking as I bloat what." He approached his Evel and Ulrida screen that I didn't even despite the Senecated, it was very disatically regretted to me. A fret risk of sin readed hones, and instill teminently any lives by standing into a throne. "You pretty elt overhand it started back." It's a black filigree had faded further, but the memory of Jared Runnel's pulse, the last stutter of his heart beneath her fingers, was not something she could wipe away. "I will think about what to tell him," she said. "Do." Mallender turned toward the door. But quickly, the king will wake soon, and when he does, he will want to meet the woman who holds his life in her hands." He left. Shas to give many. The Naz camped teaches the Smelbia. The Kaletic is white, almost courteous, but she felt the pressure of his fingers through her sleeve. "The quarantine chamber is prepared. You will rest, eat, allow Physician Aldrich to examine you. In 3 days, if you are clean, you will be free to move about the palace." "Free." "Within reason." He released her elbow. "You are now the only person in Marrowfell who had touched the king's illness and survived. That makes you valuable, and valuable people attract attention." "From whom?" "Everyone." He smiled, a thin expression that did not reach his eyes. "The Treasury, the army, the Chapel of the Last Lamp, the Regency block, the half-dozen Thales who have been waiting for Berengar to die so they could carve the kingdom into portions. You have just become the most valuable asset in Gatrem." Asset. Not healer, not person. Asset. "I did not come here to be an asset." "No, you came here to heal a king." He stepped back, giving her space she had not asked for. "You have done that. The rest is what comes after. The young physician approached with a lantern. I will escort you to the quarantine chamber, Healer Harrow. It is in the east tower, close to the physician's quarters. You will have a bed, a wash basin, and a window. She looked back at the bed. Berengar's face was peaceful. The lines of pain had softened. He looked like a man who had finally been permitted to rest. In Mirelle, she had healed farmers with broken hands, children with fever, women who had bled too long after birth. She had taken their pain into her own body and borne it until her knees buckled and her vision grayed, and she had called that mercy. This was not mercy. This was arithmetic. One more thing, Healer Harrow. She turned. Mallender stood beside the bed, his ink-stained fingers resting on the sheets where the rot had been. The candlelight carved shadows into his face, and for a moment he looked older than she had first thought. A man who had been doing arithmetic for a very long time. The king will wake within the hour. He will be confused, weak, and frightened. He will ask what happened. Mallender paused. When he does, I will tell him that a healer from Mirelle saved his life. I will not tell him how. Why? Because that is a conversation you will have with him yourself. He met her eyes. You saved his life. You decide what he knows about the cost. The cost. She looked down at her hands. The black filigree had faded further. But the memory of Wybert Mallender's pulse, the last stutter of his heart beneath her fingers, was not something she could wipe away. I will think about what to tell him, she said. Do. Mallender turned toward the door. But think quickly. The king will wake soon, and when he does, he will want to meet the woman who holds his life in her hands. He left. The physicians moved around her, checking the king, preparing the room for his awakening, gathering the stained sheets and the black dust that had been the rot. Linnet stood beside the bed and watched Berengar breathe. Clean, even breaths. The breath of a man who had been given back tomorrow. She had done that, and she had done it by killing a man who had already been marked for death. The distinction felt important. She held on to it, even as she knew it was a lie dressed in better clothes. Healer Harrow? The young physician stood at the door, lantern raised, waiting. She followed him into the corridor. Behind her, Wybert Mallend's body lay in the room that had become his tomb. The servants would come for him soon. They would wrap him in linen, carry him to the pauper's yard, and lower him into earth that had already accepted 1,000 other bodies that the kingdom had decided to forget. She did not stop walking. She did not look back. And in the quiet dark of her own chest, the relief that the king was alive whispered again, softer this time, like a door she had closed but not locked. Chapter 3. The quarantine chamber was smaller than she had expected. A bed, a wash basin, a window that looked out onto a stone courtyard where nothing grew. The walls were bare limestone, scrubbed clean of any mark that previous occupants might have left. The only color came from her own hands, where the black filigree had faded to a pale bruise beneath the skin. She sat on the edge of the bed and watched the light change across the floor. Morning became afternoon. Afternoon became the long gray dusk of Gathrim, where the rain started and did not stop. No one came. She had expected physicians, questions, examinations. She had prepared herself for needles and poultices and the careful prodding of men who wanted to understand how she had survived what should have killed her. Instead, silence. The silence was worse. It gave her time to think. She thought about Wybert Mallend's pulse, the way it had stuttered beneath her fingers like a bird hitting a window. She thought about the relief that had flooded her chest when Berengar breathed that first clean breath, and how that relief had felt exactly like victory. She thought about Mother Sarah, who had taught her that mercy was a burden you carried yourself, or not at all. The gift is not permission, Sarah had said, her hands stained with dandelion sap and patience. It is a responsibility. You do not move suffering because you can. You move it because you must, and only into a body that has agreed to receive it. Linnet looked at her hands. The filigree had almost vanished now. Soon there would be no trace of what she had done. That felt like a second death. The door opened on the second evening. She looked up from the bed, where she had been tracing the grain of the limestone with her fingers, and found Mallender in the doorway. He carried no lantern, no papers, no retinue. Just himself in a plain gray coat, his ink-stained hands empty at his sides. "You look well," he said. "I look tired." That too. He stepped inside and closed the door behind him. "Physician Aldrich tells me you are clean. No trace of the rot remains in your blood. You will be released tomorrow morning." She waited. He did not sit. He stood by the window, his back to the gray light, and studied her the way she had studied the grain of the wall. "You have questions," he said. "Many." "Ask them." She had prepared for this. She had spent 2 days sharpening her questions like knives, arranging them in order of importance. But now that he stood before her, the first one that came out was not the one she had intended. "How many?" Mallender's expression did not change. "How many what?" "How many men have died so that this kingdom could keep breathing?" The silence stretched. She watched his face, looking for the flinch, the tell, the crack in the composure that would tell her she had struck something real. He gave her nothing. "The answer is more than you want to hear," he said finally, "and fewer than you would guess." "That is not an answer." "It is the only answer I have." He turned from the window and faced her fully. 30 years ago, a blight swept through the eastern grainlands. The harvest failed in 3 provinces. The crown had stored grain, enough to feed the affected districts through the winter. I was a junior clerk in the Treasury then, and I argued that the grain should be distributed freely, without rationing, without price. I believed that mercy meant giving everything you had to everyone who needed it. He paused. The court agreed to release the grain, but they set a price, a low one, because they believed that even a token payment preserved dignity and order. The people of the eastern provinces could not afford even that token. They rioted. The riots spread to the grainers, and the grainers burned. And by spring, 17,000 people had starved because my mercy had not been structured enough to survive its own consequences. She said nothing. "My sister was among them." His voice did not change. It remained flat, measured, the voice of a man who had recited this story so many times that the grief had worn smooth. "She was 12. She died in the 3rd month of the famine, after the grain was gone and the riots had stopped. And the crown had decided that the eastern provinces were a manageable loss." Linnet's throat tightened. "I did not tell you this to earn your sympathy," Mallender said. "I tell you so that you understand. Kingdoms do not survive on innocence. They survive on triage, on choosing who bears the cost so that the whole does not collapse. I have spent 30 years building a system that keeps the suffering structured, measured, and survivable. It is not clean. It is not holy. But it has kept Mirelle from tearing itself apart. And Jared Brunel was a murderer, condemned by law, sentenced by a court awaiting execution. His life was already forfeit to the crown. I merely redirected the method of his death from the hangman's rope to a purpose that saved the king. That is not mercy." "No." Mallender met her eyes. "It is arithmetic." She did not sleep that night. She lay on the narrow bed and listened to the rain and thought about arithmetic. Arithmetic was what she had done in Mirelle, recording each patient in her little black book, tracking symptoms and treatments and outcomes as if numbers could make the chaos of suffering into something orderly. Arithmetic was what she had done in the sick room, dividing Berengar's burden between her own body and Jareb's, calculating how much death could be carried before the vessel broke. She had always told herself that her book was accountability, that writing down names was a way of honoring the lives she touched. But Mallender had called it arithmetic, and the word fit. He returned the next morning just after dawn. She was sitting on the bed, her little black book open in her lap, the names of her marrowfell patients staring up at her from pages that already felt like they belonged to someone else. "You will be released today," he said. "But before you leave this chamber, I need to know. Will you continue?" She looked up. "Continue what?" "Using your gift." He stood by the door, his hands clasped behind his back. "The king is stable, but he is not cured. The rot will return. It is not a disease, Healer Harrow. It is a consequence. A burden that has been building in the royal line for generations, passed from body to body, always transferred, never resolved. The physicians do not understand this. They think the rot is a sickness that can be purged. It cannot be purged. It can only be moved." She felt the words settle into her chest like stones. "Moved where?" "That depends." He stepped closer. "The king's burden is vast. You cannot carry it alone. You proved that in the sick room. But you can split it, dose it, distribute it across multiple vessels over time. The condemned, the debtors, those who have already been marked as losses the realm can afford." "No." "Think carefully before you answer. I will not be the one who decides who suffers. You already have." He pulled a folded paper from his coat and held it out. "The prisoner manifest for next month's executions. 17 names, all of them guilty, all of them sentenced to die by law." She did not take the paper. "You are not asking me to heal the king," she said. "You are asking me to become an executioner. I am asking you to become something far more valuable." His voice was soft, almost kind. "I am asking you to become the person who decides where the pain goes, so that no one else has to guess, so that the structure remains intact, so that the kingdom does not burn because we were too pure to use the tools we have." She looked down at her hands. The filigree was gone. The skin was clean. There was no trace of what she had done. But she remembered. She remembered the weight of the rot, the ocean that had tried to drown her. She remembered Jair Barunel's pulse beneath her fingers the moment it stopped, the relief that had flooded through her when Berengar breathed air. She remembered how good it had felt to be necessary. "I need time," she said. Mallender lowered the paper. "You have until the king wakes. The king wakes every hour." "Not this time." He folded the paper and returned it to his coat. "He has been asleep for 2 days. The physicians say it is healing rest. I say it is the last peace he will ever know. When he opens his eyes, he will have questions, and you will need to have answers." He walked to the door and paused with his hand on the frame. "Think about arithmetic, Healer Harrow. Think about what happens to a kingdom that refuses to do the math." He left. The door closed, and Linnet sat alone in the gray light, her black book open in her lap, the names of her patients staring up at her like accusations she had not yet learned to read. She did not take the paper, but she also did not say no. Chapter 4. She wore a borrowed gown of deep blue silk that belonged to a woman whose name she did not know. The fabric whispered against her legs as she walked, and the scars on her forearms stood out pale against the elegance the dress demanded. Mallender had sent the gown with a note written in the same careful hand she was learning to dread. You are not a curiosity tonight. You are a statement. Behave like one. The great hall of Gathrem blazed with silver candlelight. Hundreds of candles burned in iron chandeliers, their flames reflected in polished marble, in wine goblets, in the eyes of courtiers who turned to watch her enter. She felt their attention like a physical weight, a pressure against her skin that made her want to shrink, to hide behind the nearest column. But Mallender was watching from a table near the dais, and the king was seated beside him. Berengar looked hollow. His cheeks had caught some color, and his eyes were clear, but the flesh beneath them was bruised with exhaustion. He wore a gold circlet that seemed too heavy for his brow. When he saw her, he lifted his goblet in a salute that no one else noticed. Linnet bowed. The court watched her bow, and then they watched her straighten, and then they watched every step she took toward the table where Mallender had placed her seat. She felt the scrutiny like a blade held flat against her throat. Behave like one. She had no idea what a statement looked like. A steward pulled out her chair. She sat, and the table rearranged itself around her. To her left, a man with silk-soft voice introduced himself as Lord Tivon Rakes. He was Treasury, Mallender had warned her, which meant he would speak of lives as numbers and make it sound like sympathy. Healer Harrow. Rakes smiled, his teeth small and even. We are all eager to thank you. The king looks better than he has in months. The physicians deserve the credit, she said. I only did what I was asked. Modesty. Rakes lifted his wine. A rare quality in Gathrem. I hope you keep it. She did not trust the hope in his voice. She drank water instead of wine and watched the room around her. The tables were arranged in a long U, with the king at the curve. Nobles filled the sides, their faces turned toward Berengar like flowers toward the sun, but their eyes kept sliding to her. She caught phrases in the murmur of conversation. The Marrowfell woman, the one who touched him. She nearly died. Mallender was right. She was not a curiosity. She was a territory. The woman who sat 2 places down wore a gown of pale amber that caught the candlelight like honey. She was not introduced, but every time Linnet glanced her way, she found the woman already watching, her mouth curved in a smile that showed nothing at all. Lady Mirelle Quist. Mallender had mentioned her too, the Queen's former mistress of ceremonies, now a broker of secrets. The woman who smiled while arranging advantages that kept everyone indebted to her. When the first course was cleared, Mirelle rose and moved around the table, as if she had business everywhere. She stopped at Linnet's side with the ease of someone who had never been denied access to any conversation. Healer Harrow. Her voice was warm, almost affectionate. You must be exhausted. I am well. Linnet said. No, you are not. Mirelle's smile deepened. You are sitting in a room full of people who want to know whether you can be bought or married. That is exhausting even for those of us born to it. Linnet said nothing. Mirelle leaned closer, her perfume reaching Linnet before her voice did. I am not your enemy, Healer Harrow, but I am not your friend either. I am simply someone who believes that knowledge should be shared before it is weaponized. If you ever want to know what someone is planning before they try to use you, you know where to find me. She touched Linnet's shoulder once, light as breath, and moved on. The warmth of her palm lingered like a brand. A minor lord introduced himself and asked how she had learned her craft. She told him she had been apprenticed to an abbey healer since childhood. He asked if she had ever failed to save someone. She said yes, many times. He asked if the king would have died without her. She did not answer. The lord's smile flickered. He excused himself to find more wine, and she watched him retreat into the crowd, wondering what he would tell whoever had sent him to ask. A woman in emerald silk approached as the second course arrived. She carried a cup of something dark that smelled of spices, and she did not bother with introductions. "My husband serves on the Regency Council," she said. "He tells me the king's condition will require ongoing attention. Are you planning to stay in Hathrem indefinitely?" "I have not decided." "Decide quickly." The woman's smile was thin and precise. "The court does not tolerate uncertainty. You are either in the wall or on the wall, Healer Harrow. Pick your side before someone picks it for you." She left before Linnet could respond. The meal stretched like a wound being dressed too slowly. Linnet ate without tasting. She answered questions with the barest civility, watching the faces of the people who asked them, trying to memorize names and alliances she could not possibly track. "I need the knowing." He jested critics, and I am so entirely fast, but everyone. She stilled wildly, literally stealed across the body. To Temergir Blarand of my princege, he led in the Givens months with peaches. Then I cleared it the shaller open, statting steel wads, ratherding him will sod in rimmer on the shout, who alives to Starly. I have knowing it is buriable. She's shopping the glary. I'm Mallender. You can talk to me? Cracked her. Harrow. Where on the books is where you're attracted. The court does not tolerate uncertainty. You are either in the wall or on the wall, Healer Harrow. Pick your side before someone picks it for you. She let before Linnet could respond. The meal stretched like a wound being dressed too slowly. Linnet ate without tasting. She answered questions with the barest civility, watching the faces of the people who asked them, trying to memorize names and alliances she could not possibly track. She ranked, really disationing, in the heavy battle-stitch progress. Recliger, because you are the completely listed in history, who the first coming hordes uses the motion war them their own catawise. There are nothing that exhausts this wapen line. They know we are dater to Beruch, whoever I've a hard week. The penny was camened. It's still elected by Remembertic. The third course was still being cleared when the screaming started. Linnet rose before she knew she had moved, her chair scraping stone. The sound came from somewhere beyond the great hall, muffled by walls and distance, but unmistakable. A woman's scream, cut short. The servants froze mid-reach. A goblet tipped, splashing wine across white linen. Then, more screams. Closer. The clash of metal. Someone shouted, "Close the doors!" And the great hall became a cage of 50 panicked bodies pressing toward the exits. Linnet was pushed sideways, her shoulder striking a pillar. She caught herself, blunt book still pressed to her chest, and forced her way against the tide toward the sound. She did not know why. She only knew that somewhere in this palace, someone was hurting, and she had hands that could take it. The corridor beyond the hall was a different world. The candles still burned. The tapestries still hung. But blood painted the floor in long red smears, and a guard lay crumpled against the wall with his throat opened ear to ear. His eyes were still open. Linnet's boots slipped in the wet as she passed him. Ahead, more guards clustered around a fallen shape. An overturned brazier scattered coals across the stone, and the air smelled of smoke, copper, and something floral from a shattered perfume bottle. "Where is she?" someone shouted. "The healer, where is she?" Linnet stepped forward. "Here." The guards parted. The shape on the floor was a woman in servant's gray, her belly torn open by a blade that had punched through cloth and skin and muscle. Blood pumped between her fingers where she tried to hold herself together. Her mouth moved, but no sound came out. Linnet knelt. She did not ask permission. She placed her palms over the wound, feeling the wet heat of it, the pulse of a life leaking away. "Stay with me," she said. She closed her eyes and named the injury aloud, the way Mother Sarah had taught her. A laceration across the lower abdomen, penetrating the peritoneum. Hemorrhage, name the wound and call it. The servant's blood was warm on her hands. The wound was hungry. Linnet began to pull. Fire. It seized her low in the belly, a tearing sensation that made her gasp. She took the wound into herself and felt the flesh part, the blood vessels open, the shock of exposure to cold air on organs that should never be exposed. She took it. She took the pain too, the blinding animal pain that made the servant howl, and she swallowed it like a mouthful of broken glass. The servant gasped. Her hands fell away from her stomach. Linnet doubled over, clutching her own abdomen, blood soaking through her borrowed blue silk gown. She had done this before in Marrowfell, taken wounds into her own body and waited for them to heal, the mercy slowly knitting her flesh back together over days. But this wound was deep, and the bleeding would not stop just because she had moved it. She looked up. The servant was alive. Pale, trembling, but alive. The wound was gone. Linnet's own blood pooled beneath her knees. "Healer!" A guard grabbed her arm. "You're bleeding." "I know." She pressed her hand to her stomach. The edges of the wound burned. "I need to get to the infirmary. I need bandages and a needle and time." A new voice cut through the chaos. "Clear the corridor!" It was not loud. It did not need to be. Linnet looked up to find a man striding through the smoke and the blood like he walked through it every day. He wore a soldier's leather over court velvet, and his face was all sharp angles and hard lines, with eyes that assessed the scene in a single sweep and dismissed everything that did not matter. He was not handsome in the way of courtiers. He was handsome in the way of things built to endure. He stopped in front of her, looked at the blood spreading across her gown and said, "You are the healer who saved the king." It was not a question. "Linnet Harrow," she said. "Marshal Corin Bly." He crouched, bringing his face level with hers. His eyes were brown, the cutter packed earth, and they held no polish. "The gallery is not secure. The assassins may still be inside the walls. You cannot stay here." "I cannot walk." "I can carry you." She stared at him. He stared back. "I do not make offers I do not mean," he said. "There are wounded in the soldiers' wards, more than we have surgeons for. If you can help them, I will get you there." Linnet looked at her hands. The servant's blood mixed with her own, dark and wet. The wound in her belly throbbed. "Put pressure on it," she said, and pressed his palm against her stomach. He did not flinch. He wrapped an arm around her back and lifted her as if she willed nothing, her legs folding, her head falling against his shoulder. He smelled of leather and sweat and cold air. "Move," he said to the guards. "Secure the east wing. If you find homely without a uniform, hold them for my question." "Yes, Marshal." He carried her through the blood-stained corridor, past the dead guard with his open eyes, past the overturned brazier and the broken bottle, and the servant who was being helped to her feet by two shaking maids. Linnet's blood soaked through his doublet. "You are bleeding on me," he said. "You told me to help." "I did." He did not sound angry. He sounded like a man stating a fact. "The wards are 2 floors down. You will have 30 seconds to decide whether you can help before I put you on a cot instead." She closed her eyes. The wound burned. The thrill she had felt at the banquet felt like it belonged to a different woman. Chapter 6. The soldiers' ward smelled of rot and old linen, of vinegar and the sweetish undertone of fever sweat that never quite left a room where men died slowly. Linnet's wound throbbed with every step as Corin carried her through the doorway, the torn flesh in her belly burning against his arm. The room was long and low-ceiled, lined with cots packed so close a man could not turn without touching his neighbor. Lanterns hung from iron hooks, casting yellow light across bandaged limbs and hollow faces. A surgeon looked up from a table where he was cutting into a man's thigh. His apron was black with old blood. "Marshal, we have no beds." "Then make space." Corin set Linnet down on an empty cot near the door, his hands lingering a moment longer than necessary. "She is the healer who saved the king." The surgeon's eyes widened. "The one from Mirelle?" Linnet pressed her palm to her belly, feeling the wet slide of blood. "I need bandages, a needle, 2 assistants who can follow instructions." "You are bleeding through the gown." "I am aware." The surgeon looked at Corin. Corin said nothing. "I will show you the worst first," the surgeon said. Linnet stood. The wound screamed. She ignored it. The first man had a festering gash across his ribs, the flesh gone yellow at the edges, the smell of rot thick enough to taste. Linnet touched his arm and felt the infection humming beneath his skin, a warm tide of poison that had been building for days. "This will hurt," she said. He nodded. He was too tired to speak. She named the wound, called the infection into her palm, and watched it bead up through his pores like dark sweat. The wound went clean. The fever in his cheeks began to fade. Linnet's hand trembled. She moved to the next cot. For 2 hours she worked. She took a shattered collarbone into her own shoulder and felt the bone grind as she finished resetting a different man's arm. She drew pus from a lung and coughed it into a basin, the taste of it copper and rot in her throat. She pulled the splinters of a crossbow bolt from a man's chest by naming each fragment and coaxing them into her own flesh, where they lodged like hot needles beneath her skin. The soldiers watched her. They did not speak much. They stared at the blood on her borrowed gown and the concentration in her gray eyes, and the way her hands moved like she had been doing this her whole life. Which she had. Corin stayed. He moved through the ward behind her, carrying water, holding lanterns, lifting men too weak to sit. He did not ask questions. He did not offer comfort she did not want. He simply existed in her periphery, solid and quiet, a wall at her back. At some point, she stopped shaking. The wound in her belly had stopped bleeding. She noticed it while she was stitching a gash on a young soldier's forearm. The pain had faded from a scream to a dull ache, and when she pressed her hand to her stomach, her palm came away dry. The mercy was healing her. Slowly, but it was healing. She stared at her hand for a long moment, then turned back to the work. The ward was quieter now. The worst cases had been stabilized. The dead had been carried out, their faces covered with cloth. The remaining wounded lay still in their cots, breathing easier than they had when she arrived. Linnet sat on the edge of an empty cot and let her hands fall to her sides. They were shaking again. Corin appeared beside her, holding a cup of water. "Drink." She took it. The water was cold and it hurt going down, and she drank it all. "How do you do it?" he asked. She looked up at him. His face was hard to read in the lantern light. "Do what?" "Take the pain. Decide who gets better and who does not." "I do not decide." She set the cup down. "I take what I can bear. The rest stays where it is." "That is still a decision." She had no answer for that. He sat beside her on the cot, leaving a hand's width between them. His knee brushed hers through the fabric. "The court will tell you that you saved lives tonight," he said. "And you did. But they will also tell you that you owe them the same service, and that is a different thing." He spoke plainly. "I do not know how else to speak." She turned her head to look at him. His profile was sharp in the lantern light, the line of his jaw tight, his attention fixed on the wounded men around them. "My father served in the border wars," he said. "He came home with a wound that never healed. A surgeon opened him up and found rot deep in the bone. They cut off his leg, but the rot was already in his blood. I am sorry. I do not tell you this for pity. He looked at her. His eyes were brown and unguarded. I tell you because the surgeons who treated him were good men. They did what they could. They did not have a gift that lets them move suffering from one body to another. No, they did not. Would you have taken his pain if you could? Yes. Even if it meant you carried it for the rest of your life. She looked down at her hands. The shaking had stopped. Yes. He nodded like that was the answer he had expected, like he had known it before he asked. That is what I mean, he said. The court will use that about you. I know. Do you know how to stop them? She looked up at him. The question hung between them, sharp and honest and impossible. No, she said. He did not look away. Then I will stay close, he said. The silence that followed was not uncomfortable. It was charged, the way air is charged before a storm. Linnet felt his presence beside her, the warmth of his arm, the steadiness of his breath. She wanted to lean into him. She wanted to close her eyes and let someone else carry the weight for a moment. She did not. Instead, she said, You should have guards with you. If the assassins are still inside the walls, I have guards. I do not see them. Neither do the assassins. She almost smiled. Almost. But before the smile could reach her lips, a rasping cough cut through the quiet of the ward. Linnet turned. A soldier 3 cots away was trying to sit up, his hands clutching his chest, his face twisted with pain. His lips were wet with blood. She was on her feet before she knew she had moved. The soldier was young, maybe 19, with a bandage wrapped around his ribs and a sheen of sweat on his face. His breath came in ragged gasps, each one shallower than the last. What is your name? Linnet asked. Gareth. He coughed. Blood flecked his chin. Something is wrong inside. I can feel it moving. She touched his chest. The moment her skin met his, she felt it. A dark pulse beneath the ribs, hot and wet and wrong. It was not a wound. It was not an infection. It was something else. Something that felt familiar. Marshal, she said, her voice flat, I need you to look at something. Corin was beside her in an instant, his hand on her shoulder. What is it? Linnet did not answer. She was staring at the dark stains spreading through the white of the soldier's bandage, and she was remembering the way the black rot had pulsed in King Berengar's veins. Chapter 7. The summons came before dawn. A steward in royal blue found Linnet in the ward corridor, still wearing the stained smock from the night before, her own wound a dull ache beneath the bandages. The king is awake, the steward said. He is asking for you. Corin moved to follow. The steward raised a hand. Alone. Linnet touched Corin's arm. A brief press, nothing more. It is all right. His jaw tightened, but he did not argue. She followed the steward through the gallery, past the place where the blood had been scrubbed from the stone, into the wing where the corridors narrowed and the tapestries grew heavier, the air thicker with incense and old sickness. 2 guards opened the doors to the king's bedchamber. Berengar sat propped against pillows, his face the color of tallow, his hands folded on the blanket. The room smelled of rue and sweat and something metallic that clung to the back of the throat. He looked smaller than he had at the banquet. You came, he said. You summoned me. Yes. He gestured to a chair beside the bed. Sit. She sat. The silence stretched. Berengar studied her the way a man studies a map before a journey. His eyes were clear, for now, the gray of winter water, and they missed nothing. You are the one who saved me, he said. I am one of the ones. Mallender told me a physician from Mirelle performed a rare treatment. He did not tell me the details. The king tilted his head. I am asking you instead. Linnet held his gaze. What do you want to know? Everything. She could have lied, could have softened the edges, called it a difficult procedure, let him believe the cost had been paid in skill alone. The words formed in her throat, ready to be spoken. She did not speak them. A man died, she said, because I see it in you. The same hunger I saw in Mallender when he was young, the need to be the one who bears the burden, because if you do not bear it, someone else might do it worse. He shook his head. That need will eat you alive. Then what do you want me to do? I want you to ask yourself before every act of mercy whether you are saving a life or building a cage. The words hung in the air. Linnet opened her mouth to press him further, to ask what he knew about the rot, about the prisoners, about the system that had been running beneath the throne for decades. But Berengar's face changed. The clarity gleamed from his eyes like water from a cracked vessel. His breath hitched. His hand went to his chest again, fingers curling against the fabric of his nightshirt. It is coming back, he whispered. What is coming back? He did not answer. His body arched against the pillows, a shudder running through him from skull to heels. His mouth opened, and a sound came out that was not quite a scream, not quite a cough, something wet and deep and wrong. Guards, Linnet called. Get the physicians. The door opened, but it was not physicians who entered. It was Mallender. He crossed the room in 3 smooth strides, looked at the king's contorted face, and turned to Linnet. His pale gray eyes were calm. The last transfer is wearing off, he said. I told you the rot would return. He was lucid. He was speaking. That is what the lesson that never leaves you. Once you know, you can decide who lives and who dies. The decision becomes easier each time. Linnet said nothing. I know Mallender's arithmetic, Berengar said. I have known it for years. I let it continue because I was too weak to stop it and too afraid of what would happen if I did. His breath caught. He pressed a hand to his chest again, fingers curling against the fabric of his nightshirt. It is coming back, he whispered. What is coming back? He did not answer. His body arched against the pillows, a shudder running through him from skull to heels. His mouth opened, and a sound came out that was not quite a scream, not quite a cough, something wet and deep and wrong. Guards, Linnet called. Get the physicians. The door opened, but it was not physicians who entered. It was Mallender. He crossed the room in 3 smooth strides, looked at the king's contorted face, and turned to Linnet. His pale gray eyes were calm. The last transfer is wearing off, he said. I told you the rot would return. He was lucid. He was speaking. That is what his lucid hours are for, to remind us what we are losing. Mallender glanced at the king, then back at her. But it is worse than I expected. The pain is rising faster than the last transfer bought us. Linnet felt her stomach tighten. How fast? Fast enough that we need to decide what comes next. He held her gaze. The prisoner manifest is still on my desk. 17 names. They are still condemned. The king moaned. His fingers clawed at the blanket. Linnet looked at Berengar's face, at the veins beginning to darken beneath his skin, and she heard his voice again in her mind. Ask yourself whether you are saving a life or building a cage. I need time, she said. You do not have time. Mallender's voice was soft. He does not have time. The realm does not have time. The king screamed. It was a raw sound, torn from somewhere deep, and it did not stop. Chapter 8. The king's scream did not stop. It went on while Mallender spoke, while Linnet stood frozen at the bedside, while the candles guttered and the shadows stretched, and the rot darkened the veins in Berengar's throat like ink bleeding through paper. The sound was not human. It was something the body made when the person inside had already left. Linnet pressed her palms against her ears. It made no difference. Mallender touched her shoulder. His fingers were cool and dry. Come, there is nothing you can do for him tonight. He needs treatment. He needs rest. And so do you. He guided her toward the door. The crisis will not break until morning. Use the hours. She let him steer her into the corridor. The door closed behind them, muffling the scream to a distant animal sound. Linnet leaned against the stone wall. Her hands were shaking. There is another way, Mallender said. She looked at him. The condemned prisoners are one option, but there are men and women in Gathmem who would accept measured suffering in exchange for silver for their families. Debtors. Desperate people. People who would choose it. Choose it? Consent, Mallender said. The cleaner line. The words felt like a trap dressed in velvet. You have already arranged this. I have prepared the possibility. His voice was calm. 23 names, men and women who owe sums they cannot repay. Each has been offered a contract. Accept a measured portion of the king's burden, and the crown settles their debt and provides a gift for their household. A death gift. The transfer kills them, Linnet. I will not pretend otherwise, but they will die knowing their children will not starve. She stared at him. You call that consent? I call it a choice. They are condemned by poverty either way. This way their families survive. He held her gaze. It is the cleanest option we have. Linnet thought of Berengar's voice. Ask yourself whether you are saving a life or building a cage. But the king was screaming, and Mallender was offering a door. She did not sleep. The hours until dawn tasked in the narrow bed of her tower chamber, the black book open on the sill, the pages blank. She had not written in it since Mirelle. The village names felt like they belonged to another woman. When the light came gray and weak through the window, she washed her face and went down to Mallender's study. The Chancellor was already working, ink on his fingers, a stack of contracts on the desk. He slid them across without looking up. Read the terms. Each volunteer has signed. The silver will be paid to their named kin within the hour. Linnet picked up the first contract. The handwriting was uneven, the letters pressed hard into the paper as if the writer had been trembling. I, Harlan Tesh, in exchange for 30 silver marks to my wife and 2 children, accept the transfer of the king's affliction into my body. I understand the procedure results in my death. Her throat tightened. He has children, she said. 2, a boy and a girl. The wife works in a weaver's shop that will not survive the winter without the debt cleared. Mallender's voice was flat. Read the rest. She did. 23 names, 23 families. Each contract specified the amount, the recipient, the death gift. The arithmetic was clean and precise. A ledger of lives. The condemned prisoners could not consent, Mallender said. These can. It is not perfect, but it is better. Is it? You tell me. He leaned back. The king will wake screaming in 2 hours. His pain will be measurable. The transfer will take roughly 7 volunteers to stabilize him. That leaves 16 for the next crisis, which will come within a fortnight. Linnet looked at the contracts, the names, the trembling handwriting. Harlan Tesh, a man who had held the pen and pressed until the letters bled through the page. A man who had fined his own death for 30 silver marks. Is the silver enough? She asked. It keeps their families alive through spring. Through spring. Spring is more than they had yesterday. She looked at Mallender. His face was unreadable. The burn scar on his jaw caught the candlelight. I need my book, she said. She wrote the names. Her hands shook as she opened the little black book to a fresh page and pressed the nib against the paper. Harlan Tesh, Scylla Lummer, Jaron Hask. Each name went down in her careful village hand, each name followed by the amount of silver, the number of kin, the date of the contract. She did not look at Mallender. She did not look at the king. She looked at the black book, at the 23 names, at the silver amounts listed beside each one. Her hands were steady. The king was alive. And the debtors' families would eat through spring. Chapter 9. The rot settled like a thing that had found its nest. Linnet stood in the treatment chamber as the last body was carried past her, Kellevenor's gnarled hands swinging loose, and the steward's ledger closed with a soft thump. 23 names, 23 bodies. The king was quiet above them, his breath a clean rhythm that carried through the floorboards. She looked at her palms. Clean, but she could still feel it. The pulse, the recognition. Mallender appeared in the doorway with fresh papers. The physicians report full stabilization. His lucid hour will return by evening. She did not turn. You said the transfer wears off faster each time. It does. Then we will need more. 23 stabilized him for now. Tomorrow we begin the schedule. She picked up the black book. The names stared back at her. Harlan Tesh, Scylla Moore, Kellevenor. She had written them with a steady hand. She would write more. Split the burden, she said. Mallender tilted his head. The rot is heavy, too heavy for a single vessel. She heard her own voice as if from across the room, clinical, distant. If I measure the dose, spread it across several debtors, the strain on each body is less, the death is faster, cleaner. The procedure must be exact. I can be exact. She said it without hesitation, without the tremor that would have lived in her voice a week ago. She said it the way Mallender said everything, like arithmetic, like truth. He studied her for a long moment. Then he nodded. I will prepare a new manifest. By midday, she had developed the method. She worked in a smaller chamber off the sick room, a windowless space with a stone table and a single brazier. The steward brought debtors in batches of 5. Linnet touched each one, measured the rot's weight, calculated the fraction each body could bear. She split the king's burden like a loaf. The first batch took 3 hours. 5 men, 5 women, each receiving a measured dose of the darkness that lived in Berengar's blood. They died in sequence, one after another, their bodies shuddering and stilling in the space of a breath. Linnet wrote their names. Her hand did not shake. She noticed that. She noticed the absence of shaking the way a sailor notices the absence of wind. Something should have been there, some resistance, some part of her that flinched. It was not. She wrote the next 5 names. Word came from the infirmary in the afternoon. Corin found her in the chamber. He stopped at the threshold, taking in the stone table, the brazier, the row of covered bodies against the far wall. The king is stable, she said. I heard. His voice was careful. The surgeons say the rot in Gareth has receded. They do not know why. She understood before he finished speaking. The king's condition was improving, and the black rot that had been spreading through the soldiers' ward was weakening. Her work here was saving lives she would never see. Dozens are recovering, Corin said. Men who were vomiting black bile this morning are sitting up, asking for water. She should have felt something. Joy, relief, pride. She felt the absence of shaking. That is good, she said. He stepped closer. Linnet, What are you doing in here? She looked at the names in the blight book, 38 now, including the morning batch. Each one followed by a silver amount, a family count, a date. Treatment, she said. He waited for more. She offered nothing. The fourth batch came at dusk. A man named Pell Warden, past 50, with a stoop in his back and a cough that rattled like loose stones. He signed the contract with an X. His daughter held his hand at the door. You will not feel it, the steward said. The daughter looked at Linnet. He raised 6 of us. He taught me to read. Linnet said nothing. She placed her hands on Pell Warden's chest. She had done this so many times now that the rot felt familiar. It moved through her like a current she could steer. She measured the dose, calculated the weight, pushed the fraction into his lungs. His body sagged. The daughter made a sound, a small animal noise, and then the steward was leading her out. Linnet wrote the name. Pell Warden. 40 silver marks, 4 surviving children. She looked at her hands. Still clean. Still steady. She was writing the 43rd name when the steward's voice changed. Sir. She looked up. He was standing over the last debtor, a young man, maybe 20, with a thatch of red hair and a laborer's shoulders. The man was still alive. He was coughing. Dark threads curled from his lips, thin and slick, like strands of wet silk. They twisted in the air and dissolved before they touched the floor. Linnet stood. That is not possible, the steward said. The man coughed again. His eyes found Linnet's. They were not afraid. They were knowing. His lips moved. She heard it. Her name. He could not have known it. She had never met him. He was a name on a contract, a body on a table, a vessel. But his lips shaped her name, and the dark threads kept coming. Chapter 10. The steward took a step back. His hand went to his mouth, an old gesture, a man who had seen enough death to know when something was wrong. The red-haired debtor coughed again. The dark threads curled from his lips like living things, twisting, reaching. Linnet's name, still on his mouth. She moved before she thought. Her hand closed around the steward's wrist, and she pulled him toward the door. Get Mallender. Sir, the man is still. Get Mallender. The steward went. The door swung shut. Linnet stood alone with the coughing man and the brazier, and the smell of rot that was not blood, not sickness, something older. His eyes tracked her. She had seen death take 100 faces, the slackening of muscle, the fogging of the pupil, the moment when the body became a thing. This was not that. He was watching her the way a patient watches a healer, with trust and fear and something else, something she could not name. She should leave. She should wait in the corridor until Mallender arrived. She stayed. The man coughed and the threads dissolved against the stone floor. His lips moved again, and she heard her name, soft, like a question. How do you know me? He could not answer. His throat was full of darkness, but his hand lifted from the table, trembling, and reached toward her. She took it. The rot surged beneath his skin, hot and alive, and she felt it recognize her. Not like the last time, not a taste, a greeting. This was different. This was a hand reaching back. Mallender arrived with 2 guards and a length of chain. He took in the scene with a single sweep of his pale eyes. The debtor still breathing, Linnet holding his hand, the dark threads clotting on the floor. Leave us. The guards hesitated. Mallender did not repeat himself. The door closed. They were 3 in the small chamber. The brazier hissed. He should be dead, Mallender said. He is not. Linnet released the man's hand. His fingers curled, empty, reaching for something she had taken away. Mallender moved to the table. He studied the debtor the way a farmer studies a sick animal. clinically, without sentiment. Then he looked at Linnet. The rot is learning. That is not possible. You felt it recognize you. You told me. She had. In the darkness of the transfer chamber, when Kellevener's body had shuddered and the rot had tasted her name. She had told him because she thought it was exhaustion, a trick of her own failing mind. I need to examine him, she said. He will be examined. Not by guards, by me. Mallender's jaw tightened, the burn scar pulled white along the bone. Very well. Tonight, after the king's lucid hour. He turned toward the door, then stopped. There is a visitor waiting in your chambers. I told her you would be occupied until dusk. Who? Lady Mirelle Quist. The name settled on Linnet's chest like a stone dropped into still water. She wants to offer you lessons in survival, Mallender said. I suggest you accept. The debtor was taken to a locked room 2 floors below the sick room. Linnet watched them carry him out, his eyes still open, his lips still moving. Then she washed her hands. The water ran clear. The black threads dissolved and vanished. Her skin was clean, unmarked, the same hands that had touched 43 bodies in a single day. She walked to her chambers. Mirelle was sitting by the window. She wore gray today, a high-necked gown with silver threading at the cuffs, and she looked at Linnet the way a cat looks at a door it knows how to open. You look tired, Mirelle said. I am tired. That is not a confession you should make in this palace. Tired is weak. Weak is a wound. Linnet sat on the edge of her bed. The fire had burned low and the room was cold. What do you want? Mirelle smiled. It was a practiced smile, warm and empty. To give you information you do not have, in exchange for information you will not miss. I have nothing to trade. You have a gift the entire court wants to own. That is not nothing. Linnet said nothing. Mirelle rose and crossed to the washstand. She poured water into a basin and dipped her fingers, watching the ripples. Treasury is moving. Rakes has prepared a proposal for the Regency Council. He wants mercy classified as a crown resource, subject to the same oversight as grain stores and armories. Mercy is not grain. To Lord Rakes, everything is grain. Input, output, yield. He wants to count how much suffering you can move and price it accordingly. The words settled. Linnet felt them the way she felt the rot, as something that should not be inside her. You do not understand what he is proposing, Mirelle said. He is not trying to control you through Mallender. He is trying to remove Mallender from the equation entirely. If mercy becomes a treasury asset, you report to him. Your schedule, your recipients, your records, all of it. And Mallender? Mallender will fight, but Mallender is a chancellor, not a king. The Regency Council outranks him. If Rakes secures enough votes, he wins. Linnet looked at her hands, clean, steady. Why are you telling me this? Mirelle turned from the basin. Her face was pleasant, unreadable. Because I want you to owe me. Not today, not tomorrow, but when the crisis comes, and it will come, you will remember who warned you first. And if I tell Mallender you spoke to me, Mirelle's smile did not waver. You will not, because you know they would use that information to destroy me, and I am more useful to you alive than dead. She crossed to the door. Her hand rested on the handle. One more thing. The red-haired man in the locked room, the one who survived. The treasury clerks already know about him. By morning, every faction in Gathrem will have a name for him. His name is in my book. His name is irrelevant. What matters is that he lived. That means the rot can be survived, and if it can be survived, it can be studied. Controlled. Sold. Linnet opened the door. You are no longer a healer, Linnet Harrow. You are a resource, and resources do not choose who uses them. The door closed. Linnet sat in the cold room and watched the fire die. She thought of the red-haired man reaching for her hand. She thought of the threads curling from his lips. She thought of Lord Rakes counting her gift in silver and grain. The absence of shaking. She was still not shaking. That was the worst part. Chapter 11. The knock came soft. Too soft for a servant or a guard. Linnet looked up from her black book. The ink was still wet on the 43rd name. She had been staring at it for minutes, watching the letters dry. The knock came again. She crossed to the door and opened it. A girl stood in the corridor, 11 years old, maybe 12, with dark hair braided tight against her scalp and eyes the same pale gray as King Berengar's lucid hour. She wore a plain wool dress, no jewels, no crown, but she carried herself like someone who knew the weight of a throne she had not yet sat on. Princess Esme. Lady Harrow, the girl said. May I come in? Linnet stepped aside. Esme walked past her into the workroom, her gaze moving over the ledger, the ink pot, the chair where Linnet had been sitting. She did not touch anything. She stood in the center of the room with her hands clasped in front of her, the way a courtier stood before a superior. You should have guards with you, Linnet said. I dismissed them. Your father... My father is unconscious. My uncle is in the East Wing with his mistresses. The guards report to the Chancellor. Esme's voice was steady, too steady for her age. And I wanted to speak to you alone. Linnet closed the door. The girl watched her the whole time. I heard what you did, Esme said. In the sick room. With the debtors. Who told you? Everyone tells me. They think I do not listen. Esme's mouth curved, a ghost of a smile. I listen to everything. Linnet felt the cold air from the window settle against her neck. The fire had burned out hours ago, and she had not relit it. Is my father going to die? The question landed like a blade. Linnet opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. I am trying to keep him alive. That is not what I asked. No, it was not. Esme watched her with those gray eyes, patient, waiting. She was not a child asking for comfort. She was an heir asking for truth. I do not know, Linnet said. The words tasted like rot. Esme nodded. A small, precise movement, as if she had already known the answer and only needed to hear it spoken aloud. The court says you can take any pain into yourself, that you are blessed. She paused. But they also say you put my father's sickness into other people and they die. Linnet's hand found the edge of the table. The wood was rough under her fingers. Yes, and the people who die, they are volunteers, debtors, people who sign papers for silver. Yes. Esme was quiet for a long moment. The candle on the table guttered, sending shadows across her face. Who chooses? She asked. Chooses what? Who suffers? Esme's voice did not waver. Who dies? My father is the king. He did not choose to be sick. The debtors are poor. They did not choose to be hungry. You move the pain from him into them, but you did not make the pain. You only move it. She stepped closer. So who chooses where it goes? The question hung in the cold air. Linnet thought of the condemned prisoners she had never touched. The debtors whose names she wrote without shaking. The red-haired man in the locked room, coughing threads that knew her name. I choose, she said. Esme looked at her. There was no accusation in the girl's face, only curiosity, sharp and terrible. And that does not frighten you? Linnet's hands were steady at her sides. It did, she said, at first. And now? She thought of the morning, the measured doses, the volunteers lined up in their wool and linen, the bodies carried out on canvas stretchers, the absence of shaking in her hands when she wrote the names. Now I am not sure, she said. Esme held her gaze. My mother used to say that power was like a knife. It does not matter who sharpens it. What matters is who holds it when the blade cuts. Your mother was wise. She died when I was 7. The physician said it was a fear. But I remember her hands. They were covered in black marks, like ink that would not wash off. Linnet's breath stopped. Esme was watching her. The girl's face was calm, but there was something beneath it, a knowing that should not belong to a child of 11. She had the mercy? Linnet asked. She had something. Esme looked down at her own hands. I do not know what it was, but the physicians burned her sheets. They burned her mattress. They took everything she touched and put it in a fire. Why? Because they were afraid? The candle went out. They stood in the dark, the princess and the healer, between them the memory of a woman who had died with black marks on her hands. I should go, Esme said. The Chancellor will notice I am missing. She moved toward the door. Her hand touched the handle, but she did not turn it. Later, Harrow? Yes? I do not know if you are good or evil. I do not know if what you are doing is mercy or murder. But I know my father is alive, and I know you are the reason. She turned the handle. When the time comes, I hope you choose well. The door opened. Esme slipped through and the corridor swallowed her. Linnet stood alone in the dark. She thought of a queen who died with black marks on her hands. A child who had learned to ask questions before anyone could teach her what the answers meant. A woman in a gray gown who told her resources did not choose who used them. She thought of her hands, clean and steady. She lit the candle again. The flame caught and the light fell across the open page of her black book. The 43rd name. The 42nd. The 1st. She touched the paper. Then she heard a sound from below. A crash. Metal hitting stone. A shout that cut off too fast. Linnet was at the door before she thought, her feet carrying her down the stairs toward the locked room where the red-haired debtor lay waiting. Chapter 12. The sound guided her. A crash that had already finished. A shout that had already stopped. Linnet's feet found the stairs without her eyes, stone worn smooth by generations of servants who had learned to move unseen. The torch in her hand threw shadows that stretched and shrank with each step. Below, silence. She reached the corridor. 3 doors. The middle one stood open. The room was small. A cot. A chair. A man in the corner with his back against the wall, his hands pressed flat to the stone, as if the wall could swallow him. The red-haired debtor. He was alive. His lips moved, a wet whisper she could not catch. She stepped closer and saw the threads. They lay across his chest like spilled ink, dark and glistening, pulsing with a rhythm that matched the motion of his throat. They had come up from inside him, and now they rested on his skin, waiting. Can you hear me? She asked. His eyes found hers. They were the color of winter ice, pale and cracked. You know my name? She said. Tell me how. His mouth opened. The threads stirred. Then footsteps in the corridor. Heavy, measured. Mallender appeared in the doorway. The king is asking for you, he said. His lucid hour has come early. He is alive. I can see that. Mallender's gaze moved past her to the debtor, lingered, returned. And I can see what he carries. The guards will stay outside. He will not be harmed. He is not a prisoner. He is a witness. Mallender stepped back. The king will not wait. Linnet looked at the debtor. His eyes were still on her, pale and cracked. And I can see what he carries. The guards will stay outside. He will not be harmed. He is not a prisoner. He is a witness. Mallender stepped back. The king will not wait. Linnet looked at the debtor. His eyes were still on her, pale and cracked, and she thought she saw something in them. Not recognition, not accusation, certainty. She left. The king's chambers were quieter than she remembered. The physicians had been dismissed. The candles burned low. Berengar sat propped against pillows, his face the color of old paper, his eyes clear. "You came," he said. "You asked." "I always ask." He smiled. It cost him something. "That is the last freedom. I can still ask." She took the chair beside his bed. The rot was visible at his temples, dark tracery beneath the skin, but his gaze was steady. "Tell me about the woman at the gate," he said. "Which woman?" "The one who came for her husband's silver, the widow with 2 children. She has been standing in the courtyard for an hour, and the guards will not let her in." Linnet's hands went still. "I did not know." "Of course you did not, that is the point." Berengar's voice was soft, but the words had edges. "You write the names, you move the sickness, but you do not see what comes after." "Her husband signed the contract." "Yes, he signed it so his children could eat through spring, and now the storm is here, and the silver has not reached them." Linnet said nothing. Berengar watched her. "The Chancellor will pay her. He always pays. That is not the question." He paused. "The question is whether you will let yourself see her face, whether you will let yourself know the name of the woman who stands in the courtyard and wonders if her husband died for nothing." "I know the names." "You know the names you write." Berengar leaned forward. "You do not know the names they leave behind." The room was quiet. The candles flickered. "Go," he said. "See her, and then come back and tell me if what you are doing is still mercy." She found Mallender in the corridor outside the great hall. He was speaking with the steward, his voice low and precise. When he saw her, he dismissed the man with a gesture. "The widow," she said. "Yes, I want to see her." Mallender studied her. His face gave nothing. "That is unwise." "I do not care." "She will ask questions you cannot answer. She will demand explanations you do not have, and she will leave angrier than she arrived." "Then let her be angry." Mallender was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded. "Follow me." The courtyard was cold. The rain had stopped, but the stones were wet and the air carried the smell of damp wool and horses. A woman stood near the gate, her shawl pulled tight around her shoulders, 2 children pressed against her skirts. She was young, younger than Linnet. Her face was raw with weeping. "You." Oh, everyone's voice cracked. "You are the one. The healer." "Yes. Was it you? Did you put the sickness in him?" Linnet's throat closed. "He signed a contract," she said. "He signed because we were hungry, because the tithe took everything, because the children were crying at night." The woman stepped forward. "He did not sign because he wanted to die. He signed because you made dying the only way to live." The children watched. The younger one, a girl with dark hair and her father's eyes, held a piece of bread in her small fist. Mallender moved past Linnet. He held a leather pouch, heavy with coin. "The silver owed to your husband," he said. "Paid in full, as agreed. There will be an additional allowance for the children's schooling, paid quarterly until the elder reaches the age of 16. The woman stared at the pouch. She did not take it. "He wanted to see the spring," she said. "He kept talking about the planting, about how the fields would look when the barley came up. He gave his life for yours." Mallender's voice was level, without cruelty. "That is what the contract means. That is what he chose." The woman took the pouch. Her hand trembled, and then she looked at Linnet. "I will remember your name," she said. "I will teach my children to remember it, so that when they ask how their father died, I can tell them." She turned, the children followed, the gate opened and they were gone. Linnet stood in the wet courtyard, Mallender was beside her. "Accountability," he said, "means the realm remembers what it spends. The silver was owed, the silver was paid, that is the ledger." She did not answer. He was silent for a moment, then his voice changed. "Will you continue?" Linnet looked up. The sky was the color of iron. The rain would begin again soon. "Yes," she said. Mallender nodded. And then he walked away, his ink-stained hands clasped behind his back, leaving her alone in the cold with the ghost of a name she had written but never known. Chapter 13. The cold had settled into Linnet's bones by the time Mallender's footsteps stopped. She had not moved from the courtyard. The widow's name was still forming in her throat like a question she could not swallow. Talia Venner. She had learned it from the gate guard after Mallender walked away, and now it sat in her chest beside the 43 names already written. "You are still here," Mallender's voice came from the archway. He had not gone far. He stood with his hands clasped, the silver pouch replaced somewhere inside his coat, watching her with those pale gray eyes that gave nothing and held everything. "I wanted to see if you would leave," he said. "Most people leave after the first widow." "Where would I go?" "Back to Marrowfell. Back to your abbey. Back to being a healer who never has to see what her choices look like from the other side of a gate." He stepped into the courtyard. The wet stones caught the torchlight. "You stayed." "I said I would continue." "Saying and staying are different things." Linnet turned to face him. The cold had made her fingers stiff. She pressed them into her palms and felt the calluses, the ridges of old work, the places where her skin had thickened from years of holding wounds that were never hers. "You knew," she said, "when you brought me here. You knew what I would become." "I knew what you could become." Mallender stopped a few paces away. The torchlight carved shadows across the burn scar on his jaw. "I did not know if you would let yourself." "And now?" He was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was different, lower, less polished. "There was a province called Velen 30 years ago. Do you know of it?" Linnet shook her head. "Few do. It was east of the Spine Hills, wheat country, good soil, reliable rains, the kind of place that kept the grainers full while the rest of the realm scraped through lean years." He paused. Then the blight came. Not rot like the king's, something slower. It touched the grain in the ground, turned the stalks black at the root, and by harvest there was nothing left to cut. The tithe had already been taken. The crown had already counted its share. When the grainers opened, they were empty. "I have heard of grain blights," Linnet said. "You have heard of them as weather, as misfortune, as something that happens when the gods turn their faces away." Mallender's voice sharpened. "I have heard them as Agura screaming for bread while her brother stood in a noble's hall and begged." Linnet's breath caught. "I was that brother. I was 18, a clerk apprentice, small enough to be overlooked, smart enough to read the ledgers no one thought I could understand." He took a step closer. The scar on his jaw caught the light. "I found the hoard. 3 grainers full of wheat hidden in the eastern cellars of House Rennick's keep, marked as spoilage in the Treasury records. And I thought I had had salvation." "You exposed it." "I walked into the regent's court and told them everything. The names, the dates, the false ledgers. I thought the truth would burn through the corruption like fire through dry grass." He laughed, and there was no humor in it. "The court thanked me for my diligence. They seized the grain. They distributed it to the starving districts. And then they arrested me for unlawful entry and destruction of crown property." That is not justice. That is how power protects itself. Mallender's voice dropped. I spent 3 months in a cell while the grain was parceled out, and then the riots began. Linnet felt the cold rising through her boots. The nobles who lost their hoard wanted compensation. The crown, embarrassed by the Scande, refused. The districts that received the grain had already lost their planting season. They had seed, but no fields. They had bread, but no future. He paused. And so they fought. Not against the crown, against each other. Against the villages that got more grain than theirs. Against the merchants who raised prices. Against anyone who had something they did not. And your sister, Mira. He said the name like it cost him something. She was 12. She had my mother's eyes. She followed me everywhere, even into the clerk's quarters, even when I told her to stay home. She was in the market square when the first riot broke. The grain carts had just arrived. People were fighting over the sacks, and she... He stopped. She was crushed against a wall, trampled. She died before anyone could reach her. The courtyard was silent. Mallender's hands were still. His ink-stained fingers hung at his sides, uncurled, empty. I tried mercy without calculation, he said. I tried truth without triage, and 17,000 people died over the next 3 months. Famine, riot, infection, displacement, and a 12-year-old girl who only wanted to see the grain carts arrive. He looked at Linnet. That is what unstructured mercy costs. She wanted to say something, that he was wrong, that he was twisting the story to justify what he had become, that one tragedy did not make atrocity inevitable. But she had stood in the sick room. You had written the names. She had watched the debtors die and felt the rot reach for her and told herself it was necessary. I do not tell you this for absolution, Mallender said. I tell you so you understand. When I say the kingdom survives by selective suffering, I am not inventing a philosophy. I am describing what I have seen, with my own eyes, in the blood of my own blood. He turned toward the Gaunt. Talia Veyer will teach her children that you killed their father. That is her truth, and she is entitled to it. But ask yourself this. If the rot had been left untreated, if Berengar had died in his bed 3 weeks ago, how many more widows would there be today? How many children would be standing in a courtyard, holding bread they cannot eat because the grain never arrived? He walked away. Linnet stood alone in the cold. The rain began again. I was prophetic. I am upper happening at the Shan. I want to feel like my own lies. She caused in the Ordasherim in Kiection, letting braits their very intrigue. The Kentnitz iron could be also retired to weakened up of the fighter growth of a gemeticaria. I brother is equally dross through your germ. I speech of her as a tarrant. Aven then he finished the satic, like the crowned or goli hav, from every hard grand, lettings on the slights. He adjusted the serening, but as we realize, the prophets also peered my blights get underway. I absolutely bloodly loaded this dishon, with any suckin 24 years in 25,000. I am really not heartily excited for that lassen games. The global new 2 stops with the legend palm. He isn't the courtyard. It is going to spect enough to completely find the tend of the lows. He's steeped into the fan, but I know it's not. He espitely generally teaches you, Sripent, with exated being bested his brothers, if it's already climbing the exact people more as well. I will see this one time is the naturally schemikis that come back, fasting, for divided iter scolds. And I will say you specifically continue, but I never really understand that I tell the slipe that I were understand the weight of mopative. I've told how we actually just tied the cardi weighing with you, it's still just crace. I actually just deforns a ran, and it's so twin so care a water is picks up by the vibes of Dr. Fane. I am pretty to see this team. I first never work my just gries, I hope to be raced in tells. Chapter 14. The ward smelled of salt, sweat, and the sweet rot of healing wounds. Linnet moved between the cots with a clean linen roll under her arm, changing dressings, checking sutures, breathing through the familiar rhythm of other people's pain. 16 soldiers since midday. 3 with fever spiking through their bandages. 1 whose leg had gone black at the edges, and the surgeons had already marked him for the saw. She had not used mercy once, not because she could not, because she had stood in the courtyard until the rain soaked through her collar, and something in her had closed like a door. The last cot belonged to a boy no older than 18, from a village she recognized by the way his accent bent the vowels. Marrowfell, one of hers. His ribs were bound in stained linen, and his eyes tracked her as she approached. "Healer," he said. "They said you were the one who saved the king." "I am." She knelt beside him. "And I am going to save you, too." She checked his bandages, adjusted the splint on his arm, and moved on before he could ask another question, before he could look at her the way the villagers used to look at her, like she was something holy. She did not feel holy. She felt hollow, cleaned out, like the rain had washed everything away except the shape of what she had become. By dusk, her hands were steady, but her shoulders ached. She found an alcove at the end of the ward, a narrow stairwell that led nowhere useful, and sat on the bottom step with her elbows on her knees and her forehead pressed against the stone wall. The cold helped. The dark helped. She counted her breaths the way she used to count pulse beats in a patient's wrist. 1, 2, 3, 4. The steps creaked. She did not turn. She knew the weight of his tread, the way he moved like a man who had learned to be quiet but chose not to be. "Linnet." Corin's voice was low, rough at the edges, the way it got after a long day in the yard. "I am fine," she said. "You are hiding in a stairwell." "I am resting." He did not leave. She heard him shift, heard the creak of old wood as he settled onto the step above her, close enough that she could smell the leather of his jerkin, the wool of his cloak, the faint iron tang that clung to soldiers even when they had not drawn blood that day. "I saw you in the ward," he said. 6 hours, no break, no food. I ate. An apple, standing up, while a sergeant is still talking to you. She almost smiled, almost. "You watch too closely, Marshal." "Someone has to." He paused. "You looked like you were holding something together with your bare hands." The words hit exactly where the rot hit, in the deep place, the one she kept battened down under obligation and motion. She said nothing. I'm not asking what it is," Corin said. "I am asking if you need someone to hold it with you." Linnet pressed her forehead harder against the wall. The stone was rough. Grit bit into her skin. It was real, and she needed something real. "The king's treatment," she said. "The debtors, the transfers. You know enough to guess the rest." "I know you save lives. I know soldiers who would be dead or drinking broth and asking for tobacco. I know the men in the ward call you the best thing that came out of Marrowfell. And you know there is a cost." He was quiet for a long moment. "I know there is always a cost," he said. "The question is whether the person paying it can live with what they spent." She turned then. He was close, closer than she had realized. His face was half in shadow, half in the thin gray light that filtered through a high window. The hard lines of his jaw, the packed earth brown of his eyes, the way he looked at her like she was not a resource, not a tool, not a ledger entry waiting to be balanced. "I do not know," she said. "I do not know if I can live with it." He did not look away. "Then we find out together." His hand moved, slow enough that she could have pulled back. His palms settled against the side of her face, calloused and warm, and he pressed his forehead to hers. The contact was light, barely there. Second time, the long of the job, the packed earth-blown of his eyes, the way he looked at her like she was not a resource, not a tool, not a ledger entry waiting to be balanced. "I do not know," she said. "I do not know if I can live with it." He did not look away. "Then we find out together." His hand moved, slow enough that she could have pulled back. His palm settled against the side of her face, calloused and warm, and he pressed his forehead to hers. The contact was light, barely there, but she felt it in her chest, in the tight knot behind her ribs, in the place that had been holding everything together with will alone. "You do not have to be the thing they are making you," he said. "You can still choose." "What if choosing is not enough?" "Then you choose again. And if that is not enough, you choose a third time." His thumb traced the line of her cheekbone. "That is what honor is. Not one decision, 1,000 small ones, made again and again until they become who you are." She closed her eyes. His breath was warm against her forehead. "Corin?" "Yes." "If I tell you what I have done—" She stopped. The names were there. 44 of them, plus the 23 before, plus the man who had died in the Lockhaver on her first night. Jerib Runnel, who she had never asked. "If I tell you everything, you will not look at me the same way." He was still. "Try me." "I killed them," she said. 44 debtors, 23 on the first night, the rest in batches, with measured doses so each died faster. I wrote their names in my book. I watched their hands go still, and I stopped shaking before the first page was full. She opened her eyes. Corin had not pulled away. His face was unreadable, but his hand stayed on her cheek, and his forehead stayed pressed to hers. "Did you have a choice?" he asked. "I chose." "Could you have chosen differently?" She wanted to say yes, she wanted to believe it, but the answer sat in her throat like a stone. "I do not know," she said. "Every time I thought about stopping, there was a reason not to. The king would die, the succession would fracture, the famine would spread, the army would break, and every time," she swallowed, "every time the reason was true." "That is the difference between you and the men who built the system," Corin said. "You are still asking the question." She nearly laughed. "What does it matter if I keep asking and keep doing the same thing?" "It matters." His voice dropped. "It matters because if you stop asking, you stop being able to feel the weight. And once you stop feeling it, there is nothing left but the arithmetic." The weight. She had felt it in the courtyard, in Talia Venner's voice, in the rain that soaked through her collar and did not wash away a single name. "Stay," she said. "Just for a moment. Stay." His arm slid around her shoulders, and she let herself lean into him. The stone wall was cold. His chest was warm. The stairwell smelled of dust and leather and the faint salt of a man who had spent the day training recruits. They did not speak. Above them, the palace hummed with the machinery of power. Servants moving through corridors, guards changing posts, clerks tallying accounts. Somewhere in the East Wing, Mallender was probably still awake, reading reports, planning the next transfer, measuring the kingdom's survival in bodies. But here, in the dark, with Corin's arms around her and his heartbeat steady against her ear, Linnet let herself feel the weight. It was unbearable, and she bore it anyway. "Marshal." The voice came from the top of the stairwell, a runner out of breath, his boots scuffing against the stone. "Marshal Bly, message from the frontier outpost." Corin's arms tightened around her for half a second before he let go. He stood, and she felt the cold where his body had been. What message? Border Patrol got hit. Heavy losses. The garrison at Thornwood is calling for reinforcement and surgeon support. They say the fever is moving faster than the fighting. Corin looked at her, the moment stretched. Go, she said. Linnet. I will be here when you return, or I will be in the wards, or I will be somewhere else in this stone cage, doing what needs to be done. She met his eyes. Go. They need you. He hesitated. 1 heartbeat. 2. Then he moved. His hand caught hers, squeezed once, and then he was gone up the stairs, his boots loud against the stone, the runner's voice fading as they moved into the corridor above. Linnet sat alone in the dark stairwell. The cold crept back. She touched her forehead where his had been, still warm from the contact, and she thought about all the reasons she had given herself to keep going. She thought about Talia Venner's children. She thought about the red-haired debtor in his locked room, coughing threads that knew her name. And she thought about Corin, riding toward a border that was already bleeding, carrying her promise that she would be here when he returned. The weight settled back into her chest. She bore it. She did not know how much longer she could. Chapter 15. She did not know how long she sat in the stairwell. The cold climbed through her dress, settled into her ribs, and still she stayed, her forehead pressed to the place where Corin's had been, as if warmth could be borrowed by memory alone. Above her, the palace churned with the business of survival. Below her, the locked room held a debtor who coughed threads that knew her name. She was still there when footsteps came down the corridor. Not a runner this time. Slower. Measured. The tread of a man who did not hurry because he had learned that hurrying never changed the outcome. Mallender stopped at the top of the stairwell. He did not come down. He simply stood there, ink-stained fingers resting on the stone arch, and looked at her with those pale gray eyes that had seen 17,000 dead in a single famine. The frontier messenger reached the palace an hour ago, he said. Marshal Bly sent a request for additional surgeon support. He specifically named you. Linnet did not move. He asked for me? He asked for the healer who saved the king. He asked for the woman who pulled his soldiers back from the rot. He asked for mercy. Mallender paused. I have already drafted the travel order. She rose slowly. Her legs had gone stiff from the cold stone, and she felt every year of her age in her knees. You want me to go? I want you to see what the kingdom looks like when the arithmetic fails. Mallender's voice was quiet. You have been in the palace, the sick room, the ward. You have seen the cost of saving one man. Now you will see the cost of saving no one. She thought of Corin, riding hard toward a garrison that was already bleeding, carrying her promise that she would be here when he returned. I told him I would be here. You will be here when he returns. Mallender stepped aside. But first you will go to him. He needs you. The garrison needs you. And I need you to understand that the system you are helping me build is not cruelty dressed as policy. It is the only thing that keeps the frontier from collapsing into the capital. Linnet climbed the stairs. The corridor was empty. Mallender held a folded paper in his hand, sealed with the crown's mark. There is a cart waiting at the west gate. Supplies, bandages, a field kit. And one more thing. He extended the paper. A signed warrant authorizing you to use mercy on any prisoner, debtor, or condemned soldier in the Thornwood jurisdiction. She took the paper. The seal was fresh, the ink still dark. I did not ask for this. You will need it. Mallender met her eyes. The fever is moving faster than the fighting. By the time you reach Thornwood, there will be more dying men than healthy ones. The surgeons will beg you to save the officers first. The quartermasters will ask you to choose who gets the last doses of medicine. And the enemy will keep pushing because they know we are too weak to hold the line. He reached into his coat and pulled out a second paper, unsealed, his own handwriting. This is the name of every condemned prisoner in the Thornwood stockade. 23 men. Most of them will hang within the fortnight regardless. He held it out. Use them as you see fit. Linnet stared at the list. 23 names. She could already feel the shape of them in her black book, written in her own hand, added to the tally that kept growing no matter how many times she promised herself it would stop. I have not said yes yet. You have not said no. Mallender placed the list on top of the warrant. The cart leaves within the hour. Take the debtor if you want. He will travel better than he has in that cell. She looked up. The red-haired man? He is stable enough to move, and I suspect you want to study what is growing inside him. Mallender's mouth curved, but it was not a smile. Take him. Keep him. Learn what the rot becomes when it survives. Linnet folded the papers and slid them into her coat. She went to the locked room first. The debtor lay on the cot, his breath shallow, his eyes half open. The dark threads across his chest had receded, pulsing faintly beneath the skin like veins that should not exist. When she entered, his gaze found her, and his lips moved. Harrow. Not Linnet. Harrow. She knelt beside the cot. I am taking you with me. His cracked mouth stretched into something that might have been a grin. Good. She did not ask what he meant. The packing took less time than she expected. Her black book, a change of clothes, the warrant and the list, a roll of bandages she took from the ward without asking permission. She left the blue silk gown hanging in the wardrobe, a relic of a night that already felt like someone else's memory. The cart was small, covered with oiled canvas, drawn by a single horse. The debtor was orange-timed, shackled to the frame, his wrists wrapped in cloth so the iron would not chafe. A driver sat on the bench, hooded against the rain. Linnet climbed onto the bench beside him. She did not look back at the palace, but before the driver could snap the reins, a voice called out from the gate. Healer! Lord Rakes emerged from the shadow of the arch, his silk coat dried despite the mist, his small, even teeth showing in the torchlight. A word before you ride. Linnet did not dismount. Rakes approached the cart, his hands clasped behind his back, his voice pitched low enough that the driver would not hear. You are going to Thornwood to save the army. That is what everyone believes. But I want you to understand something before you leave these walls. He stopped beside the wheel. Whoever saves the army commands the Regency's future, not the Treasury, not the court, the person who brings the soldiers home alive. He let the words settle. Mallender thinks he is sending you as his instrument, and you are, for now. But the moment you walk through that garrison gate and start pulling men back from the fever, you become your own power. The soldiers will remember your name. The officers will owe you their command. And when you return, the Regency will have to reckon with what you have become. Linnet watched him. Is that a warning? It is an offer. Rakes smiled. Come back alive. We will talk. He stepped back into the rain. The driver snapped the reins. The cart lurched forward, wheels grinding against the wet stone, and the palace of Gathvem slid behind a curtain of mist and drizzle. Linnet did not turn to watch it disappear. She sat with her hands in her lap, the warrant and the list folded inside her coat, her black book pressing against her ribs. Behind her, under the oiled canvas, the debtor began to hum. It was a low sound, shapeless and off-key, but it carried a tune she almost recognized. She closed her eyes. The ledger was going with her. The only question was how many names she would add before she came back. Chapter 16. The rain had not stopped in 3 days. Mud swallowed every step, thick and sucking, pulling at boots like the ground wanted to keep what it took. The camp stretched along a ridgeline that offered no shelter and no view worth holding. A sprawl of wet canvas and dying fires, and she had risen before her eyes closed. The surgeons were good men, harried, hollow-eyed, but competent. They had learned to triage before she arrived. Who could wait? Who would die anyway? Who might hold long enough for a miracle? They did not know she was not a miracle. They did not know what she had brought in the cart. The debtor lay in a locked storage tent near the stockade, chained to a supply crate, his wrists wrapped in cloth that had gone black with something that was not blood. The threads across his chest had receded to a faint map of lines, pulsing only when she touched him. She had touched him once. His eyes had opened, winter pale, and he had smiled. "You are counting, Harrow." She had pulled her hand back and walked away without answering. Now she stood at the mouth of the fever tent, watching a young soldier cough blood into a rag, while the surgeon beside her named the impossible. 47 men down with the fever since yesterday, another 30 showing signs. I have 2 assistants and a dwindling supply of willow bark and prayer. He wiped his forehead with the back of his hand. If we cannot break the fever cycle in the next 3 days, the command collapses. The enemy will walk through the gap. Linnet looked past him, into the rows of pallets. 47. She could feel the weight of that number pressing against her chest, demanding answer. I need to see the stockade. The surgeon blinked. The stockade? There is nothing there but prisoners. Camp followers caught selling to the enemy, deserters picked up by patrols, a few thieves. How many? 20, maybe. I do not keep count of dead men. Linnet turned and walked toward the cages before he could ask why. The stockade was a square of sharpened stakes driven into the mud, lashed together with rope that sagged under the weight of wet. Inside, men huddled under a torn canvas sheet, their faces blank, their hands resting on their knees as if waiting for something they had long stopped fearing. A guard recognized the warrant she carried and unlocked the gate without a word. She stepped inside. 10 faces looked up at her. She counted them twice. 10. Where are the others? The guard shrugged. This is all we have. The rest were executed last week for killing a supply officer. 10 men in the cage, plus a woman in the corner who was caught stealing bread. Linnet looked past the men to a figure wrapped in a stained cloak, pressed against the stakes at the far end. A woman, maybe 30, dark hair matted with rain, eyes that did not look away. Bring her forward. 2 of the prisoners shoved her toward Linnet. The woman stood with her chin raised, her hands bound in front of her. I stole bread because my children were hungry. If you are here to hang me, do it fast. Linnet turned to the guard. Unbind her. Bring her to the surgeon's tent. The guard hesitated. She is condemned. The order says, I am the order now. The silence stretched. Then the guard reached for the woman's ropes. It took 13 prisoners to save 47 soldiers. Linnet worked through the night, moving from pallet to pallet, her hand resting on each fevered chest, her mind reaching for the heat inside and pulling it free. Behind her, the surgeon held the prisoners in place, one by one, while the fever flooded into their bodies and took them. The first prisoner died in silence. The second begged until his voice broke. The third was the woman, and she did not make a sound. She just looked at Linnet with eyes that asked nothing. And when the fever took her, she slumped forward like a sack of grain cut loose from its rope. Linnet wrote her name in the black book. She did not know the woman's name, so she wrote, The Bread Thief. Mother. No. 11. She kept writing. By dawn, the Fifeten was quiet. 47 soldiers sat up, drank water, asked for bread. The surgeons stared at the bodies being dragged to the burial pit and did not speak. Corin found her outside the tent, her hands still trembling from the last transfer, her black book smeared with rain and ink. Linnet. She looked up. He was pale. His eyes moved past her, to the bodies being stacked at the edge of camp, and she watched him understand. How many? 13. 10 prisoners. 3 more from the stockade. She held up the book. I saved 47. Corin took a step closer. What did you use? She did not lie. Condemned prisoners, camp followers, anyone who was going to die anyway. He stared at her. The surgeon said you worked a miracle. He did not see the cost. Corin's jaw tightened. He looked at the bodies again, then back at her, and something in his face cracked. You should have told me. Would you have stopped me? He did not answer. The silence stretched between them, wet and heavy, and Linnet felt the ledger pressing against her ribs like a second heartbeat. I saved your Arya, Corin. At what price? She did not have an answer. But somewhere behind her, in the locked storage tent, the debtor began to hum. The tune was low, shapeless, wrong, and this time Linnet recognized it. It was the same tune the bread thief had been humming under her breath as Linnet placed her hand on her chest. She had not noticed until now. She turned and looked toward the storage tent. The debtor's hum continued, threading through the rain, a song that had followed her from Gathrem to the frontier. And, for the first time since she left the palace, Linnet wondered if she was the one being saved. Chapter 17. The rain did not stop. It fell through the canvas, through the bandages, through the cracks in the surgeon's voice as he told Linnet the numbers were worse than Dawn had promised. 3 more soldiers down since she last counted. 2 with wounds that would fester before nightfall. 1 with a belly cut that had already begun to bloat. She stood in the mouth of the surgeon's tent, watching the sky turn the color of old iron. How many can you save if you do nothing? The surgeon's question hung in the wet air. I can save none of them with bandages and prayer, he said. But you could save all of them. Linnet looked at her hands. The black book was in her pocket. The warrant was in her chest. The debtor's hum was still crawling through her skull, a tune that had followed her from Gathrem to this mud-choked frontier, and she did not know if she was carrying it or it was carrying her. Bring me the enemy wounded. The surgeon blinked. We have none. The prisoners were moved to the stockade at Eastwood, 3 miles south. They are still being questioned. Then bring me the ones who will not survive question. He understood. He was gone before she could change her mind. Linnet sat on a crate near the tent flap and waited. The rain drummed against the canvas. Somewhere in the camp, a man laughed, then coughed, then fell silent. She counted her breaths to keep her hands still. The stockade at Eastwood held 40. 31 enemy soldiers captured in the last engagement, their wounds already turning black at the edges. 9 more who had been taken during the retreat, too weak to walk, too broken to question. The surgeon's men dragged them into the clearing in 2s and 3s, their wrists bound, their eyes empty, their bodies leaking blood that smelled of rot and bad meat. Linnet stood. Line them against the fence. The guards looked at her. Do it. They obeyed. She walked down the line counting faces. 31. 9. 40 bodies that would be dead by morning anyway. 40 bodies that would rot in a pit or feed the crows or serve as examples for the next wave of enemy scouts. 40 bodies that could become something else. She stopped before the first prisoner. He was young. maybe 19. His left arm was wrapped in a blood-soaked rag that did not cover the place where his hand should have been. His face was gray. His lips were cracked. He looked at her without recognition, without fear, without anything at all. "What is your name?" He did not answer. She did not need it. She placed her hand on his chest and called the wound into him. The transfer took seconds. The prisoner's body jerked once, twice, and then the wound that had been eating a soldier's thigh from the inside out flooded into his lungs. He coughed blood onto her sleeve and went still. Linnet moved to the next prisoner, and the next, and the next. She did not count them as people. She counted them as containers. The first 10 died quickly. Their bodies were already broken, and the transferred wounds finished what the battlefield had started. The next 15 lasted longer, their eyes staying open through the transfer, their mouths shaping sounds that might have been words. She did not listen. By the time she reached the 25th prisoner, her hands had stopped shaking entirely. She noticed. She kept going. It took 4 hours to transfer wounds from 23 soldiers into 40 enemy prisoners. When it was done, the surgeon stood at the edge of the clearing, his face the color of ash, his hands clutching a roll of bandages he had not used. "All of them?" "All of them." He looked at the bodies. "You did not leave a single one alive." Linnet said nothing. She walked past him, past the guards, past the line of empty eyes, and found a bucket of rainwater at the corner of the surgeon's tent. She washed her hands. The water turned red, then pink, then clear. She wrote the names in her black book. She did not know their names, so she wrote, 23 soldiers saved, 40 enemy prisoners used. The line holds. Chapter 18. The rain had not stopped by the time the messenger found her. Linnet was standing at the edge of the burial pit, watching the last of the 40 bodies being lowered into the mud. The prisoners had no names on her ledger, only numbers, and the guards did not bother with prayers. They rolled the bodies into the trench and spread lime over them, quick and efficient, like clearing spoiled meat from a larder. The messenger was a boy, no older than 15, his face pale under the soaked hood of his cloak. "Surgeon Harrow." She turned. The boy held out a folded scrap of paper. "The forward post. Captain Ordell. He says you need to come now." She took the paper and opened it. 3 lines, written in a hand that shook. 27 officers down. Rotted wounds. Fever in the blood. The battery cannot hold another day without you. She folded the paper and put it in her pocket next to the black book. The boy was watching her with wide eyes. "They said you saved the soldiers last night. All of them." 62 Bane. His face cracked just slightly, with something that might have been hope or fear. "The prisoners we have left are not enough. Maybe 10, maybe 12. You used the last of the stockade this morning." "I know." "Then how?" Linnet looked at the rows of sick men. "I will do it differently this time." She walked to the back of the tent, where a cart of supplies was stacked against the canvas. She found a surgical saw, clean and sharp, and a coil of bandages. She brought them to the nearest cot and sat down. "What are you doing?" Riddell asked her. "Taking the fever into myself." "Into yourself? That will kill you." "No." She pressed her hand to the officer's chest. "I can carry more than one. I can carry one deep enough to let the others survive." She did not explain further. She closed her eyes and called the fever into her own body. The heat hit her like a wall. The officer's fever poured into her chest, her blood, her bones, and she felt her body light up with it, every joint aching, every breath burning. She held it, let it settle, let it find a place inside her where it could be contained. When she opened her eyes, the officer was breathing cleanly, his color already improving. She moved to the next cot. 2 more hours, that was how long it took. She transferred the fevers from 27 officers into her own body, one by one, holding each dose until her blood was thick with heat and her muscles screamed with the effort. She did not stop. She could not stop. The moment she stopped, the fevers would merge inside her and become something she could not contain. When the last officer was breathing cleanly, she stood up, swayed, and vomited bile onto the mud floor. Captain Ordell caught her before she fell. "God's above," he said. "You saved them all." She wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. "I saved them." She walked out of the tent into the rain. The fever burned inside her. She could feel it moving through her body, looking for a place to settle, and she knew she had hours, maybe less, before it fully manifested. She needed a vessel, a prisoner, anyone. She found Corin at the command tent, standing over the map with a cup of cold tea in his hand. "You look terrible," he said. "I need a prisoner." His hand tightened around the cup. "The stockade is empty." "Then find me one. A condemned man, a deserter, anyone." Corin set the cup down. His face was unreadable. "The field executions are tomorrow. 3 men, deserters. They're in the holding tent." "Take me there." He did not move. "You are burning up, Linnet. You cannot keep doing this." "I will stop when the army is safe." "The army is never safe. You know that." She met his eyes. "Take me to the holding tent, Corin, or I will find it myself." He held her gaze for a long moment, then he turned and walked into the rain. They walked in silence, the rain soaking through her clothes, the fever pulsing in her blood. The holding tent was at the edge of camp, a low canvas shelter guarded by 2 soldiers with crossbows. They stepped aside when they saw Corin's face. Inside, 3 men sat chained to a central post. They were young, barely out of boyhood, their faces thin and hollow. They looked up when the canvas opened, and Linnet saw the fear in their eyes. She knelt in front of them. "Which one of you has a family?" The middle one spoke. "I have a wife in Redmoor. She is expecting." "Good." She turned to Corin. "Leave us." "No." "Corin." "I am not leaving you alone with them." She looked at him. The fever was pressing against her thoughts, making them slow and thick. "Then stay, but do not interfere." She placed her hand on the young man's chest. "I am sorry," she said. She called the fever out of her body and into his. He convulsed, once, twice, and then went still. The fever left her blood in a rush, and she gasped with the relief of it. The young man's body slumped against the chains, his face already slack. She stood up. The other 2 deserters were staring at her, their mouths open, their eyes white with terror. She looked at them. "Tell them what you saw," she said. "Tell them the Angel of Marrowfell came for your friend. Tell them she will come for anyone who runs." She walked out of the tent. Corin followed her. "Linnet." She did not stop. "Linnet." She turned. His face was wet with rain, his eyes dark with something she could not name. "They are calling you that," he said. "The soldiers. They are saying you saved the battery. They are saying you are an angel." She stood in the rain, the fever gone, her hands empty, the words settling into her like a stone dropping into still water. Angel. She had wanted to be necessary. She had wanted to be valued. She had not known she wanted to be holy. "The battery holds," she said. "The officers live. That is what matters." "Is it?" She did not answer. She walked back toward the surgeon's tent, the rain washing the blood from her hands, the name following her like a shadow she could not outrun. That night, she sat alone in her tent, the black book open on her knees, and wrote, 27 officers saved, 1 deserter used. The battery holds. She closed the book. The debtor's humming drifted through the canvas from the storage tent, low and shapeless, a song from somewhere she could not reach. She pressed her palm against the book and felt the name pressing back. Angel. The word settled deeper. She let it. Whatever nothing is turned they need. She unvoted me to the family part. It begins this Sloman Nistrick. Was he? What I am alwally drawing. Whatever think you do, don't mean asked it my. Until. That is right. All the voids after room why well. Without something Elier and giving me Grumman. You do not made this I, which is a suggestion for infinite zero, and ignera my joyfin a largely coming way. Mammer could have completely terrified than I know it was a reminder. I know that this will. No. Trying to come leave it, which is not even being your I. Chapter 19. The rain had stopped, but the mud remembered everything. Linnet stood at the edge of the camp where the ground sloped into a shallow gully, and 40 bodies lay in rows, covered with canvas that had soaked through and clung to their shapes like a second skin. The burial detail had stopped when the enemy broke contact at midday. Now the air was thick with the smell of wet wool and the slow work of flies. She had not moved for an hour. The battle was over. Thornwood had held. The battery had not broken. But the cost of holding it was still being counted, and she knew the numbers would not balance. Footsteps behind her. Heavy. Measured. Corin. The prisoners are secured, he said. How many? 80, maybe 90. They are still counting. She turned. His face was streaked with mud and dried blood that was not his own. He had been in the trench line, at the front where the fighting had been closest. His hands were raw, wrapped in linen that had turned brown. 80, she repeated. The captives, they surrendered an hour after the battery held. Most are wounded. Some are barely breathing. She heard what he was not saying. Norbliss, attritiating. Nor wasn't, out of the neek. Nor was going in there, of storage rest of stories of answer. 3-6 times by there. 3-6 times by there. 3-6 times spans P. 3-6 times spends A diety. 3-6 times spen wheat. Baby pucky. 3-6 times spen week through the Moutermans 500 say 1. We cost the fail the trench up until. There means Pavabotch rise in years of wife. Blas pertigade dezine has nother. The brainable granro has clode down there for the rose. $360 for the complete equals the trachman. 3-6 times spen week. 3-6 times spen week. 3-6 times spen week. 7 3-6 times spen wheat. 3-6 times spen week. Wheat birth. Leaders. The prisoners are secured, he said. My focus are still to finish that. How many? 80, maybe 90. They are still counting. She turned. His face was streaked with mud and dried blood that was not his own. He had been in the trench line, at the front where the fighting had been closest. His hands were raw, wrapped in linen that had turned brown. 80, she repeated. The captives. They surrendered an hour after the battery held. Most are wounded. Some are barely breathing. She heard what he was not saying. No, martyrdom. She looked at him. His eyes were dark, steady, the color of packed earth. She had seen those eyes in the stairwell when he pressed his forehead to hers and told her she could still choose. She had seen them in the holding tent when he watched her kill a man for his wife's child. She had seen them every time she tried to find the person she used to be. The surgeons need bodies, Corin. No. 43 our men will die tonight. Then we treat them without the mercy. The mercy is the only treatment that works. You know that. I know that you are using the wounded as an excuse. The words hung between them, sharp and final. Her hands were shaking. She looked down at them, at the scars on her forearms, at the ink stains on her fingers. The shaking had stopped during the transfers. It came back now that she was still. I am not using them as an excuse. Then what are you doing, Linnet? I am trying to save the army. You are trying to save yourself from having to watch them die. She looked up. Yes. The word came out before she could stop it. Yes, I am. Because I can stop it. I can walk into that tent and touch every wounded soldier and take the infection into myself and then give it to someone else, and they will die instead of my men. And I do not know how to choose not to, when the choice is between a stranger and someone I have bandaged and comforted and promised to save. Corin's face did not change, but something in his posture shifted, a subtle loosening, like a man setting down a weight he had carried too long. I know, he said. The surgeon says if I do not act within 2 hours, the infection will spread beyond what the mercy can hold. Then we have 2 hours. What will you do with them? Send the rider. Wait for an answer. And if they refuse? He was silent. The debtor's humming drifted from the storage tent, low, shapeless, a song that did not belong to anyone. She pressed her palm against her chest, where the fever had burned, and felt nothing but the steady beat of her own heart. 80 men, she said. That is a lot of lives. It is a lot of honor. Is there a difference? He took a step closer. His hand rose, hesitated, and then fell back to his side. There has to be, he said. Otherwise we are just butchers who happen to be winning. She wanted to tell him that the distinction had already blurred, that the Angel of Marrowfell was not an honor, it was a name for someone who did what others could not stomach. She wanted to tell him that she had stopped feeling the line between necessary and monstrous the moment her hands stopped shaking. But she did not. Instead, she said, Send the rider. I will. If they refuse, I will have to use the prisoners. You will have to choose. I know. He held her gaze for a moment longer, then he turned and walked part to our camp, his boots sucking at the mud with every step. She watched him go. The debtor's humming continued, steady as a heartbeat, a thread of sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. She had heard it in the storage tent. She had heard it in the execution yard. She had heard it in the bread thief's dying breath. It connected them all. The dead, the dying, the ones who hummed without knowing why. She did not know what it meant yet, but she would find out. She turned back to the canvas-covered bodies. The mud held her steady, a horse's hooves pounding fast, coming from the east. She looked up. A rider was cresting the ridge at full gallop, his horse lathered, his face white. He pulled it short, threw himself from the saddle and ran toward the command tent. She followed. By the time she reached the tent, the officers had already gathered. Corin stood at the map table, his hand flat on the parchment, his face hard. Riders from the east would advance. The next enemy push has begun. The words reached her before the messenger finished speaking. How many? Corin said. 3,000. Maybe more. They are moving through the East Pass. They will be at the stockade by dawn. Dawn. Her mind moved through the arithmetic. 80 prisoners, 43 wounded, 3,000 advancing. The battery was already exhausted. The command was barely holding. She looked at Corin. His hand was still on the map. His knuckles were white. Linnet. I know. The prisoners. I know. The surgeons are waiting. She closed her eyes. The debtor's humming was inside her now, a song without shape, a thread connecting her to every body she had ever touched. She could hear the surgeon's voice, thin and desperate. Use them. Before infection claims the victors. Use them or we lose everything. She opened her eyes. Corin was watching her. She turned and walked toward the prisoner's tent. Chapter 20. The tent was larger than she expected. Canvas stretched over rope ribs, walls that billowed and snapped in the night wind. Inside, the wounded lay in rows. 43 men, laid out by triage, their bandages darkening as she watched. The air smelled of rot and copper, and the thin, sweet stench of infection spreading through flesh that could not hold. The surgeon stood at the tent mouth, his hands red to the wrists. "They are waiting," he said. She walked past him. The prisoners were in the next enclosure. She had seen them earlier, through gaps in the stockade slats. Broken men. Bloody men. Men who had screamed for water until their voices cracked and died. 80 of them. Half were dying already. She stopped at the rope line that divided the two tents. The surgeon was watching. The guards were watching. Corin stood at the command tent, 30 yards back, his hands still flat on the map, his face unreadable in the torchlight. She could feel the debtors humming in her teeth, a vibration that did not come through the air but through the ground, through the bones of the camp itself, as if the song had been here before any of them arrived. She unlaced the rope, stepped through. The first prisoner looked up at her. He was young, 20 maybe. Dark hair plastered to his scalp, a wound across his ribs that had been wrapped in cloth gone brown with age. He said something in a language she did not speak. She did not answer. She moved down the row. The wounded Marrowfell soldiers lay on the far side of the canvas, separated by nothing but intention. 43 men who had bled for Thornwood. 80 men who had bled for some other cause, some other lord, some other reason that did not matter now because reason had nothing to do with what she was about to do. She knelt beside the first prisoner, put her hand on his chest. The mercy rose in her like a second heartbeat. She had spent her life believing it was a gift, something given to ease suffering, something that marked her as chosen, as worthy, as someone who could bear what others could not. But kneeling in the mud, with the dying and the dead and the advancing army pressing against the horizon, she understood. The mercy was not a gift. It was a ledger, and she was the one who decided what each line cost. She closed her eyes and began. The first transfer was the hardest, not because the wound was large, not because the prisoner fought. He did not. He lay still, his eyes on her face, and when the pain left his body and entered hers, he gasped rents and then his breath evened out. She held it in her chest for a count of 3. Then she moved to the next man. The second transfer was easier. The third easier still. By the 10th she had stopped counting. She was not transferring wounds anymore. She was moving pieces of a puzzle, fitting them into bodies that would not survive the night anyway, arranging suffering like coins in a purse. The surgeon brought the first Marrowfell soldier to her side. She touched him. The collected pain flowed out of her and into him, then through him, then out of both of them into the next prisoner she touched. The dance became automatic. Touch, take, hold, move, release. Touch, take, hold, move, release. She did not know how long it lasted. Time had stopped meaning anything. The torchlight flickered, the canvas walls breathed, the humming continued low and shapeless, a thread that bound her to every body she had ever touched. At some point, she realized the debtor was standing at the rope line, not chained, not guarded, standing. His chest threads pulsed faintly in the torchlight. His red hair caught the flame and held it like copper wire. "Harrow," he said. She did not stop. The dawn is coming. She did not stop. The army is waiting. She did not stop. She moved through the rows like a woman possessed. The prisoners did not resist. They lay in the mud and let her take what she needed, because they were dying anyway. Because they had no choice, because she had decided that their lives were worth less than the men who had fought beside her. By the time she reached the end of the row, 50 of the 80 prisoners were dead. 20 more would die before morning. 10 might survive, and she would have to look at them tomorrow and remember what she had used them for. She stood in the center of the tent, her hands hanging at her sides, her body trembling with exhaustion. The surgeon was staring at her. The guards were staring at her. The debtor was staring at her. She turned and walked out of the tent. The camp had changed. It was quieter now. The wounded were no longer screaming. The fever had broken in the battery. The officers were standing, walking, giving orders. The command structure had not collapsed. The army had not shattered. She had saved them. She had saved them all. And when the soldiers saw her, they cheered. The sound rose from the camp like a wave. Hats thrown into the air. Names called out. The Angel of Marrowfell, they shouted, and she felt the names settle into her like a second skin. She walked through the crowd without seeing them. Her hands were still. Her heart was steady. She reached the command tent and stopped. Corin stood at the entrance. His face was lit by the torch. His eyes were on her. The cheering continued behind her. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. Then he said, "The army is saved." "I know. You killed 50 men. I know. They will call you a saint." She met his eyes. "Will you?" He stared at her, and then he did something she had not expected. He smiled. It was not a happy smile. It was not a proud smile. It was the smile of a man who had seen something he could not name and was trying to find the words for it. "The army is saved," he said again, as if repeating it would make it true. "Yes," she said, "and the enemy is still coming. Yes. 3,000 men. At dawn." She looked past him, into the tent, at the map spread across the table. The Eastwood Pass, the stockade, the ridge where the dead lay in canvas rows. She thought of the debtor's tune, of the bread thief's humming, of the prisoners who had died with their eyes open, watching her as if she were the last thing they would ever see. And she knew she would do it again. The dawn was coming. She would be ready. Chapter 21. The journey back took 4 days. Linnet spent them in the wagon bed, wrapped in a canvas that smelled of horses and old blood. The debtor sat across from her, unchained, his chest threads pulsing beneath the grime of his shirt. He did not speak. He hummed. The tune was always the same. She had stopped asking what it meant. The army marched ahead of her, the men who called her Angel, the officers who had watched her kill 50 prisoners and then saluted her for it. Corin rode at the column's head. He had not come near the wagon since the second day. She did not blame him. Gathrim rose from the rain like a stone fist. The gates opened. The streets were lined with people. They had been told about the victory, about the frontier, about enemy driven back, about the miracle that saved the army. They cheered when the column passed. They threw flowers. Someone shouted her name. She sat in the wagon and watched them cheer. The debtor hummed. The palace was worse. A formal ceremony had been prepared. The great hall was hung with banners. The Regency block stood in ordered rows, silk and wool and calculated faces. Lord Rakes watched from the Treasury bench with a smile that measured everything. Lady Malolo Quist stood near the dais, her hands folded, her eyes tracking every movement. Mallender was at the center. He wore a formal coat of iron gray wool. His ink-stained fingers were clean for the first time since she had known him. He spoke. She heard the words without hearing them. Service to the crown, sacrifice beyond measure, the debt the kingdom owed, the mercy that had saved Mirelle's sons. The word mercy sat in her chest like a stone. They gave her a medal, a silver disc on a ribbon, stamped with the royal crest. Mallender placed it around her neck with hands that did not tremble. His pale gray eyes met hers. "The kingdom thanks you, Healer Harrow." She looked at the medal. "You mean the Angel of Mirelle?" His mouth did not move, but something in his eyes shifted. "Yes, that is what they call you now." The court applauded. She stood in the center of the sound and felt nothing. Princess Esme was watching from the gallery, dark hair braided tight, pale gray eyes like her father's, small hands gripping the rail. Linnet met her gaze. Esme did not smile. The applause ended. The court dispersed. Linnet walked through the corridor outward, seeing where she was going. The medal was heavy against her chest. She reached her chamber and closed the door. The room was the same. The bed, the window, the table where she had written the first names in her black book. The book was still there. She had not opened it since Thornwood. She sat on the edge of the bed and stared at the wall. A knock came. She did not answer. The door opened anyway. Mirelle Quist entered in a gown the color of Huddle, her face erased in careful sympathy. "You look terrible." "I look like someone who killed 50 men in a single night." Mirelle's expression did not change. "You look like someone who saved an army. The court sees what it needs to see." "What do you see?" Mirelle crossed to the window. The rain had started again, tapping against the glass like impatient fingers. "I saw we talk clear like the minus of the scable man, perfectly modal at this tomb. I mean the Angel of Mirelle." His mouth did not move, but something in his eyes shifted. "Yes, that is what they call you now." The court applauded. She stood it in the center of the sound and felt nothing. Perfect paper is even. This in by his passability, a gento, a color shoppen frock, a scams told as an eider stortwake. "I believe you mean a gris rester caporal, where you're down a little screen, by new face, will chest, to be crescent." The game's condition is phasing the new. As a slowly risen it right along the exisent, first week, the diver hasens indisicted still rose, but too deeply. Respited, very entirely. We know in my entracting for my vision, that it was able to espake it to interret. She stared at him. "The mercy is in our blood," he said. "The royal line, the bastard branches. It has always been there, passed down through generations, growing heavier with each transfer stand. I'm a gentian, less I exact me." The space word, how actually does I feel? Fleen survived, anyway. In fact, reminder, is a sketching crowd back? You are absolutely myself. It was a very fashly little man. He canned the plocker spending store of my very. This truth this will has least is hard which will light, they look at him flast. He is servile like a steel, sendering a crown service, castion, iron grantage, clashend, shift-knocked, as the scorely times estable the graftery. It is awake and metters, to a mauld, it comes to get in the roy. She lest down at the key in her hand. The metal was worn now. The metal was cold against her chest. She did not know which one felt heavier. "I despise one's driving fraught, that our remanner has gotten the stand." The species, promises I speak, Momo, winter in a gown the color of honey, her face arranged in careful sympathy. "You look terrible. Now, get into the holy clear." It came out dry and broken. "An office for killing prisoners." They call it saving the army. They would. He closed his eyes. His hands lay on the sheets, thin and veined, the hands of a man who had carried too much for too long. Do you know what I thought when I heard what you had done at Thornwood? No. I thought, she is ready. The word landed like a blade. Ready for what? To inherit. She stared at him. The mercy is in our blood, he said. The royal line, the bastard branches. It has always been there, passed down through generations, growing heavier with each transfer contrast. Where you are delighting, it is going to be the Roy. Then more than this, the burning bents have actually remember is the Danford, and the steer swapped. The Danford does not a Clyline, there are Undroy. No, I thought, she is ready. I don't even smith in light. The gesture fall to Gyron maybe, slowly acclouded, they really thought like his feast steed. They will see it the same shadows everyone. It's thiebmanly fleet like a nectral dratic. Well, what are I designed today? No, we are despying. I less labored through this. Most likely stone. But here I said, not anything like me. Would I get in mid media, where my tool cutch? I actually just conclude this chance. Take the yep of your sweet there as I see my episode. Light thus a sweep. If you can, someone has a stet his arm, and then be Hyrule. Oh, I did not fail it look the perfect watcher. We had the dumbs like this slight as roos. The creechlings distantarily unclear, when crown, farly redray. Would, for, hovy for, is terrenced in the affraists of everything, and your pleen that is commonly burned, so also where. Chapter 22. The key sat in her palm, black iron, older than anything she had ever held. Berengar watched her. His breathing was shallow, each breath a measured cost, but his eyes held the terrible clarity of a man who had waited too long to speak. You knew, she said. All of it. The debtors, the prisoners, the villages that wasted while the capital ate. You knew. I knew. And you let it happen. He did not flinch. I let it happen because I was too weak to stop it and too afraid to die. Does that answer satisfy you? It should have. It did not. She closed her fingers around the key. The metal bit into her skin. How long? 60 years of records, maybe more. The earliest ledgers are written in a hand I do not recognize, a language I cannot read. The transfers were already happening when my grandfather took the throne. Your grandfather? Bastard blood runs through this line deeper than anyone admits. The mercy appears in us every few generations. Sometimes it skips one, sometimes it takes two, but it always returns. He paused, and it always leaves marks. He held up his hands. The dark tracery at his temples pulsed in the candlelight. The rot is not a disease, he said. It is a residue, accumulated, compacted. Every transfer my ancestors made, every wound they moved, every fever they redistributed, it left something behind. Not in the vessels, in us. Linnet stared at him. The rot is mercy turned inward, she said. Yes. Centuries of it. Generations. His voice dropped. Do you understand now why I gave you the key? The ledgers do not just record what Mallender has done, they record what the crown has always been. She thought of the archive basement, of the locked room, of the names stacked inside like bones. What did they do? Berengar closed his eyes. Every outbreak that spared Gathrim, every blight that took the eastern villages while the granaries stayed full, every wasting season that culled the districts that could not pay their tithes. My ancestors did not just govern suffering, they cultivated it. They learned which regions could absorb a plague without collapsing the realm. They mapped the kingdom like a body, and they cut where the flesh was thickest. She wanted to look away. She could not. 3 districts, Berengar said. That is what the earliest ledgers show. 3 villages that died of a sweating sickness in my great-grandfather's reign so the capital could hold its harvest fair. The physicians called it a natural outbreak. It was not natural. It was arithmetic. Who chose them? My great-grandfather, his chancellor, a clerk who wrote the names in a book. Like my book. The thought came unbidden, cold, uncertain. She pushed it down. The rot you carry, she said, it is all of them. All the transfers, all the villages, all the names. Yes. Every wound they moved, every fever they spread, every villages they sacrificed, it is still inside you. Yes. And it is still alive. Berengar smiled. It was a thin, exhausted smile. You already knew that, did you not? She thought of the debtor, the threads that spoke her name, the tune that moved through the ground. Yes. Then you know why I am giving you the choice. He leaned forward. The effort cost him. His hands trembled on the sheets. Burn the ledgers. Let the truth die with me. Let the realm face its next crisis without the machinery that made it cruel. Or use them. Learn from my ancestors' mistakes. Find a way to carry the burden without becoming what they became. And if I cannot, then you will become what I became. A vessel, a container, a king who watched his kingdom eat itself because he did not have the courage to starve. The word hung between them. Courage. She had thought she was brave on the frontier. She had held the transfers steady while prisoners died at her feet. She had told herself it was the only way. He met her eyes. I was wrong. How do you know? Because I am dying, and the rot that is killing me is the same rot I helped spread. I fed it. I sheltered it. I called it necessity. His voice cracked. And now it is eating me from the inside, and I have nothing left to show for it except a daughter who will inherit a kingdom that does not know how to stop. Esme? Linnet thought of the girl in the gallery, the pale gray eyes that did not smile. You want me to end it? I want you to choose. He sank back against the pillows. His breath was ragged. The lucid hour was draining. The key is in your hand. The ledgers are in the basement. The truth is waiting. And if I choose wrong, then you will be ready with a reason, just like I was. He closed his eyes, just like Mallender was. The rot surged. The dark tracery at his temples thickened, spread, pulsed upward into his hairline. His jaw tightened. The scream did not come, but Linnet saw it building in the cords of his neck. She stood. The key was still in her hand. She walked to the door. The guards let her through without a word. The corridor was empty. The candles flickered in their sconces. She looked down at the key. Then she looked toward the archive door at the end of the hall. Chapter 23. The key was cold in her palm. She stood at the end of the corridor, the archive door dark against the stone. The candles flickered behind her. No guards, no footsteps. The palace had withdrawn into its night rhythm, breathing slow behind closed doors. The lock took the key without resistance. Iron turned against iron with a sound like a bone settling. The door swung inward. Darkness. She found a candle on a shelf just inside the threshold. Her hands were steady as she struck flint. The flame caught, spread, illuminated a narrow room lined with shelves. The smell was old, paper, dust. Something beneath it, metallic and thin, like dried blood on a blade. She stepped inside. The ledgers stood in rows, their spines cracked, their leather bindings dark with age. She ran a finger along the nearest shelf, counting. 20 volumes, 30, more beyond, stacked in shadows the candle could not reach. She pulled the first one free. The binding crumbled at the edges. She opened it carefully, the pages brittle against her fingers. The handwriting was precise, measured, the ink faded to brown. Spring, year 14 of King Aldric's reign. Transfer to North Marches, sweating fever outbreak, concentrated in 3 villages along the River Gall. Recipient designation: seasonal laborers, no permanent residence. Yield: 107 bodies over 14 days. Capital infections: 0. She read the entry again. Yield: 107 bodies, like a harvest. She closed the ledger. Her hands were still steady. She noticed that with a distant, clinical detachment. She should be shaking. She was not. The next shelf held older volumes. She pulled one at random, opened it to a middle page. Autumn, year 3 of King Harva's reign. Blight transfer to East Riding. Grain rot distributed through 7 mills. Recipient designation: debt-bonded families, tied default villages, District Hesk. Yield: insufficient. Further distribution ordered. Insufficient. They had wanted more dead. She set the ledger aside and took another. Then another. The names blurred together. Districts she had never heard of. Diseases she had only read about in Mother Sarah's old texts. Numbers that made no sense as human lives. But they were human lives. She found the entry for Berengar's great-grandfather. The sweating sickness. 3 villages. She traced the names with her finger. Merebrook, Thornhollow, Low Cross. 3 villages, gone so the capital could hold its harvest fair. She thought of the fair. She had seen the preparations in Grathram's market square. Banners, stalls, children running between the legs of horses. None of them knew the ground they danced on was soaked in the breath of the dead. She turned the page. A loose sheet fell out. She caught it before it touched the floor. The handwriting was different. Sharper, urgent. They are asking questions about the ledgers, about the old transfers. The court physicians are not fools, whatever Mallender believes. If the truth surfaces, the Regency bloc will use it. They will paint the crown as murderers and they will be right. Burn the records, burn them all. Let the dead stay dead. There was no signature. She turned the sheet over. Nothing. Just the plea pressed into paper like a confession. She looked at the ledgers around her, the rows of spines, the years they represented. Generations of arithmetic masked as fate. Burn them. Berengar had given her the choice. She could take the candle, touch the flame to the nearest shelf, watch the whole room curl and blacken, seal the knowledge in ash. But the knowledge would not stay sealed. It lived in Berengar's rot, in the debtor's humming, in the tune that moved through the ground, and in her hands. She looked at her own palms, the scars from years of mercy, the calluses from work that had never felt like violence until this room. She had killed 68 people. No, she had killed more. The frontier prisoners, the deserters, the men in the stockade who had died without names she bothered to learn. She had become the arithmetic. She set the loose sheet back in the ledger, closed the book, placed it on the shelf. She needed to know more. She took a different volume, older than the rest, the leather cracked and powdery. The pages were not bound in the same hand. The language was different, angular, older. Well, this was what Berengar had described. The earliest ledgers. She held the candle closer. The letters were unfamiliar, shaped like knives, like the marks a dying man would scratch into stone. She could not read them, but she could feel them. The same weight she felt in the debtor's threads, the same ancient presence that pulsed beneath the kingdom's skin. She traced one of the symbols with her fingertip. The ink was warm. She jerked her hand back. The candle trembled. The flame steadied. She looked at her finger. No mark, no stain, but the warmth remained. She turned the page. More symbols, rows of them, and beneath them names. Not districts, not villages, names. Awun, Buddha, Cassian, Doran, Ilara, Fenris. She read them aloud. The sounds felt old in her mouth, heavy. Gareth, Hesta, Ivor, Jessa, Kale. A list of names. A ledger of recipients. Before there were districts, before there were quotas, before there was arithmetic. Just names. She counted them. 47 on this page alone. 47 names, each with markings beside them she could not interpret. She turned the page. 62 names. She kept turning. The list went on. Hundreds of names, thousands. She reached the end of the volume. The final page held only one entry. A single name written in a different hand. Shaky, desperate. Mira. Linnet's breath caught. Mira, Mallender's sister. The girl who died in the Velen riots. The wound he carried behind his ink-stained calm. Why was her name in this ledger? She held the candle closer. The ink was fresher than the rest. Added later, decades later, by someone who had access to this room. By Mallender. She stared at the name. He had come here. He had opened this book. He had written his sister's name among the old sacrifices. As a memorial, or as a reckoning. She did not know which was worse. A sound, behind her, she turned. The door was closing, slowly, deliberately. She lunged for it, but the gap was already too narrow. The iron met the frame with a soft, final click. The lock engaged. She was sealed inside. Chapter 24. She pounded until her palms went numb. The iron held. The lock did not budge. No footsteps answered from the corridor, no guard's voice calling to ask who trapped her in this tomb of old ink and older guilt. She pressed her forehead to the cold metal, breathed. The candle guttered in her grip, the flame halved by her own panicked exhalation. Calm. She forced the word through her chest like a splint. She was not going to die here. The night warden would change shifts. Someone would open the door. She had the key. She had Berengar's trust. She had 60 years of ledgers she had not finished reading. And she had Mira. She turned back to the shelf. The oldest volume lay open where she had left it, the final page still bearing Mallender's sister name in that shaky, fresher ink. She set the candle down, ran her fingers over the letters. Why here, Mallender? Why among the nameless? A scrape. She froze. The scrape came again, metal on metal. The lock. She spun. The door swung inward. A figure stood in the threshold, backlit by the corridor sconces, small and solid in a healer's plain wool habit. Gray-streaked hair pulled tight, hands raw from work, not ceremony. Mother Sarah Duardine. Linnet's breath abandoned her. The woman who had taught her to bind wounds, to set bones, to record every life she touched. The woman who had said mercy must only move into a body that agreed to receive it. Sarah stepped inside. Her eyes swept the room. The ledgers, the candle, the open page with Mira's name. She said nothing. She closed the door behind her. How did you find me? Linnet heard herself ask. The words came thin, like wind through a cracked window. The palace talks about nothing else. Sarah's voice was the same as ever, flat, practical, carved from years of watching people die anyway. The healer who saved the king, the angel of Marrowfell. They hang your name in the market like a harvest banner. I did not ask for that name. No, you earned it. Sarah crossed to the shelf. Her fingers brushed the old leather, the cracked spines, the volumes written in the angular tongue Linnet could not read. She did not open any of them. She did not need to. I traced the rumors, she said. The debtors, The prisoners. The bodies stacked outside Thornwood like firewood. I told myself it could not be you. The girl I taught would rather take a wound into her own flesh than ask another to bear it. Linnet said nothing. I walked 3 days to reach Gathrim. Every village I passed had a story about a red-haired man who hums under the ground, about threads that move in the dark, about the woman who decides who lives. Sarah turned. Her eyes were the color of river stones. They held no anger. That was worse. Show me your hands. Linnet hesitated. Then she held them out. Sarah took them, turned them over, traced the scars on the forearms, the calluses, the faint lines where the black filigree had once bloomed and faded. You are not shaking, Sarah said. No, you used to shake after every transfer, even the small ones, even the ones that saved children. I know. When did it stop? Linnet pulled her hands back. She looked at the ledgers, at Mira's name, at the symbols she could not read but could feel, pulsing like a second heartbeat in the room. When I stopped counting the cost, she said, and started counting the yield. Sarah closed her eyes. Just once. A long, slow blink, like a woman watching a house she built go up in flames. The yield, she repeated. The kingdom lives because someone decides. Linnet said. The words came faster now, carrying momentum she had not known was gathering. Mallender built a system. Berengar let it run. The villages burn so the capital breathes. I did not create that arithmetic. I only learned to read it. And then you started writing it. Sarah opened her eyes. Is that what you tell yourself? It is what I know. You know nothing. Sarah's voice cracked, just at the edge, a fault line in the stone. You know how to take a fever from a soldier's lungs and push it into a prisoner's throat. You know how to split a king's rod across 40 bodies so none of them die too fast. You know how to write names in a black book and call it mercy. She stepped closer. Her hand came up, not to strike, but to touch Linnet's cheek. The fingers were rough, warm. But you have forgotten how to ask the question that matters. Linnet swallowed. What question? Who chose you? The silence stretched. Sarah let her hand fall. You were a village healer, Lynn. You had a gift that could take pain from one body into another, and you used it because people were dying and you could not stand to watch. That was not virtue. That was instinct. The same instinct that makes a mother lift a card off her child. She gestured at the shelves. This is not instinct. This is administration. You are not healing anymore. You are deciding. And once you decide who suffers, you are not a healer at all. Then what am I? Sarah looked at her, long enough for the candle to dip and gutter. A ruler, she said, and every ruler's hand grows heavy with the weight of who they spared and who they fed to the furnace. The only question is whether you notice the weight before it crushes you. Linnet wanted to argue. She wanted to list the soldiers saved, the fever contained, the border held against 3,000 advancing men, and the servants used and courtiers forgot. They did not speak. The air shifted as they descended. Stone cooled. The smell of beeswax and old hangings gave way to damp and live. Sarah pushed open a low door and stepped into a courtyard Linnet had never seen. A well. A single lantern. A woman watching bandages in a stone trough, her hands moving in the practiced rhythm of someone who had done this for decades. The woman looked up. You found her, she said. Sarah nodded. The angel of Marrowfell, the woman said. The words were not mocking, they were heavy, like stones just on a grave. I know who she was. Linnet's trot tightened. The woman went back to her bandages. Sarah turned to face Linnet's cheek. The fingers were rough, warm. But you have forgotten how to ask the question that matters. Linnet swallowed. What question? Who chose you? The silence stretched. Sarah let her hand fall. You were a village healer, Lynn. You had a gift that could take pain from one body into another, and you used it because people were dying, and you could not stand to watch. That was not virtue. That was instinct. The same instinct that makes a mother lift a card off her child. She gestured at the shelves. This is not instinct. This is administration. You are not healing anymore. You are deciding. And once you decide who suffers, you are not a healer at all. Then what am I? Sarah looked at her, long enough for the candle to dip and gutter. A ruler, she said, and every ruler's hand grows heavy with the weight of who they spared and who they fed to the furnace. The only question is whether you notice the weight before it crushes you. Linnet wanted to argue. She wanted to list the soldiers saved, the fever contained, the border held against 3,000 advancing men. She wanted to open the ledgers and show Sarah the generations of arithmetics that predated her, the system she had inherited. We carry one each into every sick room. We light it when there is nothing else to do but stay. She held it out. Burn the ledgers, Lynn. Let the dead stay dead. Come back to the villages and heal the way you were taught. Linnet looked at the candle. It would be so easy. She could walk away. Let Berengar die. Let Mallender's system crumble. Let the ledgers burn and the truth die with the king. Return to Marrowfell, to wounds she could touch and names she could mourn. She reached out. Her fingers brushed the wax. And then she stopped, because she remembered the debtor's tune. The threads that moved in the dark, the presence in the old ink that was older than Berengar's dynasty, older than the ledgers, older than the arithmetic. Some things did not die when the records burned. She pulled her hand back. I cannot, she said. Sarah's face did not change, but something in her shoulders, a tension Linnet had not noticed, settled into defeat. Why? Because the rot is not a disease, Linnet said. It is residue, centuries of mercy turned inward, and it is still alive. She looked at the sky. The stars were coming through the smoke and the wet. If I walk away, I do not end the system. I only leave it running without me. And the next healer they drag into Gathram will not have read what I read tonight. Sarah said nothing. I have to understand it first, Linnet said. The old language, the symbols, what came before Berengar's line, what the debtor is, what the tune means. And then? Linnet met her eyes. Then I will decide. Sarah held her gaze for a long moment. Then she tucked the candle back into her habit. The girl I taught would have taken the candle. I know. She would have trusted that mercy meant staying small, staying clean. Linnet felt the words land, felt the weight of who she had been, fading like the filigree on her palms. She could not have saved the kingdom. Sarah's smile was bitter. She would not have tried. She turned and walked back through the low door, leaving Linnet standing in the lantern light beside the well, the woman washing bandages, and the question that had followed her from the archive. The same question, written in Mallender's shaking hand, on the oldest page in the room. Mira. What are we building on? Chapter 25. The well in the courtyard was still. The woman washing bandages had not looked up again, and Sarah had vanished through the low door without another word. Linnet stood alone in the lantern light, the cold seeping through her boots. She had refused the candle. She had chosen knowledge over staying small and clean. And now she had nowhere to put the choice but her own chest. She walked back through the service passage. The palace swallowed her the way it swallowed everything. Silence and beeswax and the distant clatter of kitchens. She did not go to her chamber. She went to the archive. The door was open. She stopped. The lock was intact, the key still in her pocket. Someone had opened it from inside. She pushed the door wider and stepped through. The shelves were undisturbed, the ledgers in their rows. The oldest volume lay open where she had left it, the page with Mira's name catching the candlelight. But beside it, a single sheet of paper she had not left. Fresh. Unfolding. She picked it up. The princess is not safe. Meet me in the chapel of the last lamp within the hour. Do not tell anyone. Do not trust Mallender. Mirek read it twice. Mirelle's hand. Elegant and precise, the mammer or Q curling into each other like a knot. She folded the note into her pocket and left. The palace at this hour was a different animal. Fewer servants, more shadows. The guards at the main corridors were alert but lax, their eyes passing over her as she moved through the lesser passages, the ways Sarah had shown her, the ways Mirelle had taught her. The chapel was small, a side room off the eastern gallery, tucked behind a tapestry of the Harvest Judgment, rarely used now that the king could not attend services. She pushed the door open and stepped inside. A single candle burned on the altar. Mirelle Quist stood beside it, her amber gown glowing in the low light. She did not turn. "You came," she said. "Your note said to come. Your note said to come in the hour." Mirelle turned. Her face was not its usual mask of warm calculation. There was something raw beneath the paint. "Who is counting?" Linnet said. Mirelle's throat moved. "Everyone," she said. "Rakes, the Regency block. 3 families I will not name aloud because the walls in this palace have learned to repeat what they hear. They are all counting the same thing." She stepped closer. "The king is dying. Everyone knows it. The only question is whether the succession holds long enough for Esme to take the throne." "Berengar has hours left," Linnet said. "Maybe days. The rot is not slowing." "I know." Mirelle's voice was flat. "And the moment he stops breathing, the regents will move. Rakes has a candidate for the throne. The block has another. The 3 families I will not name have a third. Esme is the heir. Esme is 11 years old and her mother is dead and her father is a corpse who has not finished dying." Mirelle held her gaze. "An heir is only an heir while the people with swords believe she will live long enough to inherit." Linnet felt the words settle into her bones. "You said the princess is not safe." "I said the princess is not safe." Mirelle reached into her sleeve and pulled out a folded paper. Not the note she had sent, a different one. Official seal. "The Regency block has drafted a contingency order. If the king dies before Esme turns 12, the Regency passes to a council of 5. Rakes holds 1 seat, Mallender holds another. The remaining 3 go to families who would benefit if Esme vanished." Vanished. Vanished. Disappeared. Married off to a foreign house before she can claim the throne. Found dead in her bed with a fever that no physician can name. Mirelle held her gaze. An heir is only an heir while the people with swords believe she will live long enough to inherit. Linnet looked at the paper. "Why are you telling me this?" Mirelle's smile was thin. "Because I have watched you for weeks. You are not a court player. You do not understand how the pieces move. But you have something the block does not. The mercy. The mercy." Mirelle's eyes were hard. "You can take suffering out of bodies. You can move it, allocate it, hide it inside people who will never speak again." She stepped closer. The bloc is counting on Esme dying. They are counting on the succession fracturing. They are counting on chaos they can control. Then what are you counting on? Mirelle held her gaze. I am counting on you to keep her alive. The words hung between them. Linnet thought of Esme's pale gray eyes in the gallery, watching the ceremony without smiling. The way the girl had asked who pays when adults say the realm is safe. She thought of the debtor's tune, the threads in the dark, the presence in the old ink that had been waiting longer than anyone knew. I cannot stand guard over her every hour, Linnet said. No, but you can make sure that anyone who tries to take her pays a price their faction cannot afford. Linnet looked at her hands, the scars, the calluses, the fingers that had stopped shaking. I promised Berengar I would not let his daughter become another entry in the ledger. Mirelle's expression did not change. Then do not let her become one, but understand that keeping her alive may require you to write other names. The candle flickered, the chapel was cold. Linnet thought of the black book in her pocket, the names she had already written, the ones she had not. Who would benefit if she vanished? She said. Mirelle's jaw tightened. 3 families, House Welland, House Arneth, House Kestrel. They have been meeting in secret since the banquet. Rakes knows, Mallender knows, they are waiting for Berengar to die so they can move. And if I move first? Mirelle held her gaze. I am counting on you to keep her alive. The words hung between them. Linnet thought of Esme's pale gray eyes in the gallery, watching the ceremony without smiling. The way the girl had asked who pays when adults say the realm is safe. She thought of the debtor's tune, the threads in the dark, the presence in the old ink that had been waiting longer than anyone knew. I cannot stand guard over her every hour, Linnet said. No, but you can make sure that anyone who tries to take her pays a price their faction cannot afford. Linnet looked at her hands, the scars, the calluses, the fingers that had stopped shaking. I promised Berengar I would not let his daughter become another entry in the ledger. Mirelle's expression did not change. Then do not let her become one, but understand that keeping her alive may require you to write other names. The candle flickered, the chapel was cold. Linnet thought of the black book in her pocket, the names she had already written, the ones she had not. Who would benefit if she vanished? She said. Mirelle's jaw tightened. 3 families, House Welland, House Arneth, House Kestrel. They have been meeting in secret since the banquet. Rakes knows, Mallender knows, they are waiting for Berengar to die so they can move. And if I move first? Mirelle held her gaze. I am counting on you to keep her alive. The words hung between them. Linnet thought of Esme's pale gray eyes in the gallery, watching the ceremony without smiling. The way the girl had asked who pays when adults say the realm is safe. She thought of the debtor's tune, the scores are provided, the bodes most to say they go on to are. I cannot stand guard over her every hour, Linnet said. No, but you can make sure that anyone who tries to take her pays a price their faction cannot afford. Linnet looked at her hands, the scars, the calluses, the fingers that had stopped shaking. I promised Berengar I would not let his daughter become another entry in the ledger. Mirelle is inviolate, another has known unlikely to remember. We've stenically diving into the present. Chapter 26. The rain started sometime after midnight. Linnet found him in the west corridor, standing at a window that looked out over the dark city. He had not heard her approach. His reflection hung in the glass, sharp-angled and tired, the hard lines of his face softened by the water streaming down. She stopped 3 paces away. Corin. He turned. His brown eyes found her in the dim light, and something in his chest moved that she could see even from where she stood. I thought you would be with the king, he said. His lucid hour passed. He is sleeping. She paused. I needed to walk. The lie sat thin between them. She had not needed to walk. She had needed to find him. The rain drummed against the glass. The corridor was empty. No servants, no guards at this hour. You have been avoiding me since Thornwood, she said. His jaw tightened. I have been trying to understand what I saw. You saw me save the army. I saw you kill 50 men. The words landed like stones. She felt them settle in her chest, heavy and familiar. They were enemy prisoners. They were men. And our soldiers would have died without them. She kept her voice level. You know this. You were there. He said nothing. The rain kept falling. Linnet took a step closer, then another. She could smell the leather of his coat, the rain on his shoulders, the faint trace of wood smoke from the ward fire. I am not asking you to approve of it, she said. I am asking you to understand that I did not have a choice. No one ever does. His voice was low. That is what frightens me. You believe every choice was forced on you. The prisoners, the debtors, the men in the pit. You never chose any of it. I chose to save lives. You chose to stop counting. The words hit harder than she expected. She looked at her hands, the scars, the calluses, the fingers that had not shaken in weeks. You are right, she said. I stopped counting, but I started recording. She reached into her pocket and pulled out the black book, small, leather-bound, the edges worn from handling. He looked at it. What is that? My ledger. Every name, every transfer, every life I have touched with the mercy since I came to Gathrim. She held it out. He did not take it. Why are you showing me this? Because you asked what it cost. Her voice trembled. I want you to know that I have not forgotten. I write them down. I remember them. Every single one. The rain streaked the glass behind him. He looked at the book in her hand, then at her face. How many names? She hesitated. Enough. Linnet. 130. She said it fast, as if speed could soften the number. 130 that I killed, and I do not know if I have saved more than I have spent. The silence stretched. She held the book out again. Take it. Read it. See for yourself what I have become. He did not move. I do not want to read it. Then what do you want? He stepped closer. 1 step, 2, close enough that she could feel the heat of him through the cold air. I want to understand, he said, if the woman I knew in the wards is still inside you, or if she died on the frontier with the prisoners. Linnet's throat tightened. She is still here. Show me. She did not understand what he meant until his hand came up and touched her face. His paw was rough and warm against her cheek. His fingers traced the line of her jaw, gentle, almost reverent. He does that more and more now. Linnet. She looked at him. I am trying, she said. I am trying to hold on to who I was. Then let me help you. His other hand came up. He cradled her face between his palms, and she felt the calluses, the soldiers' hands that had killed and healed and held. I have been a fool, he said. I let what I saw at Thornwood blind me to what I already knew about you. I could be seen here. She steeled. We do not know if I am worth being with, she said. That is not your choice to make. She looked at him. The rain, the dark, the warmth of his hands on her face. The truth, she said, is that I do not know anymore. He kissed her. It was not gentle. It was not careful. It was the kiss of a man who had been holding back for weeks, months, and the restraint finally broke. His lips were warm and firm, and his hands slid into her hair, and she felt the wall at her back as he pressed her against it. She kissed him back. Her hands found his chest, the leather of his coat, the hard muscle beneath. She felt his breath against her mouth, his heart beating through the fabric, the raw, desperate need in the way he held her. "Stay with me," he said. "Tonight. Just stay." She nodded. She could not speak. They stood together at the rain-streaked window, the city dark below them, the black book pressed between their bodies, and for a long moment, she almost believed that she could still be saved. Then the door at the end of the corridor opened. A servant's boy in wet livery stood in the threshold, pale-faced and breathless. "Lady Harrow." His voice cracked. "The king's physician sent me. His lucid hour has returned, and he is asking for you. He says it is urgent." Linnet felt Corin's arms tighten around her, the book in her hands, the rain on the glass, the boy waiting for her answer. She looked at Corin. "Go," he said. "I will be here when you return." She wanted to believe that too. Chapter 27. The rain followed her down the corridor. The boy's footsteps echoed ahead, his wet livery leaving dark spots on the stone. Linnet walked behind him, the black book pressed against her ribs, Corin's warmth still on her skin. She stopped. "I will be there in a moment," she said. The boy turned, uncertain. "Tell the physicians I am coming. I need to gather my supplies first." He hesitated, then nodded and hurried ahead. Linnet watched him disappear around the corner. Then she turned and pushed through the first door she found. A side chamber, small, empty of furnishings except for a scarred work table and a cold hearth. The room smelled of dust and old tallow. A servant's waiting room, unused for years. She closed the door behind her. Her hands were shaking. Not from the cold. She pulled the black book from her coat and laid it on the table. The worn leather gleamed in the faint light from the corridor. 130 names. Every transfer, every death, every choice she had made since the first locked door of the king's bedchamber. Corin had seen it. He had read it. And he had held her anyway. She should burn it. The thought came from somewhere cold and clear. If she burned it, no one else would ever read those names. No one else would ever know. She could tell herself she had kept the record for accountability, and when the time came, she had let it go. Her fingers touched the cover. She did not lift it. Instead, she reached into her coat again and pulled out a smaller ledger, a working record, the one she had used at Thornwood to track fevers and doses, names and yields. The one that still held the rough arithmetic of 50 prisoners divided into 43 saved soldiers. She opened it. The pages were smudged. Blood. Dirt. The crease where she had folded it against her thigh during the long ride home. She tore out the first page. The sound was loud in the silence. She tore out the second, the third, the fourth. She did not count them. She did not read them. She tore until the ledger was half its thickness, until the pages that held Thornwood, the frontier, the worst of her arithmetic, lay in a pile on the table. She crossed to the hearth. No fire. She found a striker on the mantel, rusted but usable. The flint sparked. The third strike caught the tinder she had stuffed beneath the pages. Flame curled up. She watched them burn. The ink darkened. The edges curled. The names she had written in haste and blood and exhaustion turned to ash and floated up the chimney. She did not feel lighter. She felt thinner. When the flames died, she stirred the ashes with the striker. Black dust. A few scraps of unburned paper. Nothing legible. She turned back to the table. The black book lay where she had left it. She picked it up. The weight of it, the worn leather, the pages that held every name she had sworn not to forget. She could burn this one too. No one would know. No one except her. And Corin. And whatever part of herself still believed that keeping count meant she had not become a monster. She tucked the black book back onto her coat. Then she looked at the hearth again. Something caught her eye. Not the ashes, the floor. A scrap of paper half-fattened beneath the table leg. She bent and picked it up. A single page, folded. She opened it. Her own handwriting. A name. Not one she recognized. Mirelle Venner. Grain District. Transferred rot residue from sealed vessel. Result: clearance. She stared at it. She had never written that name. She had never performed that transfer. The page was torn from a ledger she did not own. The ink was hers. The handwriting was hers. The date at the top was 3 weeks before she arrived in Cathrem. Linnet's hands went still. Someone had been writing in her hand. Someone had been keeping records of transfers she had never made. Someone had placed this page where she would find it. The rain hammered against the window. The ashes in the hearth stirred in the draught. She looked at the door. The boy was waiting. The king was waiting. And somewhere in this palace, someone was writing her name into ledgers she had never opened. She folded the page and slid it into her pocket. Then she walked out into the corridor and followed the sound of the rain toward the king's chambers. Chapter 28. The corridor stretched ahead, empty but for the rain hammering against the tall windows. Linnet's footsteps echoed. The forged page burned in her pocket like a brand. Mirelle Venner, Grain District, transferred rot residue from sealed vessel. Result: clearance. 3 weeks before she had ever seen Gathrem's walls. She tried to focus on the king. His urgent summoning, the second lucid hour in as many days, which meant something was breaking. But the page kept surfacing. Her handwriting, her name. A transfer she had never performed. Someone had been writing her into a ledger before she arrived. Someone had known she was coming. A door opened ahead. Not the king's chamber. A side door set back in an alcove she had passed twice before without noticing. Lord Tivon Rakes stepped out. No velvet, no chains of office, just a plain wool coat, dark trousers, boots that had seen mud, as if he had come from somewhere the palace did not acknowledge. "Angel of Marifel," he said. "Walking alone, how fortunate." Linnet's hand touched her coat where the black book rested. "Lord Rakes." "Walking to the king, I assume?" He fell into step beside her, matching her pace. "I will not keep you long. A few steps, a few words." "I am expected." "You are always expected now," he smiled. "That is the problem." They reached a junction. The left corridor led to the king's tower. The right led to the Treasury annex. Rakes stopped and turned to face her. "I have been reading your ledgers, Angel." Her blood went cold. "Your working records," he said, as if sensing her alarm. "The ones you filed with the sick room. Casualty counts, transfer dates, survival rates." He tilted his head. "You are efficient. More efficient than Mallender ever was." "I do what is needed." "Exactly." His voice dropped. "And what is needed now is not what Mallender will tell you." He reached into his coat and pulled out a sheet of paper. Not a ledger page, a grain forecast, columns of numbers, districts and yields. "Marifel has 3 bad harvests in a row," he said. "The eastern granaries are at half capacity. The western roads are too degraded to move what we do have. If the rot spreads into the civilian population this winter, we will see famine in every province within 8 weeks. "You cannot know that." "I can. I do. He held up the paper. This is not speculation. This is arithmetic. The same arithmetic you used at Thornwood. Linnet stared at the columns. She had seen numbers like those before. In the archive, in Mallender's ledgers, in the oldest books with their warm, pulsing ink. What do you want more, Rakes? Control. He said it plainly, without shame. The mercy is the most powerful instrument in this kingdom, and it is held by one woman with no formal accountability. If you die tonight, everything you know dies with you. The system collapses, Berengar rots, Esme falls to the Regency block, and the next 3 years will make the Velen famine look like a lean season. I am not going to die tonight. You do not know that. He folded the grain forecast and tucked it away. Mallender keeps you close because you are useful. I would keep you close because you are irreplaceable. There is a difference. The same difference? No. His eyes met hers. Mallender will spend you to preserve the kingdom. I would preserve the kingdom to keep you whole. He sees you as a tool. I see you as the only inheritance that matters. The words hung in the corridor. Linnet thought of the forged page, the handwriting that was hers but not hers, the name that linked to Mallender's sister. You want the mercy under Treasury oversight? She said. I want the mercy under your oversight, with Treasury as your shield instead of your cage. He stepped closer. Mallender has built a system that depends on secrecy. One exposure, one investigation, one noble family deciding they have had enough of hidden sacrifices, and the whole architecture collapses. But if the mercy is formalized, authorized, written into law, then every transfer you perform is legal. Every death is accounted for. Every life you save is a matter of public record. And every life I take. Yes. No flinch. That is the cost of legitimacy. You stop being a secret and start being a minister. Linnet's fingers brushed the edge of her black book through the fabric of her coat. 130 names. She had never imagined them as a ministry. You ask me to trade one master for another? I ask you to choose the master who will let you survive. And if I refuse? Rakes smiled. It was not the smile of a man who had lost. It was the smile of a man who had watched her walk exactly where he needed her to go. You will not refuse forever, he said, but you may refuse tonight. I understand. You have other pressures. He glanced down the corridor toward the king's tower. Go, he is waiting. And when you are finished, consider what I have said. He turned and walked back toward the Treasury annex. Linnet stood at the junction, the forged page pressed against her thigh like a wound that would not close. She thought of Mira, Mallender's sister. The name in the oldest ledger, the name in the forged record. She thought of Rex, who had just offered her a future that did not depend on Mallender. She thought of Corin, who had read her ledger and held her anyway. She thought of the king, who was dying in a room at the top of a tower and who had summoned her with an urgency that felt like the last chapter 29. The door clicked shut behind her. The corridor swayed. Linnet pressed her palm to the stone and breathed. The debtor was coming. The guards did not see him. Berengar had said it with the calm of a man who had already accepted what came next. She took a step, then another. Sarah stood at the junction where the corridor split toward the chapel. Gray hair pulled tight, riverstone eyes fixed on Linnet's face. You look like you have seen a ghost, Sarah said. I have seen worse. Then come with me. Not a request. Linnet followed because her legs moved without her deciding, because the alternative was standing alone in a corridor where a man who should be dead was walking unseen toward the king. Sarah led her through a low door she had never noticed, down a stairwell that smelled of damp stone and old incense. The air changed. grew warmer, thick with candle wax and the sharp tang of wound salve. The chapel infirmary was smaller than the palace wards. 6 pallets, 3 occupied. A woman with bandaged forearms sat against the wall, staring at nothing. An old man lay with his eyes closed, chest rising in shallow hitches. A boy, maybe 12 years old, curled on his side, ribs showing through his shirt. Sarah stopped beside the boy. "Tell her what you told me." The boy's eyes tracked to Linnet. Pale, frightened. The kind of fear that had lived in him long enough to hollow out the rest. "It comes every autumn," he said. "The shaking fever. My dad says it has always come, but this year it took my mother and my sister both. The old ones say it never used to kill so many." Linnet's hand went to her coat, to the black book. "Where are you from?" "Farthingford, west of the chalk ridge." She knew the name. She had read it in the oldest ledger. A district marked for seasonal yield. 3 fever cycles in 60 years. Each one listed with the same bureaucratic precision she had used at Thornwood. "What else?" she asked. The boy swallowed. "The men in fine clothes came last spring. They counted the houses and the livestock and the children. Said the district was due for a lean season and the crown would manage the shortfall." His voice cracked. 2 weeks later the fever started. It did not touch the fine men. They were gone before the first burial." Sarah knelt beside the boy. Her rough hand cupped the back of his head. "You see?" she said quietly. "You see what the ledgers produce?" Linnet's fingers pressed against the page in her pocket. The forged page. Mira Venner. Transfer date 3 weeks before she reached Gathrem. "This is not my system," she said. "No." Sarah stood. "But you are keeping it alive. Every time you take the king's rot into a debtor, every time you write a name in that little book of yours, every time you choose who bears the cost, you are feeding the same machine that ate this boy's family. He would die without it. He should die." Sarah's voice was raw. "That is the mercy you were taught. That is the mercy I gave you. Let him go. Let the rot die in him. Let the dynasty end its secret violence and let the realm face the truth." The boy watched them both. Linnet thought of Berengar's trembling hands, his clear eyes, his plea to let him go. She thought of the debtor, the hum in the bone, the threads that moved in the dark. "I cannot," she said, "because you will not. Because if I let him die, the Regency block takes Esme. Rakes formalizes the mercy into a ministry anyway. The system does not end, it just changes hands." Sarah's face tightened. "That is what Mallender tells himself. That is what every custodian of cruelty tells themselves. That the blood will flow regardless, so it might as well flow through them." The infirmary door banged open. A rider stood in the frame. Palace livery, mud splashed to the knees, face pale as linen. "Linnet Harrow," he said. She turned. The princess. Her escort was attacked on the eastern road. The room stopped. "Esme," Linnet said. "She is alive, badly shaken. Her guards are dead, all of them." The rider's voice broke. "They were waiting in the tree line. They knew the route, they knew the timing. Someone inside the palace told them." Sarah's hand found Linnet's wrist. "Do not go," she said. "This is the game. This is how they pull you deeper. Let the child come to you. Let the palace come to you. Do not run toward the trap." The boy from Farthingford stared at the rider. The rider stared at Linnet. She thought of Mirelle's note, the houses, Velland, Arneth, Kestrel, the meetings she had not acted on. She thought of the debtor, walking unseen toward the king. "I need a horse," she said. Sarah's grip tightened. "Linnet." If Esme dies, the Regency block wins. Rakes wins. The system survives without me, and no one in this kingdom ever knows what the ledgers contain. She pulled her arm free. I will not let that happen. Sarah's eyes held hers. Then you are already lost. The rider was already moving. Linnet followed. Behind her, the boy from Farthingford began to cry. Chapter 30. The horse's hooves hit mud and stone, and the bodies came into view before Linnet could brace. 3 guards lay in the road. The 4th had made it to the tree line, sprawled face down with a crossbow bolt between his shoulders. Rain had washed the blood thin, pink rivulets running into the ditch. Linnet pulled the horse up before it could trample the nearest corpse. Corin rode past her 20 yards, then wheeled back. His face was hard. He had not spoken since the stable. Spread out, he said to the 6 soldiers behind him. Check everybody. Find the princess. The men dismounted and fanned into the tree line. Linnet slid from the saddle. Her boots hit mud. The dead guard nearest her lay on his back, eyes open, throat cut clean. Professional. No hesitation. The wound had been bathed after he fell, not in the fight. A mercy kill, or a message. She forced herself past him. The carriage sat 50 yards ahead, listing on a broken wheel. The horses were gone, cut loose or stolen. The door hung open. Dark stains spread across the seat cushions. She could not see Esme. Corin. He was already moving toward the carriage. His hand went to his sword. Esme, he called. Low voice. Careful. No answer. Linnet's pulse hammered. She thought of the forged page in her pocket, the debtor walking unseen through the palace, the timeline that meant someone had been preparing for her arrival before she knew the king's name. The attack on Esme had been planned. She knew the route. She knew the timing. The men in the tree line knew where to wait. Your Grace, Corin's voice changed. I need you to come out now. A rustle from the ditch beyond the carriage. Esme rose from the mud. Her dark braid had come loose. Her plain wool dress was soaked, stained with something dark along the sleeve. Her pale gray eyes were wide and dry. She had not been crying. Linnet's chest tightened. The girl looked at the dead guards, at the broken carriage, at the men searching the tree line, then at Linnet. They knew, Esme said. Her voice was steady, too steady. They knew the route. They knew which of my father's seals would open the gate. They knew I would be riding at dusk because the court would not miss me until morning. She stepped over the body of the guard with the cut throat. Someone inside the palace told them. Yes, Linnet said. Esme stopped in front of her, barefoot, mud up to her calves, blood on her sleeve that was not her own. I killed one of them. Linnet's breath caught. The man who cut my guard's throat. He came for me after the horses ran, thought I would be easy. Esme's hand moved to her belt, a small knife, still wet. He was wrong. Corin reached them. He did not touch the princess. He simply stood between her and the tree line. We need to move, he said. There could be more. There are not. Esme's gray eyes held Linnet's. They were paid to hit the carriage and leave. Paid in silver that came from Gathrem. I saw the purse. The seal was broken, but the cloth was court weave. Linnet's hand went to her coat, to the forged page. Can you ride? Esme nodded. Corin gave a sharp whistle. One of the soldiers brought a horse forward, a gray gelding with mud splashed to its flanks. Esme took the reins without waiting for help and swung up bareback, legs gripping the animal's sides. The soldiers finished their search. 12 dead, 8 guards, 4 attackers. No survivors among the attackers. Someone had made sure of that. Slit their own throats, one soldier said, after the fighting was done. Linnet looked at the bodies, linen tunics. No sigils, no identifying marks. Faces she did not recognize. Men who had come to die for a purse of court-weave silver. She mounted. The ride back to Gethrem took twice as long because the road was soft and they moved under cover. Esme did not speak. Her small hand stayed on the knife at her belt. The palace gates opened before they reached them. Horses waited, soldiers in full livery. The courtyard was lit, torches burning against the dark. And Mallender stood at the center, still in his day coat, ink stains fresh on his fingers. He looked at Esme first, checked her for wounds with a single sweep of his pale gray eyes. Then he looked at Linnet. 12 dead, he said. Not a question. All her guards, 4 attackers. They killed themselves after the fight. Mallender's jaw tightened. The thin durn scar along his right jaw caught the torchlight. Inside, he said. Both of you, now. Esme slid from the horse. She walked past Mallender without looking at him. A soldier fell in behind her. Linnet stayed where she was. You knew, she said. Mallender turned. I knew someone would move against her. I did not know when or where. His voice was flat. If I had known the route, I would have doubled the escort. I did not. Someone in the palace gave them the route. Yes. Someone in your administration. Mallender's gaze held hers. The torchlight carved shadows across his face. The corridor goes both ways, he said. Every leak I find gives me a path back to whoever sent those men, and I will find them. He walked toward the gate, stopped and looked back. Esme survived. That is what matters. The rest is arithmetic. He disappeared into the torch shadow. Linnet stood in the wet courtyard, the forged page pressed against her ribs. Someone inside had planned this. Someone inside had forged her handwriting. Someone inside had opened the archive door and left Mirelle's rote. And the debtor was coming. She turned and followed Mallender into the palace, the rain washing the mud from her boots, the name Mira Venner burning in her pocket like a second heartbeat. Chapter 31. Rain slid down the back of Linnet's neck as she stood in the courtyard, watching Mallender's shadow vanish into the torchlight. The forged page pressed against her ribs. Mira Venner. 3 weeks before Gethrem. Rot residue from a sealed vessel. Someone had placed that page where she would find it. Someone had known she would come to the servants' waiting room. Someone had been watching her since before she ever passed through the palace gates. She walked. The corridors were quiet. Servants pressed against walls as she passed, eyes down, hands folded. The news of Esme's attack had already spread. She could feel it in the way they held their breath, the way their gaze slid past her like she carried something dangerous. She did. Mirelle's chambers were on the 3rd floor of the east wing, behind a door painted with faded roses. Linnet knocked without knowing why she had come. The door opened before her hand fell. Come in, Mirelle said. I have been waiting. She stood by the window in a pale amber gown, hands folded, face unreadable. A fire burned low in the hearth. Tea sat untouched on the table. You knew, Linnet said. Mirelle's eyes met hers. That someone would move against Esme? Yes, I told you as much. You did not tell me when. Because I did not know the hour. Mirelle's voice was soft, almost gentle. But I knew the shape of it. The houses Valence, Arneth, Kestrel have been meeting for 6 weeks. Their plan was always to take Esme on the eastern road, when her guard would be lightest and the court's attention fixed on the king. Linnet's hands curled into fists. You could have warned me. I did warn you. Not enough. Not with names and dates and... I gave you names. Mirelle's voice sharpened. I gave you houses. I gave you meeting locations. What did you do with that information, Linnet? The words landed like a blade. Linnet opened her mouth, closed it. You did nothing, Mirelle said. You carried the knowledge in your pocket and told yourself you would act when the crisis came. But the crisis was already moving. It had been moving for weeks, and you were waiting for permission. I was trying to find proof. There is no proof in a palace. There is only action and consequence. Mirelle stepped closer. Her perfume filled the space between them, warm and cloying. I did not come to you with rumors, Linnet. I came to you with certainties, and you hesitated. Linnet's throat burned. You used Esme as bait. Mirelle's expression did not change. I used the attack as an opening. There is a difference. 4 guards died. 8. The same. Yes. Mirelle's voice was quiet. 8 men died so that the conspiracy against Esme would show its hand before the king's death made the succession uncontrollable. I chose the smaller slaughter to prevent the larger one. That is Mallender's arithmetic. It is arithmetic. I did not invent it. I simply learned to read the numbers. Mirelle turned back to the window. The men who attacked Esme's escort were hired through a broker in the river district. That broker takes his orders from a factor in House Kestrel's trade office. And that factor answers to a man named Elowin Venice, who sits on Lord Rake's personal staff. Linnet's breath caught. Rake's? I told you he was not to be trusted. Mirelle's reflection stared back from the dark glass. Venice is his grain man, the one who compiles the harvest reports, the one who knows exactly how many mouths the eastern provinces can feed, and exactly how many need to vanish before the winter. Linnet thought of the grain forecast Wux had shown her. 3 bad harvests, eastern grainers at half capacity, famine in every province within 8 weeks. You are saying Rake's ordered the attack? I am saying the trail leads to his duel. Mirelle turned. Whether he knew the specifics or simply created the conditions for men like Venice to act does not matter. The blood is on his ledger. Linnet's hand moved to her coat, to the forged page, to Mira Venner's name. Someone has been forging my handwriting in the palace ledgers? Mirelle's eyes flickered. Interest. Recognition. Show me. Linnet pulled the page from her pocket. Mirelle took it, carried it to the candle, read it in silence. The flame caught the edges of the paper, casting shadows across her face. Wrought residue from a sealed vessel? She said. I have not heard that term in years. You know what it means? It is an old technique. Before the district quotas, before the ledgers were standardized, the earliest mercy bearers would store transferred corruption in sealed containers, clay jars, iron boxes, sometimes the bodies of the dead. Mirelle's gills lifted. It was unreliable. The rot would leak, seep into the ground, find new hosts. Linnet's skin sprawled. Someone used that technique on a woman named Mirna Venner, 3 weeks before I arrived in Galthrem. Venner. Mirelle's brow furrowed. That name. You know it. I know it was the name of a family that died in the Velen grain riots, the same riots that killed Mallender's sister. Mirelle's voice dropped. Mira Venner was a grain merchant's daughter. She tried to expose the hoarding before the court silenced her. She died the same night as Mara Mallender. Linnet's stomach turned. Someone wrote her name in the oldest archive ledger, in my handwriting, dated before I ever stepped foot in this city. Mirelle was silent for a long moment. Then she said, You were never meant to be a healer, Linnet. You were meant to be a vessel, a record, a signature that could be used by anyone who knew how to hold the pen. And you? Minette's voice was hoarse. What were you meant to be? Mirelle's smile was thin. I was meant to be with a force warmer's godless. I am able to expose the hoarding before the court silenced her. She died the same night as Mara Mallender. Linnet's stomach turned. Someone wrote her name in the oldest archive ledger, in my handwriting, dated before I ever stepped foot in this city. Mirelle was silent for a long moment. Then she said, You were never meant to be a healer, Linnet. You were meant to be a vessel, a record, A signature that could be used by anyone who knew how to hold the pen. And you? Minette's voice was hoarse. What were you meant to be? Mirelle's smile was thin. I was meant to be the woman who handed you the names of your enemies and watched you decide what to do with them. She pressed the forged page back into Linnet's hand. You can burn this. You can carry it. You can use it to tear down half the court. But you cannot pretend it does not exist any longer. Mirelle's hello boys. The game is on the board, Linnet. The only question is whether you will play or be played. Linnet stood in the rose-painted room, the paper burning against her palm. She thought of Esme's steady voice, of the knife still wet in the girl's hand, of Mallender's arithmetic and Rake's grain forecast, and the red-haired debtor walking unseen through the palace. There is no clean path, she said. No, Mirelle agreed. There never was. Linnet folded the page and tucked it back into her coat. Outside the window, the rain had stopped. The courtyard was empty. But in the shadow of the east gate, a figure moved where no figure should go. Tall, red-haired, unchained. Linnet's blood went cold. The debtor looked up and smiled. Chapter 32. The red-haired debtor's smile held in the torchlight. A greeting. A recognition. As if he had been waiting for her to see him. Linnet's hand moved to her coat, to the forged page, to the knife she had not carried since Thornwood. Who let him loose? She said. Mirelle stepped to the window. Her reflection stared out at the empty courtyard. No one let him. He walks where he chooses. You knew. I knew he was here. I did not know he would show himself tonight. Mirelle's voice was flat. That is a different piece on the board. Linnet turned from the window. The debtor was gone. The courtyard held only shadows and wet stone. I am done being pieces on other people's boards. She walked out. The corridor was empty. The torches had burned low. Linnet moved fast, her boots echoing off the stone, the forged page pressing against her ribs like a second heartbeat. She did not know where she was going until she arrived. Mallender's door. She knocked once, twice, then pushed it open. He was seated at his desk, ink staining his fingers, a ledger open before him. He did not look surprised. I heard about the courtyard, he said. Then you know the debtor is loose. I know. He set down his pen. I also know you have been holding a forged page in your coat for 2 days. Linnet's breath caught. You knew. I knew someone was forging your hand before you arrived in Gathram. Mallender's pale gray eyes held hers. I did not know who. I still do not. And you did not tell me. You were not ready to hear it. She wanted to argue. She wanted to throw the page at his face and demand answers, but the words would not come because he was right. 2 days ago she would have burned the page and pretended it had never existed. Now she pulled it out and laid it flat on his desk. Mira Venner, she said. Rot residue from a sealed vessel, dated 3 weeks before I arrived in Gathram. Mallender looked at the page for a long moment. Then he looked up. I know. You know everything. You let me walk into this city blind. I let you walk into this city as a healer. Mallender's voice was quiet. If I had told you on the first night that your handwriting was already being used to fabricate records, you would have fled. Or you would have tried to tear the system down before you undid it. I still might. No. He shook his head. You will not, because you have seen Esme's face after she killed a man. You have held Berengar's hand while he begged for death. You have had the ledgers. He paused. You know what happens if you burn it all down. Linnet's hands were shaking. She pressed them flat against the desk. What do you want from me? Tonight? Mallender rose. I want you to help me keep this kingdom from fracturing before dawn. The debtor. The debtor is one problem. The attack on Esme is another. The conspiracy in the grain offices is a third. He moved around the desk. But the immediate crisis is Berengar. His lucid hours are lengthening. That means the rot is preparing to peak. Linnet's stomach turned. How long? A day, perhaps 2. Mallender's voice was steady. When he goes, the Regency block will move within hours. Rakes will claim authority over the Mercy. Houses Velen, Arnott, and Kestrel will press for Esme's removal. The army will fracture if Corin cannot hold them. And the debtor? The debtor is a weapon I cannot yet name. Mallender's eyes flickered. But I know this. He was not sent to kill Berengar. He was sent to watch, to wait, to be present when the rot finally peaks. Linnet thought of the debtor's smile, of the threads pulsing inside him, of the tune she almost recognized. He is connected to the oldest ledgers, she said, to the language I cannot read. Yes. Then he is connected to whatever the Mercy was before your system. Mallender's jaw tightened. Yes. And you're of no idea what he wants? No. Linnet stood in the candlelight, the weight of the night pressing against her. She thought of Esme, of Corin, of Sarah's face when she had said, "Then you are already lost." She thought of the black book on her coat, 130 names, and the names she had not written. I need access to Berengar tonight, she said, unrestricted, without your physicians in the room. Mallender's pale eyes studied her. Done. I need Corin to know that if the army moves, it moves on my order. He will not accept that. He will if you tell him the alternative is rakes holding the Mercy. Mallender was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded. What else? Linnet pulled the forged page from his desk and folded it back into her coat. I need the name of the broker in the river district, the one who paid the men who attacked Esme. Kalen Voss. He works out of a smokehouse on the 3rd wharf. You knew his name. I knew his name the night of the attack. Mallender's voice dropped. I was waiting for you to ask. Linnet's hands went still. You wanted me to come to you. I wanted you to choose to come to me. He stepped closer. I have spent months showing you the arithmetic, the ledgers, the cost of innocence. But I could not make you see it. You had to arrive here yourself. And if I had not, you would have died in the courtyard tonight. Mallender's voice was flat. The debtor was not smiling at you because he recognized an ally. He was smiling because he recognized a woman who had not yet decided whose side she was on. Linnet's blood went cold. You knew he would be there. I knew he might be. Mallender turned and walked back to his desk. And I knew that if you walked out of Mirelle's chambers and went to your room, you were still the woman who burned pages in a cold hearth. But if you came to me, you were ready. Linnet stood in the silence. The candle flickered. The ink on Mallender's fingers caught the light. I never wanted an accomplice, he said quietly. I wanted a successor, someone who could choose what others cannot. He sat down and opened the ledger. Now, we have a king to stabilize, a princess to protect, and a debtor roaming the palace halls. Shall we begin? Linnet's hand went to her coat, to the black book, to the names that would grow before dawn. Yes. She pulled out her chair and sat across from him. The game was on the board, and for the first time, she was not a piece. She was the one holding the pen. Chapter 33. Mallender's steward brought them in a wooden box lined with velvet. 3 keys, iron, brass, and a third of blackened steel that looked older than the palace itself. Linnet took the box from the steward's hands and set it on the sick-room table while the man retreated without a word, his boots fading down the corridor. She had not slept. The candle had burned to a nub while she and Mallender mapped the hours ahead. Berengar's chamber, the dosing schedules, the list of physicians who could be trusted and the ones who could not. By the time the steward arrived with the keys, the gray light of false dawn was bleeding through the high windows. Linnet lifted the iron key first. Heavy, warm from the steward's palm, or perhaps from something else. She turned it over and saw the royal crest stamped into the bow, a sheaf of wheat crossed with a sword. The physician's corridor, Mallender said from the doorway. He had not left either. His coat was rumpled, his ink-stained fingers pressed against the frame. Every locked door between the sick room and the king's bedchamber. Yours now. She set it down and picked up the brass key. Lighter, newer, the wards were sharp and precise. The records room, dosing ledgers, patient histories, the log of every transfer performed in the palace for the last 30 years. He paused. No one has held that key alone since I took it from my predecessor. Lennet's throat tightened. She did not let it show. The third. She lifted the blackened steel key. It was cold. Not the cold of metal left in shadow, but a deeper cold that seemed to come from inside the metal itself. The steel was pitted with age, the wards worn almost smooth, as if something had been trying to turn it through the lock for years. That key opens the lower archive, Mallender said, the stone chamber beneath the wine cellar. It was sealed before my predecessor's predecessor held this office. What is in it? I do not know. His voice was flat. I have never seen the door open. Linnet turned the key over. The pitted steel caught the candlelight and swallowed it. And you are giving it to me now? You asked for unrestricted access to Berengar. This is what that means. Mallender stepped into the room. The keys are not symbols, Linnet. They are tools. Every physician who held them before me used them to decide who lived and who paid. If you take them, you take that weight. She heard what he did not say. If you take them, you stop pretending you are still the woman from Marrowfell. Linnet closed her hand around the keys, the iron warm against her palm, the brass sharp and clean, the blackened steel cold as a buried bone. Show me the records room. Mallender led her through the eastern corridor, past the door where the night guard had once stopped her, into a narrow passage she had not known existed. The brass key turned the lock with a clean click, and the door swung open on oiled hinges. The room was small, a desk, a shelf of ledgers, a single window that looked onto the inner courtyard where the first light was touching the flagstones. But it was the wall that stopped her. A map of Marrowfell, hand-drawn in ink and chalk, covered the entire surface. Every province, every district, every village. And next to each name, a number. Linnet stepped closer. Farthen Ford 807, Thornwood 1203, Gathram itself 4600. What are these numbers? Mallender stood at the desk watching her, keeping her voice steady. On the shelf. Alphabetized by district, then by year. Linnet turned from the map. She walked to the shelf and pulled the first ledger. The leather was dry and cracked, the spine split from decades of use. She opened it. Physician Aldrich's hand, small, precise, written in ink that had faded to brown. She scanned the entries, names, dates, symptoms, treatments prescribed, but there was a second column, written in a different ink, added after each entry. Category A, Category C, Category B. Explain these. Mallender came to stand beside her. He looked at the column and said nothing for a long moment. That is not my system. Linnet turned the page. More entries, more categories. A, B, C, and rarer markings. Category D, resilience, high. Category E, resilience, extreme. Who wrote these? Physician Aldrich by the hand. Mallender's voice had gone carefully neutral. But I did not instruct him to do so. Linnet looked up at him. Then who did? He did not answer, but his pale eyes had gone sharp, tracking the entries with a focus that told her this was new to him too. She flipped further into the ledger. The markings grew denser in the most recent pages. Aldrich had been categorizing every patient, every servant, every courtier who came near the sick room for weeks. The resilience ratings climbed. Lord Rakes, resilience, B. Lady Mirelle Quist, resilience, A. Marshal Corin Bly, resilience, E. Linnet hands stopped. Corin's name, category E, extreme. What does E mean? I do not know. Mallender's voice was tight, but I intend to find out. He reached for the ledger. Linnet pulled it back. No. He stared at her. Physician Aldrich made these markings in secret, in a ledger he knew you would not see unless someone came looking. She closed the book. I want to know why, and I want to know who told him to do it. Linnet leaks outs. I do not know. He swallowed, but the handwriting was yours. Chapter 34. The blackened steel key felt wrong against Linnet's hip. Heavier than iron, heavier than brass, as if the metal remembered what it had seen. She left Aldrich trembling by the dosing table and walked the corridor alone. The stones were cold through her boots. The torches had burned low. Somewhere above, the palace slept, but down here the walls breathed damp and silence. The physician's corridor opened onto the sickroom antechamber. 2 liveried servants sat on benches, heads drooping. They snapped upright when she passed. She did not acknowledge them. The door to Berengar's chamber was unlocked. She pushed it open. The king was awake. He sat propped against 3 pillows, his tallow face turned toward the window where the first pale gray of false dawn bled across the glass. His hands lay on the blankets, knuckles too large, skin papery. The dark filaments had receded into his chest, pulsing slow and deep beneath the sheet. He looked at her. His eyes were clear. How much time? She stood at the foot of the bed. The keys clinked. Physician Aldrich has been categorizing the palace by resilience without your knowledge or Mallender's. The lower archive door was opened once before, and the man who opened it died with black marks on his hands. She paused. The same marks your wife had. Berengar's breath caught. A small sound, almost lost in the rattle of his lungs. Ilara, he said. They told me it was fever. He closed his eyes. For a long moment he said nothing, and she watched the filaments pulse beneath the sheet, slow and patient, waiting. I knew, he said. Linnet's hand tightened on the key. You knew. I suspected. He opened his eyes. When she died, I told myself it was grief that made her hands darken, that she had held mine too long during the wasting sickness that took our first child, and the mercy had marked her as it marks everything it touches. His voice cracked. I knew. I chose not to look. The words hung between them. Linnet thought of the map in the records room, the population estimates next to every village, the butcher's inventory hidden behind administrated language. How many did you choose not to look at? Berengar met her gaze. All of them. She walked around the bed and sat in the chair beside him. The wood was worn smooth from years of Mallender's body. She could feel the shape of it against her back. Tell me why. Because the alternative was worse. He said it flatly, without defense. I believed that. I still believe it some days. If I had torn the system down the moment I understood what it cost, Marrowfell would have fractured. The Regency block would have taken control within a year. The districts that depend on the crown's protection would have been carved up by men who do not count lives, only harvests. So you kept it alive. I kept it alive. His voice dropped. I told myself it was stewardship, that I was holding the burden until someone strong enough to end it properly took the throne. That Esme would be that someone, if I could keep the kingdom whole long enough for her to reach it. He laughed, very same. Berengar reached out. His hand trembled, but his fingers found her wrist and held. His skin was dry and hot. You and I share something that no one else in this room can understand. His voice was barely a whisper now. The mercy runs in your blood as it ran in mine. Bastard branch, distant cousin, crooked inheritance. It does not matter. You know what it means to touch another person's suffering and decide where it goes. She did not pull away. I am going to die soon, he said. Hours, perhaps a day. And I am asking you, as one bearer of the gift to another, do not let survival become your only god. The words struck her like a blade between the ribs. I have knelt at that altar for 30 years, he said. I have nothing left to burn. But you still have a choice. You can take the keys and build something that does not require regular sacrifice, or you can let the system remake you into the next custodian of pain. And if I choose the keys, then you will have to live with what you build. His grip tightened. But at least it will be yours, not mine, not Mallender's, not the inheritance of men who learned to call atrocity stewardship because they were too frightened to stop. The filaments beneath the sheet pulsed once, warred, and Berengar's breath caught. His hand went slack on her wrist. His eyes lost focus for a moment, then cleared. I loved her, he said. Ilara. I loved her, and I let her die because I could not bear to look at what I had become. Linnet sat in the silence. The candle guttered again. The gray light through the window was strengthening. Somewhere in the palace, a door opened and closed. Berengar's eyes had drifted shut. His breathing was shallow, the filaments pulsing in rhythm. She stood. The keys swung against her hip. She walked to the door and opened it. A servant stood in the antechamber, face pale. Lady Harrow. The boy's voice cracked. There is a man at the lower gate. He says he is the debtor from Thornwood. He says you told him to come. Linnet's hand went to the blackened steel key. She had said nothing of the kind. The maze gray. Think that the competary servant boy is still waiting, his face pale in the gray light. Behind him, the corridor stretches empty. The blackened steel key is cold against Linnet's palm. I did not summon him, she says. The boy's throat works. He insists, my lady. He will not leave. The gate guards are... Keep him there. Do not let him inside. Do not touch him. She is already moving, not toward the lower gate, but toward the king's chamber again. The keys swing against her hip. The forged page presses against her ribs. The debtor is at the gate, and someone used her name to bring him. And Berengar is dying. And you came to watch him die. Sarah's Riverstone eyes meet hers. I came to see what you would do when the hour arrived. The filaments pulse. The king's breath catches, holds, releases. Linnet crosses to the bed and looks down at Berengar's face. The skin is stretched thin over the bone, the eyes sunken, the lips gray. He is still lucid. She can see it in the way his gaze tracks her, slow but deliberate. You are still here, he whispers. I am. The debtor. His chest rises, falls. He is at the gate. I can feel him, like a second heartbeat under the stone. I know. He was sent to witness, not to act. But he will act if the rot peaks without a vessel. Berengar's hand moves beneath the sheet, a twitch of the fingers. He is the old method, the sealed vessel. If I die with the burden still in me, he will take it. That is what he was made for. The words settle into the room like ash. Sarah sets the cup down. Then let him. Linnet turns. Sarah rises, small and solid, her gray-streaked hair catching the thin light. Let the debtor take the rot. Let Berengar die clean. Let the system end here with a king who chose to stop rather than pass the poison forward. The debtor is not willing, Linnet says. He is a vessel, sealed and stored. He was made for this. Then unmake him. Sarah's voice is flat. Set him free by ending what he was created to carry. Let the rot die with Berengar, and let the debtor become a man again, or let him die empty. Either is cleaner than what you have been doing. The door opens. Corin steps inside, still in his riding leathers, dust on his boots. His brown eyes find Linnet, then Sarah, then the king. He says nothing, but he crosses to stand beside Linnet, close enough that his arm brushes hers. Heard the news, he says quietly. The debtor at the gate, the king failing. The whole palace is holding its breath. Then they know what is at stake. They know something is happening. He looks at Berengar. They do not know what you are deciding. Esme appears in the doorway. She is wearing a plain wool dress, her dark hair braided tight. No jewels, no crown. Her pale gray eyes are dry. I heard shouting, she says. The servants are panicking. They say the king is dying and there is a man at the gate who hums. Linnet looks at the four of them. Sarah, hard and righteous, still believing mercy can be clean. Corin, steady and waiting, still trusting her to choose well. Esme, young and watching, learning what power costs before she inherits it. And Berengar, who chose 30 years of atrocity because he was afraid to stop. We could do it, Linnet hears herself say. Let him die. Let the debtor take the rot or let it die with him. End it here. Sarah's eyes flash. Then do it. Corin says nothing, but his hand finds hers and holds. Esme steps closer. If my father dies with the rot unspent, what happens to the realm? The Regency bloc takes control, Linnet says. They have a contingency order. They will claim you are too young to rule. They will install a council of 5, and rakes will hold the mercy authority within a week. And the fevers? The blights? Linnet's throat tightens. Without the transfer system, the rot will spread into the civilian population. The shaking fevers will surge. The border districts will see outbreaks within weeks. Esme is quiet for a long moment. Then she says, How many will die? Thousands, perhaps tens of thousands. Ending the system means accepting that cost. Sarah's voice is hard. It means trusting that the realm can survive the truth, that villages can rebuild without being fed into a machine that decides who is bearable loss. You do not know that. Linnet's voice cracks. You stood in the chapel ward. You saw the children dying of the shaking fever. That is what happens without the system. That is what has always happened when the crown stops managing the burden. And that is better than this? Sarah gestures at the king, at the filaments pulsing beneath the sheet. Better than selecting who suffers so the court can sleep clean. The door slams open. A guardsman stands in the threshold, his face red, his breath ragged. My lady. He looks at Linnet. The debtor is through the gate. He walked past the guards like they were not there. He is in the courtyard and he is humming, and he will not stop. The sound reaches them then, low, shapeless, the same tune the bread thief hummed in the camp, the same vibration that crept through the ground at Thornwood. Berengar's eyes open. He is coming, the king whispers. The sealed vessel is coming, and I am almost empty. Linnet's hand goes to the blackened steel key. The humming grows louder. And behind it, another sound, boots in the corridor. Mallender's voice, sharp and urgent, and beneath it, the distant clatter of a city that does not know it is balanced on the edge of a blade. Chapter 36. The humming stopped. Not faded, not muffled by distance, simply gone, as if the debtor had drawn the sound back into his lungs the moment Mallender's boots reached the chamber door. The Chancellor stood in the threshold, pale gray eyes sweeping the room in a single practiced pass. He took in Sarah at the bedside, Corin beside Linnet, Esme standing alone near the window, her braided head high, the guardsman still panting in the corner. "The courtyard has been cleared," Mallender said. "The debtor is contained behind the east gate. The gate is locked, chained, and watched." "Contained?" Linnet repeated. "You mean trapped?" "I mean held." Mallender stepped inside. A clerk materialized behind him, carrying a leather-bound folio and a brass inkwell. He walked through 24 armed men as if they were mist. He did not attack. He simply stood in the center of the courtyard and hummed until I ordered the gate opened and he walked through. "He is waiting," Berengar whispered from the bed. "He knows what is coming?" Mallender's gaze went to the king. Something flickered in his expression. Not grief, recognition. "The Regency chamber is being prepared," he said. "The lords have been summoned. Lord Raikes, Lady Mirelle, the senior physicians, the crown's steward. They will arrive within the hour." "To watch him die," Sarah said flatly. "To witness the succession." Mallender turned to Linnet. "And to determine who holds the mercy authority when Berengar cannot." Linnet felt Corin's hand tighten around hers. "And if I refuse?" she said, Mallender's mouth curved. "Barely." "Then Lord Raikes will claim the authority by default. The Regency block has already drafted the order. They are waiting for the king's breath to stop so they can ink the date." Esme stepped forward. "What authority does Lord Raikes have over the mercy? He cannot touch it. He cannot perform a transfer. He cannot even name what it is." "He does not need to touch it." Mallender's voice was soft. "He needs to phone the person who can." The room went still. Linnet looked at the king. Berengar's eyes were half closed, the dark filaments pulsing sluggish and thick beneath the sheet. His breath rattled. He had hours at most, perhaps less. "Then I will go to the Regency chamber," she said. Sarah's head snapped up. "Linnet!" "I will go," Linnet repeated, "and I will see which of them is willing to carry what I name." She felt Corin's hand tense. He did not let go. The Regency chamber was a long, low room off the great hall, paneled in dark wood that swallowed candlelight. A table ran its length, scarred by ink and wine, and the pressure of documents signed in crisis. Linnet stood at the head of the table. She had left the blackened steel key in her pocket, but she had brought Aldrich's ledger, the one with the secret column, the one that ranked the court by resilience. They came in order of reach. Lord Raikes entered first, silk-voiced and composed, his small, even teeth showing in a smile that did not reach his eyes. He took the seat to Linnet's right without being invited. Lady Mirelle followed in a gown the color of old honey, her face unreadable. She sat across from Raikes, folded her hands, and waited. Physician Aldrich came next, his yellow beard trembling, his red-rimmed eyes fixed on Linnet's belt, where the bracken steel key hung. He took a seat near the door. The crown steward, a gray man named Bartram, entered with a sheaf of documents and a seal. He sat at the far end, as if distance might spam him. Mallender came last. He did not sit. "The king is dying," he said without preamble. "His breath is failing. The physicians give him until midnight, perhaps dawn if the rot slows. The Regency block has a contingency order. It will be executed the moment his heart stops." "Unless we act first," Rux leaned back. "The mercy is the only instrument that can stabilize the succession. If Linnet transfers the king's burden into a suitable vessel, the rot does not spill into the civilian population. The Regency bloc cannot claim emergency authority if there is no emergency. And you would be that suitable vessel? Mirelle's voice was silk over steel. I would be the one who holds the authority to choose the vessel. Rake smiled. As Treasury Minister, I am the natural steward of any crown resource, including the mercy system. The mercy is not a resource. It is the most valuable resource in the kingdom. Rakes turned to Linnet. You know this. You have seen the ledgers. You know what happens when the burden is not managed. She did know. She had seen the map in the records room, the body count harvest calculations, the villages marked as bearable loss. She had read the oldest ledgers, the ones written in a language that predated Berengar's bloodline. She knew that the system was not cruelty chosen by wicked men. It was architecture built by desperate ones. But she also knew what Sarah had said. Let the rot die with him. Let the system end here. Mallender, Linnet said, what happens if I refuse the transfer? Mallender's pale gray eyes held hers. Then the king dies with the burden inside him. The rot will seek a new host. The debtor at the gate is the most likely vessel, shaped by the old methods to receive exactly this weight. But if he cannot hold it, or if he dies in the transfer, the rot will fragment and spread into the nearest living bodies. How many? Everyone in this room. The silence that followed was not empty, it was full. Full of breath held, of pulse counted, of futures balanced on a blade. Esme spoke from the doorway. Then transfer it into me. Every head turned. The princess stood in the threshold, her dark braid tight against her scalp, her pale gray eyes steady. I am his daughter, she said. The mercy runs in my blood as it runs in his. If the rot must find a vessel, let it find the one who is meant to inherit. No, Linnet's voice came out harder than she intended. You are 11 years old. Old enough to understand what is at stake. Esme stepped into the room. Old enough to know that if you transfer the rot into a debtor who cannot speak, or into a courtier who will use it as leverage, the realm does not survive. But if you put it in me, it stays in the bloodline, it stays controlled, and when I am old enough to rule, I can end it the way my father could not. You do not know what you are asking. I am asking to carry what my family made. Esme's voice cracked, but she did not stop. I am asking to be the vessel so no one else has to be. Linnet looked at her. At the child who had killed a male with a knife and not wept. At the princess who had watched her father rot for years and learned to calculate cost before most children learn to read. And she understood with a clarity that felt like ice in her chest that this was the moment. Not Berengar's plea, not Sarah's argument, not Mallender's pressure. This. A child offering to become the next container so the system could continue without her. No, Linnet said again. What happens if I refuse the transfer? Mallender's pale gray eyes held hers. Then the king dies with the burden inside him. The rot will seek a new host. The debtor at the gate is the most likely vessel, shaped by the old methods to receive exactly this weight. But if he cannot hold it, or if he dies in the transfer, the rot will fragment and spread into the nearest living bodies. How many? Everyone in this room. The silence that followed was not empty, it was full. Full of breath held, of pulse counted, of futures balanced on a blade. Esme spoke from the doorway. Then transfer it into me. Every head turned. The princess stood in the threshold, her dark braid tight against her scalp, her pale gray eyes steady. I am his daughter, she said. The mercy runs in my blood as it runs in his. If the rot must find a vessel, let it find the one who is meant to inherit. No. Linnet's voice came out harder than she intended. You are 11 years old. Old enough to understand what is at stake? Esme stepped into the room. Old enough to know that if you transfer the rot into a debtor who cannot speak, or into a courtier who will use it as leverage, the realm does not survive. But if you put it in me, it stays in the bloodline. It stays controlled. And when I am old enough to rule, I can end it the way my father could not. You do not know what you are asking. I am asking to carry what my family made. Esme's voice cracked, but she did not stop. I am asking to do the Vesson so no one else has to be. Chapter 37. The chamber had gone still. Berengar's breath came in shallow pulls, each one a thread of dark vapor that curled from his lips and dissolved against the pillow. His eyes were open, clear. The lucidity that had come in fragments over the past days now settled over him like a second skin, and Linnet recognized it for what it was, the last kindling before the fire went out. She stood at the bedside with the blackened steel key cold against her hip, the names from Aldrich's ledger still warm on her tongue. The court waited in the corridor. Mallender watched from the door. Sarah sat on the opposite side of the bed, her river-stone eyes fixed on Berengar's face with a tenderness that made Linnet's chest ache. "Leave us," Berengar said. His voice was thin, but it carried the weight of a man who had spent 30 years choosing what others would not see. Mallender did not move. "Your Grace, the Regency chamber is—" "I said leave us." Mallender's jaw tightened. Then he bowed once and stepped into the corridor. The door closed behind him with a soft click. Sarah did not rise. "Sarah." Berengar's hand found hers, papery fingers curling around her rough knuckles. "You two. I am not leaving her alone with this. She will not be alone." Berengar's gaze shifted to Linnet. "She will be with someone who knows what it costs." Sarah held his eyes for a long moment. Then she stood, pressed her palm to Linnet's cheek in a gesture that burned like a brand, and walked out. The door closed again. The silence that remained was the kind Linnet had learned to measure in heartbeats. 12, 17, 23. It stretched until Berengar broke it with a sound that might have been a laugh if there had been anything funny left in the world. "You look like you are about to perform an execution." Linnet's throat tightened. "I am trying to decide whether I am." Berengar turned his head on the pillow, the dark filaments pulsing beneath the sheet with a rhythm that matched his slowing pulse. His eyes were the same pale gray as Esme's, and they held her with a clarity that made her want to look away. "I have 1 hour," he said. "Maybe less. The rot is singing in my blood and I can hear it now. All the voices that came before. My father, his father, the ones whose names we burned so we would not have to remember what we did." "Your Grace." "Do not call me that. Not now." His grip on her hand tightened, the bones shot beneath the skin. "Call me what I am. A man who let his wife die so he would not have to look at his own reflection. A king who fed villages to the rot so the capital could keep its festivals. A father who taught his daughter that survival is more important than truth." Linnet's hand trembled. She did not pull away. "I am asking you for one last lassie," Berengar said softly. "Not the kind you write in your black book. The kind that ends something." His fingers moved to the dark filaments pulsing beneath the sheet. The threads rose to meet him, curling around his wrist like living things, and Linnet saw the marks on his palms. Black, permanent. The same marks that had killed the physician who opened the lower archive. The same marks that had been on Alara's hands when she died. "Do not transfer it," he said. "Let it die with me. Let the debtor take what he was made for, or let it spill into nothing. End the line. End the bargain. Let Esme inherit a kingdom that does not feed on its own." Linnet's pulse hammered in her throat. She thought of the map in the records room, the body count harvest calculations, the villages marked as bearable loss. She thought of the shaking fevers, the wasted districts, the children in Farthing Ford who had died because someone in fine clothes had counted them and decided there were too many. She thought of what would happen if she said yes. The Regency block would move within hours. Rakes would claim the Mercy Authority. The shaking fevers would surge, not in measured doses but in waves that would drown whole provinces. Thousands dead. Tens of thousands. Esme, a child with a knife and a steady voice, trying to hold together a kingdom that had been built on bones. "Is that what you want?" she asked. "A kingdom that starves in the truth?" "I want a kingdom that does not kill its children to keep its feasts." She looked down at his hand in hers. The black marks had spread since the morning, creeping up his wrists toward the veins. She could feel the rot pulsing beneath his skin, heavy then patient, waiting for the moment it could leap into another vessel. She could stop it. She knew the technique now. The fracture method, the microdoses, the exact naming that would drive the burden into 100 bodies instead of one. She had done it before, in the camp, on the battlefield, in the sick room with the debtors who sang as they died. She could do it again. "Corin would stand beside you," Berengar said softly. "Sarah would stay. Esme would learn to rule without the poison in her blood. You could be the woman who ended it. Or I could be the woman who let the realm burn. Or that." She closed her eyes. The chamber was quiet except for the slow rasp of Berengar's breath. She could hear her own heartbeat, steady and stubborn, refusing to slow. She could feel the weight of the keys at her belt, the cold press of the blackened steel against her thigh. She thought of Corin's hand in hers, the way he had held her after reading the black book, the way he had seen the 30 names and stayed. She thought of Esme, standing in the doorway, offering to carry the rot herself. "I am asking to be the vessel so no one else has to be." She thought of Sarah, who had tried every days to warn her, who had lit the last lamp and watched Linnet choose knowledge over cleanness. She thought of Berengar, dying in a bed that had been built for a man who had stopped believing he could be saved. And she thought of the ledger, the names, the architecture, the kingdom that had been built on mercy and survived because of it. 1 hour, she said. Berengar's gauze held hers. Chapter 38. The dark filaments quivered as Linnet released Berengar's hand. She stood. The door opened before she reached it. Mallender stood in the frame, his pale eyes tracking from her face to the bed behind her. Corin was at his shoulder, hand resting on his belt, jaw set in the hard line she knew meant he was ready for anything except what she was about to do. "Clear the antechamber," she said. "Summon everyone who is in the Regency chamber. Batram, Ardric, Rix, Mirelle, the lords who signed the contingency orders. Every one of them." Mallender's brow tightened. "Linnet. Now." She did not wait for his answer. She walked past him into the corridor, her pulse steady, her hand steady, the blackened steel key cold against her thigh. Corin fell into step beside her. "What are you doing?" "Ending it." "That is not an answer." She stopped, turned, looked at his brown eyes, packed earth and honest ground, the man who had read 130 names and held her anyway. She wanted to tell him. She wanted to say, "I cannot let the realm burn for my cleanness," and have him nod and stand beside her and believe her. But he would not believe her. That was the grief of it. He would see what she was about to do and understand it was the same logic she had used at Thornwood, in the camp, with the debtors who sang as they died. Just larger, just cleaner, just dressed in ceremony and sealed with the crown's authority. "It is the only answer I have left," she said. She turned and walked toward the chamber. They assembled in less than an hour. Bartram came first, the grey man carrying a leather case of documents as if routine could shield him. Aldrich followed, his red-rimmed eyes fixed on the blackened steel key at Linnet's belt, his yellow beard trembling. Lord Raikes arrived in silk the color of old wine, composed and watchful, taking the same seat he had claimed hours ago. Mirelle Quist entered in honey gold, her face unreadable, and sat across from him. The others filed in. Lords she had seen at the banquet, faces she had memorized from Morelle's paper. The men who had signed the contingency, the women who had smiled while discussing Esme's future. Mallender stood at the door. Corin took the wall beside the window, arms crossed, watching her with the same unnameable expression he had worn after Thornwood. Esme was not present. Linnet had given orders to keep her in the East Tower with Sarah and 2 guards who answered to Corin. "You have 1 hour," Linnet said. The room went still. "I am going to take the rot from King Berengar's body and distribute it into each of you." She let the words land. Every lord, every minister, every scimitory to the Regency block. You will carry a measured dose of what this kingdom has spent 60 years outsourcing to debtors and prisoners and villages too weak to refuse. Rex Lyle did not waver. "That is not a treatment, that is a weapon." "It is both." She met his eyes. "You wanted the mercy as a treasury resource? You wanted to own the person who could name and assign suffering? Here I am. You will carry your share, or you will explain to the Succession Council why you refused to save the king." By Linnet's order, Berengar is stabilized enough to sign Regency orders and die later, his burden now distributed among the court. She began with Bartram. He sat rigid in his chair, papers clutched to his chest, as she crossed to him. "This will feel like cold," she said, "then like weight, then like something you cannot name." His throat moved. "Will it kill me?" "It will make you indispensable." She pressed her palm to his chest, felt the rot stir beneath her skin, eager and ancient, the voices of Berengar's ancestors humming through her blood. She named him. Bartram, crown steward, document keeper for the succession, bearer of measured burden, 1/87th of the king's agony. The transfer was clinical, precise. A thread of darkness left her fingertips and entered his ribcage like a needle drawing silk. Bartram gasped, his hands clenched. The document slid from his lap and scattered across the floor. He did not die. She moved to the next, a lord who had signed the contingency, a woman who had whispered about Esme's fragility, to Aldrich whose yellow beard trembled as she touched his forehead, to Mirelle whose honey-colored eyes held hers without flinching. "Carry this," she thought at each one. "Carry what you built." The chamber filled with the sound of breathing. Berengar's voice had gone quiet, the dark filaments had stopped pulsing. He lay still as a carving, his chest rising and falling in a rhythm that was no longer a death rattle, but was not life either. Linnet stood in the center of the room, her hands cold, her arms trembling from the effort of so many transfers in so short a time. She had counted 87 names, 87 doses. Every lord, every minister, every schemer who had built the architecture that fed on the poor and called it governance. They sat or stood in their places, each carrying a hidden weight. Some pressed hands to their ribs, some breathed through their mouths, some stared at her with expressions she could not read. Raikes had not moved from his seat. He watched her the way a man watches a fire he has set himself, measuring its spread, calculating the damage. "Clever," he said, "but you cannot watch all of us." "I do not have to." She lifted the key. "You will carry it until I decide otherwise. Every headache, every tremor, every night you wake with the rot singing in your blood. That is the mercy now. It lives in you." Mallender stepped forward. "The Regency orders," he said. "Berengar must sign before the hour ends." She nodded. She did not look at Corin. She could feel his gaze on her back, heavy and unreadable, and she could not bear to see what his face held. The king signed with Linnet's hand guiding the pen. His fingers barely gripped the shaft. The black marks had spread up his forearms, curling toward the elbow, but his eyes were clear when he looked at her. "You did it anyway." "Yes. I asked you to let it die with me. I gave it to the people who built the system that killed you." She set down the pen. "They will carry it now. Every one of them." Berengar's mouth curved, not quite a smile. "That is not ending it in it." "I know." She watched the chamber empty. Lords filing out with hidden pains, women pressing hands to their sides, Sartram walking carefully as if his bones had become glass. Mirelle paused at the door and looked back, and for a moment Linnet saw something like respect in her face. Or fear. Or both. Rakes was the last to leave. He stopped beside her, close enough that she could smell the wine on his breath and the oil in his hair. "You have made every one of them your enemy," he said softly. "And you have given them a reason to keep you alive." "I have made myself indispensable." "Yes." He smiled, small, even teeth, silk soft. "That is what I would have done." He walked out. Corin did not speak. She felt him cross the room, felt the air shift as he stopped beside the table where she still stood, the blackened steel key pressed into her palm. "Tell me one thing," he said. She did not answer. "Did you believe it was mercy when you started?" The cushion hung in between them, short and clean as a blade. She looked at her hands. They were steady. They had been steady throughout the entire working. She had not trembled once. "I believed it was necessary." "That is not the same." "I know." He watched the chamber empty. Lords filing out with hidden pains, women pressing hands to their sides, Bartram walking quietly as if his bones had become glass. Mirelle paused at the door and looked back, and for a moment Linnet saw something like respect in her face. Or fear. Or both. Rakes was the last to leave. He stopped beside her, close enough that she could smell the wine on his breath and the oil in his hair. "You have made every one of them your enemy," he said softly. "And you have given them a reason to keep you alive." "I have made myself indispensable." "Yes." He smiled, small, even teeth, silk soft. "That is what I would have done." He walked out. Corin did not speak. She felt it across the room, felt the air shift as he stopped beside the table where she still stood, the blackened steel key pressed into her palm. "Tell me one thing," he said. She did not answer. "Did you believe it was mercy when you started?" The question hung between them, short and clean as a blade. Flosis, the Tran man. "The priestess, she has locked herself in the East Tower. She says she will no come out until you tell her the truth." Linnet turned. The boy's face was pale. His hands were shaking. "She says she knows what you did. She says she can feel it." Chapter 39. The king died as the bells began. Linnet heard them from the corridor, the deep iron tolling that had not sounded from the Gathram Cathedral Tower since the old queen's passing. She had not ordered it. Someone in the chamber must have felt his pulse stop and given the signal before she could stop them. She stood in the antechamber, her back against the cold stone, the blackened steel key still pressed in her palm. The boy had not moved. He stood at the edge of the light, waiting for her answer. "Tell the princess I am coming," she said. He ran. The corridor filled with people, lords in mourning black, their faces arranged into grief that did not touch their eyes. Ladies in dark silk, hands pressed to chests that carried new and unfamiliar aches. Clerks with ledgers, stewards with seals, guards with ceremonial halberds that had not been sharpened in years. Linnet watched them flow past her like water around a stone. Mallender found her in the alcove beneath the east stair. He looked older than she had ever seen him. The lines around his mouth had deepened, and the ink stains on his fingers seemed darker, as if they had bled into the skin. "The succession is secure," he said. "Bartram has the documents. The Lord signed before the news spread." "All of them?" "The ones who could still hold a pen." She did not ask about the others. She did not need to. "The princess?" "Still in the East Tower. The mother is with her." He paused. "She refuses to open the door until she speaks to you." "Then I will speak to her. After." He held up a hand before she could argue. "The Chancellor convenes in 1 hour. They will confirm the Regency. They will name you as physician to the crown." "I am already physician to the crown." "You are a healer they summoned from a village." He stepped closer, and she saw the tremor in his fingers that he could not quite suppress. "Tonight they will confirm you as the woman who holds the mercy, the woman who holds their bodies. The two are the same now." She looked at his hands. "You are afraid?" "I am prudent." He lowered his hand. "There is a difference." "No." She met his eyes. "You are afraid of what I have done, and you are afraid of what I will do next." He did not answer. The bells continued tolling above them. The council chamber was smaller than she remembered, or perhaps she had simply grown used to larger spaces. The walls, pressed close, hung with tapestries that showed old kings receiving tribute from kneeling provinces. The table was scarred from decades of ink and sealing wax. 14 lords sat around it. Some held themselves stiffly. One man, Lord Parnell, kept pressing his hand to his ribs as if checking that the darkness was still there. Rakes sat at the far end, his face unreadable. Mirelle sat beside him, her honey gold gown repressed with deep blue wool, the color of morlum. She looked at Linnet once, briefly, and then looked away. Bartram stood at the head of the table, a scroll spread before him. "The Regency is confirmed, is defined as follows: oversight of all mercy transfers, authority over the crown sick room, and sole right to name recipients of the king's burden." The king's burden. Not the rod, not the curse. The king's burden, as if it were a duty Hay carried and now must be carried by others. "The seal," Rakes said. His voice was flat, not hostile, not approving, simply flat, as if he were reading a line from a ledger. Bartram nodded. He lifted a small velvet cushion from the table, and on it lay a silver seal set into a bone handle. The physician's seal of the Regency. Linnet looked at it. It was smaller than she had imagined. It would fit in her palm. It would leave an impression in wax that could be recognized across the kingdom. She thought of the black book in her pocket, the names, the deaths, the forged page that someone had placed for her to find. She thought of Corin, walking away. "Take it," Mallender said. She reached out. The seal was cold. The bone handle had been polished smooth by the hands of whoever had held it before her. There was no engraving on the side, only the mark on the face. A crown above a hand, open and empty. "I accept," she said. The chamber emptied. One by one the lords filed out. Some walked carefully. Some did not meet her eyes. Some did meet them, and in their gazes she saw calculation, fear, and the beginning of something that might become either alliance or enmity. Rakes stopped at the door. "You carry all of us now," he said. "Every ache, every tremor, every night we wake with the rot moving in our blood." "Yes. I hope you know what that means." "I know exactly what it means." He studied her for a long moment. Then he smiled, that thin, silk-soft smile that she was beginning to recognize as the mask he wore when he was thinking hardest. "Then I suppose we are bound together, you and I, for as long as the rot holds." He left. Mallender waited until the door closed. "You are the physician now," he said. "The first in a generation to hold the seal. The first to hold it who understands what it truly means. I know what it means. Do you? He stepped closer. You have bound 87 people to your mercy. You have made yourself indispensable. You have done what I spent 30 years trying to do without ever having the courage to finish. It was not courage. No. His voice was quiet. It was necessity. But necessity and courage often look the same from the outside. He held out his hand. She looked at it, the ink stains, the thin burn scar along the jaw, the eyes that had watched her for weeks, measuring her, testing her, waiting to see if she would become what he needed. I am offering you the stewardship, he said, not as my successor, as my equal. The mercy is yours now. The ledger is yours. The kingdom is yours to hold or to break. She did not take his hand. I will hold it, she said. He let his hand fall. Then we are partners. We are allies, she said. There is a difference. He nodded once, slowly, as if she had confirmed something he already suspected. There is, he said, and you are learning it faster than I did. He turned and walked to the door. The princess is waiting, he said. She will not wait forever. He left. Linnet stood alone in the chamber. The seal was cold in her hand. The black book pressed against her ribs. The key to the lower archive hung from her belt, still unnaturally cold, still swallowing the light. She heard footsteps in the corridor, not the measured pace of a lord, not the quick tread of a servant. She looked up. The red-haired debtor stood in the doorway. He was not chained. He was not humming. His face was pale, and the dark threads that had once pulsed under his skin had faded to faint gray lines like veins in old marble. He looked at her. You carry all of them now, he said. His voice was like the voice she had heard from the debtor in Thornwood. It was older, deeper, layered with something that was not entirely human. You are the vessel, she said. I am what was made. He stepped forward. And you are what will come after. The seal pressed against her palm. The corridor was empty behind him. She was alone with him and with whatever he had become. What do you want? She asked. He smiled. It was not a kind smile. I want to show you the lower archive, he said, before it is too late. He turned and walked into the darkness, and Linnet, the seal still in her hand, followed. Chapter 40. The chamber was empty when Corin returned. The council had dispersed an hour past midnight. The great table still held the ink pots, the scattered parchments, the sealed document that made Linnet Harrow physician to the Regency. But the air had changed. It was thinner now, as if something had been drawn out of it and not yet replaced. He had not meant to come back. He had walked the corridor until his boots ached, past the guards, past the east tower where Esme was locked inside with Sarah, past the sick room where Berengar's body lay in state. Every door he passed was closed. Every shadow held a shape he almost recognized. The black book was on the table. He saw it the moment he entered. Tucked against the ink pot, its leather cover dark and soft, the pages swollen with use. She had left it behind, or forgotten it, or set it down the way a carpenter sets down a chisel at the end of a shift, as if the work was finished and she would not need it again. He crossed the room. His hand hovered over the cover. He had seen this book before. In the ward, when she wrote names while the surgeons worked. In the archive, when she pressed it against her ribs. In the dark corridor where he had held her, and she had said she could not burn it. He opened it. The first page was dated the day she arrived in Gathram. Jaded Runnel. Condemned murderer. Transferred portion of royal rot. Death within minutes. He turned the page. The entries were small, precise, the same hand that had written the ledgers in the archive. Each name followed by a cause, a method, a time. 13 debtors. Silver contract. transferred measured rot doses. 5 dead within the hour. 8 stabilized. 20 names. 40, 60. He read them all. The battlefield entries from Thornwood. Prisoners named by number, not by name. Transferred battlefield wounds into 17 enemy captives. 7 deceased. 10 stabilized for disposal. The camp fever. The forward post. The siege line where she had taken the suffering of 43 Marrowfell soldiers and placed it into 80 captured men. He counted. 130 names. Some were marked debtor, some prisoner, some condemned. A few had no designation at all, only a name and a single word: volunteer. His hands were steady when he closed the book, but he felt the weight of it settle into his chest, not as anger, not as judgment, but as something worse: understanding. He understood why she had done it. He understood the arithmetic. He had seen the same arithmetic on every battlefield he had ever commanded. 3 scouts dead to save a company. A village burned to deny the enemy supply lines. A man left behind because carrying him would cost 2 others. He had done it himself, but he had never written the names. That was the difference she had carried, the one he had never seen. She had written every one. She had looked at each face and named them before she let them die. That was not administrative coldness. That was witness. He looked up. The door was still closed. The room was still empty. She had not come back for the book. He thought of the way she had said, "I believed it was necessary," with her hands stained dark and her eyes clear. She had not lied to him. She had told him the truth, and he had walked away because the truth was worse than the lie would have been. Love had not vanished. That was the cruelty of it. He still saw her face in the lamplight, still felt the curve of her back under his hand, still remembered the way she had said his name in the dark corridor, as if it meant something she had not expected to find. But trust had fractured into something he could not name. He could forgive her for the names. He could forgive her for the arithmetic. What he could not forgive was that she had carried the book every day, every hour, every time she touched him, and she had chosen not to let him see. He stood. The black book was in his hand. He did not know what he meant to do with it. The door opened. Linnet stood in the frame. She looked at him. She looked at the book in his hand. Her face did not change. "You found it," she said. "I read it." "And?" He did not know how to answer. The word "and" was too small to hold what he needed to say. "There is nothing in this book I did not already know," he said. "Then why do you look at me like a stranger?" He held up the book. "Because I did not know you were still writing it," he said. "I thought the names stopped when we came back from Thornwood. I thought you had drawn a line." She was silent. "Did you believe it was mercy when you started?" he asked. She looked at him. She did not answer. And in the silence before dawn, the black book passed from his hand back into hers, and she accepted it the way the seal had passed into her palm, the way the kingdom had passed into her keeping, the way every name she had ever written had passed in her mercy into flesh that could not refuse. She accepted it knowing she could not defend herself without repeating the logic that had already destroyed her. "Linnet." She looked up. "There are 18 more pages," he said. "Blank, waiting." "Yes." He held her gaze. There was no accusation in it, no judgment, only the hollowed look of a man who had seen the fused shape of what he loved and could not look away. "What comes next?" She did not answer. The bells began to toll for the morning hour, and she held the black book against her chest, with the seal cold in her other hand, and she knew that what came next was worse than what had already passed, because the blank pages were still waiting, and Corin was still watching, and soon the princess would open her door